Chapter 201 Transaction. The visitor is dressed in a kimono, with white hair and 2 cinnabar points on the eyebrows. It is Kaguya-kun, Master Junmaro. Junmaro walked slowly to the front and looked at Kakashi coldly. "It's you, Hagai Kakashi?" Kakashi smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to remember me." "HMPH, you dare to come to Otonin village? Aren't you afraid that Lord Orochimaru will keep you?" Kakashi touched his nose and said, "Perhaps Orochimaru could keep me 6 years ago, but now, it's really hard to say who will stay and who." Junmaro's face was even colder. "Speak up without shame." "Hee, let's go. Orochimaru asked you to pick me up." Seeing Junmaro appear here, it is naturally not difficult for Kakashi to guess what his purpose is. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru was so keen, he was discovered by him as soon as he arrived at Otonin village. No wonder, after all, this is the old nest of Orochimaru. Come with me." After Junmaro turned and led the way, the others scattered. Kakashi didn't care, and followed Junmaro directly. "Who is that person?" Mr. Junmaro came to pick him up in person. "Who knows? Fortunately we didn't do it just now, otherwise, we will be dead." Everyone still had lingering fears, and was fortunate for the move just now. Orochimaru's laboratory is underneath. It is dark and damp, which suits his taste very well. Led by Junmaro, Kakashi walked through a long corridor and came to the door of the laboratory. "Go in, Lord Orochimaru is waiting for you inside." Kakashi didn't answer, pushed the door and walked in. Junmaro was waiting at the door, but did not follow in. In places like the laboratory, even Junmaro, he didn't dare to go in without the permission of Orochimaru. Pushing open the door of the laboratory, there is only a dim oil lamp. The light is very dim. Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect Orochimaru to like to experiment in such a dark place. It was really nasty. "Kakashi, you are here." The hoarse voice is unique and attractive. As long as you hear it once, you will never forget it. A slender figure emerged under the light. Jet black hair, long and narrow golden pupils, and the kimono that hasn't changed for thousands of years. One of the 3 ninjas, Lengjun-1. Unlike the previous time when I saw Orochimaru, Kakashi was no longer comparable to that weak self. In the last match, Kakashi could be said to have no power to fight back. If he hadn't arrived in time, Kakashi could live or not. This time, when Kakashi saw Orochimaru again, it was no longer the same looking up. He is now enough to look at Orochimaru. This is the confidence brought by strength. It seems that he has noticed the terrifying aura of Kakashi's body, and Orochimaru's interest has become more intense. The long tongue couldn't help but licked his lips. His eyes were filled with unspeakable emotions. "It's great to be young. I don't think it was just 6 years. Kakashi, you have reached this level. You really deserve to be Shuuma's child." There seemed to be a trace of nostalgia in Orochimaru's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by it. "I'm curious. How did you know that I am here?" "I naturally have my means." Orochimaru's expression became somewhat meaningful, and then he smiled. "It seems that you and Sanjay are not exactly the same kind of people. At least you are hiding something." "It seems that the battle with Danzo makes you see clearly." "A lot of stuff." Kakashi nodded slightly, and was not surprised that Orochimaru knew that he was fighting Danzo. After all, even though Orochimaru had left Konoha, Konoha still had his eyeliner, and besides, this guy had a lot of connections with Danzo. But Kakashi wasn't afraid that Orochimaru would tell Danzo about her coming to him. The reason is simple. Orochimaru will not do things that are not good. The relationship between Orochimaru and Danzo is more of a cooperative relationship. If Danzo cannot give Orochimaru enough benefits, Orochimaru will never do research for Danzo. Orochimaru is still very clear about the virtues of Danzo. At the beginning, Orochimaru would leave Konoha, on the one hand, for his own pursuit, on the other hand, because of being concealed by Tuan. But Orochimaru didn't mind. After all, leaving Konoha was something he had planned for a long time. Although the way of leaving was a little different from what he thought, it was not unacceptable. "Let's talk. come find me something. I need the left hand made by the interpillar cells. Kakashi did not evade, and directly stated his purpose. Daishiwan's pupils shrank, and the expression on his face was a little weird. Unexpectedly, you are also interested in the interpillar cells, right? Left hand? Uchiha Shisui is not dead? Did you save him? Orochimaru deserves to be Orochimaru, but in a word, Kakashi's intention was immediately inferred. Kakashi did not deny that if this deal is established, Orochimaru will be needed to perform this operation. It is meaningless to hide it from him. Seeing that Kakashi didn't speak, Orochimaru already knew the answer. You and Tsukumo are really alike. It's amazing that you can do this for your companions. Orochimaru laughed. Orochimaru, you used to be Konoha's ninja. You should be able to understand my approach. Yeah, Konoha's ninja. Orochimaru's mocking expression made Kakashi feel a little awkward. Kakashi was too lazy to bother, and asked directly, agree? Of course you can, but I don't know what you can give me. Orochimaru asked with interest. This matter is not difficult for Orochimaru, after all. He did something similar for Danzo before. But it is not difficult to say that Orochimaru will make selfless dedication. This precious character is not possessed by Orochimaru. The curse seal, the complete curse seal, the blood that Junmaro brought back before must not be enough for you to study it. Kakashi smiled. Shijuo's blood remained in the cave. How could Kakashi not know? The reason why it was not cleaned up was that Kakashi had added other things inside. Orochimaru looked cold and said, sure enough, you moved your hands and feet on it. Although Junmaro didn't bring Shijuo back, he also brought back some blood, so Orochimaru didn't say anything. It was only in the process of research that Dashwin discovered that the blood had no much value at all. The cells inside are basically dead, and nothing can be studied at all. No wonder Junma can get the blood from your hands. It turns out that you left it on purpose. I didn't expect that at that time. Would you be able to predict what happened today? Kakashi did not answer. Of course he did not expect what happened today. I did that at the beginning, because I wanted to pit a big snake pill. But I didn't expect it would come in handy now. How? Is it okay? I want to replace the cells between pillars with just one curse mark. I'm afraid it's not enough. Orochimaru stared at Kakashi closely with greedy eyes, obviously not satisfied with this reward. Kakashi sighed and said, it's really greedy. Then I will add another piece of information to you. Oh, what kind of information? Orochimaru asked curiously. Since Kakashi could say this, he was obviously confident in this information, and this is exactly why Orochimaru is curious. A piece of information about your organization, Akatsuki. Daishiwan heard this, the golden pupils were full of astonishment. Chapter 202 Red Lotus. Kakashi walked out of Orochimaru's laboratory, wandered around Otonin village for a while, and then planned to leave. Daishiwan has agreed, but it will take some time. The previous product has been given to Danzo by Dashwin, so it will take another month to make new intercolumnar cells. Kakashi was not in a hurry, and planned to bring Shisui to Otonin village in a month. Although Orochimaru is a villain, the trade maid will not go back, because he disdains. Orochimaru has its own pride. There is no need to play tricks on this kind of thing. Kakashi left Otonin village with ease, while Orochimaru stayed in the laboratory alone. The dim light shone on Daishiwan's pale face. It's really unexpected. Kakashi knows so much about pain, and even knows the ability of the reincarnation eye. It's really surprising. What kind of intelligence agency does he master? No wonder Orochimaru was so shocked by this incident. At the beginning, Orochimaru was invited to enter Akatsuki, in large part because of the mysterious pain. Have the supreme reincarnation eye in the legend. For people like Orochimaru who study the truth of the world, it is really a very attractive thing. It's a pity that I have been in Xiaohong for a few years, but there are not many opportunities to contact pain. And when I saw pain, Orochimaru felt a sense of oppression. Therefore, there is definitely no chance of winning directly. In addition, the legendary eyes have no idea what powers the Orochimaru has, and if they act rashly, I am afraid that there will be no good results. Today, Kakashi actually brought himself information about pain. This could not help but the Ashi-one was not surprised. Although the information is not complete, it also knows more things than Orochimaru. Kakashi didn't tell Orochimaru all of Pen's abilities, but only talked about the abilities of the Animal Road, and the Azura Road. The rest did not tell the Orochimaru. In Kakashi's view, the abilities of these three Pen were enough for Orochimaru to see Pen's strength clearly, and this part of seeing clearly is enough to make One converge a little, and at the same time, I will be more curious to search for information about the reincarnation eye. For the remaining half, Kakashi didn't want to tell Orochimaru. Say half, leave half. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Making the best use of everything is the truth. The 6 ways of pain is really amazing. No wonder there is such a strange place in him. It seems that Akatsuki's scheme is not small, and it is still in a dormant stage. Find a chance to see what is going on. Things are getting more and more interesting. Daishiwan showed a sneer, already planning in his heart. It seems that Konoha's water is about to change. Haha, Danzo, I don't know what you are going to do when you meet such an opponent. Is it the way you used to deal with Shamu? It's a pity that Kakashi is not like Shamu. It's the same. It's fun when it's time to play. Kakashi, I don't know if you can change Konoha's status quo. That decayed Konoha. Daishiwan sighed and got busy again. In Otonin village, Kakashi strolled around, and behind him, he followed Junmaro. Although Orochimaru did not restrict Kakashi's actions, Junmaro felt that it was necessary to follow this guy because this guy was too dangerous. If he is free, Junmaro is afraid of Kakashi's troubles. Kakashi didn't care about the little tail behind him. The reason why he wandered around in Otonin village was only because he was a little curious about the village established by Orochimaru. Compared with Jinin village and Otonin village, Kakashi still thinks Jinin village would be better. Jinin village is more like a village, and Otonin village, in Kakashi's view, is just a large Uranbu base. Kimaro, who is this guy? How could he be here? At this time, a girl in a green dress came from the side, looking at Kakashi's eyes full of guard. Junmaro glanced at the girl and said, "This has nothing to do with you, Guren." Red Lotus. Kakashi was slightly surprised and couldn't help but glanced at the girl more. Jingdun. In the original book, this person's strength is not weak. Is he already under the command of Orochimaru now? Guren was very dissatisfied with Junmaro's answer, and said, "Kimaro, how can you bring an outsider to and fro in Otonin village? I want to tell Master Orochimaru." Junmaro is still a cold face. "Up to you." Guren looked at Junmaro very upset. Guren's time with Orochimaru was after Junmaro, and Orochimaru's respect for Junmaro made Guren very jealous. Therefore, for Junmaro, Guren has the energy to refuse to admit defeat. Looking at Junmaro's attitude now, Guren is even more upset. Kakashi shook his head, knowing a little bit about Guren's thoughts. "I have to say that Orochimaru's abduction skills are too good, and Guren is also full of respect for him." "Hello, my name is Kakashi, and I'm here to find something to do with Orochimaru." Guren was stunned for a moment. Apparently he didn't expect Kakashi to take the initiative to communicate with him. But immediately, Guren scolded again. Bold. To call the name of Lord Orochimaru. Kakashi was a little surprised. This guy is really a fan of One. When Junmaro saw this, he said, "Okay, Guren, he is a guest of Orochimaru-sama. Don't mess around, otherwise Orochimaru-sama will blame it, and you will feel better." Guren looked at Kakashi with some doubts after hearing this, as if she couldn't figure out why the person in front of him could get the attention of One. But soon, there was a wave of jealousy in Gulian's heart. Gulian snorted and left here, seeing Kakashi inexplicably. "Are you interested in Guren?" "No, it's just a little curious." It seems that Orochimaru has found a lot of talented children. Kakashi smiled. "Master Orochimaru does not take in useless waste." That's what I said." "Okay. You don't need to follow me anymore. I will leave Otonin village." "No." "What an unlovable guy. Looking at you, the blood-stained disease should have started to attack. Kakashi's casual words made Junmaro's pupils shrink. How do you know? Haha, the Huii clan is also a very interesting family. Okay, I look forward to seeing you next time, Junmaro, Kakashi said, and disappeared in place. Damn it. Tell me clearly, Junmaro shouted angrily, but it was a pity that there was an empty ground in front of him, and no one could answer his questions. Chapter 203 Guardian Ninja 12 After molesting Junmaro, Kakashi left Otonin village. Bringing Shisui over a month later, this matter can be regarded as a successful conclusion. I don't know what Shisui is doing. It's not that easy to save the Uchiha clan. Kakashi was very curious about Shisui's plan, but Shisui did not tell Kakashi. It's not that Shisui doesn't trust Kakashi, but that Shisui knows that there is a big risk and doesn't want to involve Kakashi. Kakashi has no choice about this. Shisui has always been a very assertive person. It is difficult to change the things he decides. Therefore, Kakashi did not intend to interfere, and it would naturally appear when Shisui needed himself. Kakashi's heart moved, and a crow appeared in front of Kakashi. After tying a letter to the crow's feet, the crow disappeared. This crow is for Kakashi to pass on the message of Shisui. Kakashi passed this news to Shisui. Somewhere in the country of fire, a crow suddenly appeared on the shoulder of a handsome boy. Huh? A letter from Kakashi. Shisui opened the letter, unlocked the seal on it, and took a closer look. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shisui murmured, "Oshaquan." Unexpectedly, Kakashi found Oshaquan to give me his left hand. Okay, I got my left hand right, and I can better grasp the next thing. The crow dispersed again. Shisui got up, looked in a certain direction, and moved forward again. In the land of fire, Merlin City, Kakashi was sitting in a tavern, drinking sake and eating side dishes. Uncomfortable. This is life. Kakashi sighed with emotion. After being in this world for so long, Kakashi only realized the beauty of this Naruto world only during the travel period. Different from the previous fights, Kakashi knew what the life of ordinary people in this world should be like. This world can also have an ordinary life. Perhaps it is this ordinary beauty that made Aunt Maiko give up her identity as a ninja. Kakashi drank the last sip of sake and was about to get up and leave, when suddenly he saw a familiar figure. That's Asuma. I saw two people walked into the entrance of the tavern, one with half-length bangs and the other with a big bald head. The two of them looked dignified, but after they walked in, they glanced around, seeming to be looking for something. Land, it seems that people are not here, Asuma whispered. Well, it seems that we are late, and man, the others should have left first. Damn it, I still haven't caught up. Don't worry, they should be around here and won't run too far. I hope so, Asuma said with a sigh. We have not had a meal for 2 days on the road, so let's solve it here. It's not too late. Asuma nodded and agreed. I looked around, but found that every table in the pub was full of people at this time, and there was no room at all. Soon, the eyes of both of them gathered on the table of Kakashi. This table was seated by Kakashi alone, with 3 empty seats, and it was the only remaining place in the tavern. This friend, can you take a seat for a while? Dilu said. Asuma didn't speak, looking at Kakashi's eyes with some confusion. Why does this guy look so familiar? Kakashi smiled, did not answer Dilu's words, instead looked at Asuma and said, Asuma? Long time no see. Asuma looked surprised and said, are you Kakashi? Who else could I be? Sit down. Dilu looked at Asuma and said, you know? Asuma nodded and said, yes, you are not unfamiliar. He is our guy Kakashi. Dilu was also surprised when he heard that, the name of Hammer Kakashi, who became famous in a battle 2 years ago. Almost no one in the ninja world did not know this resounding name. Disrespectful. Inxie Dilu, Asuma's companion. It's nice to meet you. You two sit down. Asuma and Dilu didn't pretend to hear this, and sat down directly. Kakashi, why are you here? Do you perform tasks? No, I asked for leave with 3 generations of adults, and came out to travel. Traveling? Asuma was puzzled. What to travel? Well, yes, travel, By the way, I heard that you went to be the guardian of the Daimyo 12 ninjas. Why are you here? After hearing this, Asuma no longer entangled why Kakashi would travel, and instead said, "This is a long story." "Oh, can you tell me something?" Asuma and Dilla glanced at each other, and then Asuma said, "Kakashi, logically speaking, the mission is not allowed to be disclosed to outsiders. But we have now reached a critical moment, but we have no clue, so need your help." "What can I do?" Asuma took out a loincloth from the ninja bag and embroidered it with the word fire. "Kakashi, I hope you can help me find the owner of this waistcloth." "This is the waistcloth of the 12 ninja warriors. Are you looking for your companions?" Kakashi asked in surprise. Asuma nodded and said, "Yes, Hima doesn't know what he is doing, and his behavior is very weird, so I came out with Dilu to look for him." "So that's it. This is not difficult. You guys eat first. It's not bad for this time." "It is good." Asuma and Dilu ate their food soon, and the three left the tavern together. Finding a secluded place, Kakashi uses spiritism. Pressing his right hand on the ground, the black circle formed immediately, and the smoke dispersed with a bang. When the smoke cleared, 8 ninja dogs of different sizes appeared in front of Kakashi and others. 8 ninja dogs. "Yo, Kakashi, long time no see. What's the matter?" Parker said while standing on the head of a larger ninja dog. "Parker, find the owner of this waistcloth." "No problem." Parker took the waistcloth, sniffed it on his nose, and then handed it to the other 7 ninja dogs. Okay, then let's go." "Disperse." With an order from Parker, the 8 ninja dogs disappeared instantly. Kakashi said, "Asuma, well, wait here for a while, there will be news soon." "Well, speaking of it, Kakashi, your psychic beast is really convenient." Asuma smiled. Kakashi touched his nose and smiled. "It's okay, Asuma. Maybe you can sign a psychic contract for the Ape Demon clan with 3 generations of adults. It will come in handy in many cases." Asuma said with a stern expression, "Cut, I don't want the old man's ninjutsu, I can do it all by myself." Kakashi shook his head. It seems that Asuma's rebellious period has not passed. Chapter 204 So-called peace. "Well, let's not talk about it. What are you doing here this time?" "Shouldn't the Guardian Ninja 12 guards be guarded by the Daimyo? How come they came to this small place?" Kakashi asked his doubts. This is indeed a very unusual place. Seeing that the 2 of Asuma should be looking for their companions in this way, more than the 2 of them are here. What kind of thing will make the Guardian Ninja she send so many people? You know, the 12 Guardian Ninjas are all very powerful ninjas, an important force in the hands of the Daimyo. These ninjas are not all from Konoha, but more of the power that was subdued by the Daimyo in the Land of Fire. The Daimyo looks very powerful, but in fact he is an empty shell. Naruto and Daimyo, although it seems that the Daimyo has a higher status, but to say it, if Naruto ignores the Daimyo has nothing to do. After all, Hokage only controls the army of the country of fire. It's like the Daimyo is the emperor, and Hokage is the marshal who leads the world. The Daimyo can appoint Hokage, but if Hokage doesn't listen, it will be embarrassing. The Daimyo just occupied the righteousness. Therefore, as an ambitious big name, naturally, he won't really let himself have no power at all. Thus, the 12 Guardians of Ninja came into being. The 12 Shangnin is definitely an unstoppable force. What's more, these 12 Shangren are not ordinary Shangren. Several of them are elite Shangren. Such a force, even if it is a Hokage-level figure, dare not say that it will be defeated. For the 12 Guardians of Ninja, Konoha is the default. This is a balance. Its existence is good for both Daimyo and Konoha, and this kind of Guardian Ninja, who is similar to the status of a bodyguard, generally will not leave the Daimyo. Now appearing here, no wonder Kakashi is curious. Asuma looked a little embarrassed, but after thinking about it, she said, "Kakashi, there is a contradiction in the Guardian Shinobu, and it's split into 2 parts." "Split? Why?" Kakashi was a little bit astonished. As the Daimyo's direct unit, it would be split. It was really ironic. Asuma was also a little embarrassed, but things had already happened and there was no way even if she was embarrassed, The concept is not in agreement. The 6 people and I think that Hokage is a necessary thing. But Hima and the other 6 think that Hokage has destroyed the balance of the country of fire and should disappear. They are now planning to assassinate Hokage. Assassinated Naruto? Kakashi froze for a moment. How confident is this? Even if the physical strength of the current 3 generations of Hokage is not as good as before, but the combat strength is still good. If it is the guardian of the 12 ninjas together, it is still possible. If there are only 6 people, you can wash and sleep. Yes, this matter is no trivial matter. Whether it is successful or not, it is a bad event. Besides, how could I let them go to Konoha to kill the old man? Although Asuma has great dissatisfaction with the 3 generations, in the final analysis, the 3 generations are Asuma's father, and he naturally does not like someone to kill the 3 generations. It seems that Asuma, you still have feelings for the 3 generations. Cut. Don't think too much. I just don't want Konoha to fall into chaos. Facing Asuma's dear, Kakashi shook his head and said nothing, but the memory in his mind suddenly emerged. And horse, guardian ninja 12 men? A trace of Kakashi's eyes flashed clearly. It turned out to be like this. With that said, there seems to be something that can be retrieved. Kakashi, what are you thinking? Oh, nothing. At this moment, Parker and Brew ran back. Kakashi, I found it. Both Asuma and Dilu looked happy. Lead the way, Kakashi said lightly. Okay. Wait a minute, Kakashi, there are 4 of us, so let's go. Dilu, you go and ask them to go there. Kakashi and I go there first. Well, I will call them now. Bro, you will be with your land, and take them the later. Wow. Brew followed the land and left, while Kakashi and Asuma followed Parker 1 step ahead. Asuma's expression is not calm, it can even be said to be very tangled. Kakashi smiled upon seeing this. Asuma, it seems that you have a very good relationship with Ma. Kakashi, let's tell you, I'm really happy these days in Guardian Shinobu. No one here will regard me as Hokage's son. They are very sincere to me. I am very pleased with this. It's just that, unexpectedly, it will become the current situation. Asuma's momentum was a bit sluggish, and it was obvious that this incident was definitely not a low blow to him. Kakashi knew even more that after this incident, the guardian of Asuma's generation was basically dead. And Asuma returned to Konoha. Asuma, friends can only be together with the same ideas, but after your companions have different ideas, it is difficult to continue to coexist. I know that guarding ninja is a power with a big name, but it definitely does not mean that Hokage is to be eradicated. The purpose of the horse is the same as peace, but his method is unacceptable to me. Yes, it's all for peace. There are too many people in this world. Kakashi looked up at the sky, a little surprised. Many people in this world are on the opposite side of the world because of peace. Nagato, Madara, Daito, and Itachi. They are also for peace, but they do it for ways that ordinary people would not choose. And Ma, obviously also one of them, but it's a pity that compared with the previous ones, his strength is a little too weak. Kakashi, what do you think is peace? Peace, it's too difficult. There will be interest ties between people. People gather into a village and become a country. This interest ties is even greater. But when this interest reaches a certain limit, war will break out. People communicate with each other, otherwise, war will be the product of outbreak sooner or later. Is there no other way? Asuma obviously also knows that it is unrealistic to want everyone to understand each other. The first generation of adults wanted to achieve the goal of peace through checks and balances of force. Unfortunately, this method failed. The distribution of the tail beast was originally for the fear of each other between various countries and did not dare to start the war easily. But now the tail beast has become a tool of war. It must be said that this is a kind of irony. Asuma was thoughtful, but had no more thoughts. Kakashi sighed. Peace, where is so easy to achieve? Human beings are never satisfied creatures. Greed is also the nature of everyone. Chapter 205 Idea Kakashi, that's there. With a soft cry, Parker pulled back the thoughts of Asuma and Kakashi. I saw a gray-haired young man sitting cross-legged on a big rock, as if waiting for something. Kakashi and Asuma hid beside a large rock and did not immediately show up. Asuma, is that the person you are looking for? Asuma nodded and whispered, yes. Why is he alone? Where did the other 5 people go? Parker said, there are 9 people not far away. I don't know if it has something to do with you. 9 people? Asuma was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, no, I'm afraid that the 4 Picken and the other 5 have called to get started. Dilu is probably out of the air. Go out to rescue? Kakashi asked. 4 to 5, the situation is very unfavorable for Picken and the others. We hurried over. It is good. At this moment, there was a burst of thunderlight not far away. What a powerful Uldan! Kakashi was surprised. With this level of Uldan, I am afraid that the power will catch up with a unicorn. This is Lyman and Ulren, Asuma exclaimed, and a bad premonition in her heart suddenly rose. Uldan, Ulmeng ridiculous. Thunder Dun ninjutsu that requires 4 people to perform together. The operator needs to stand in the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north, and perform the operation together, and the center point will be burned by lightning. Can instantly turn a village into fly ash. The horror of power is definitely no less than that of a unicorn. But this Uldan has great drawbacks. First of all, you need to have 4 shinobu who are proficient in Thunder Dunge, and secondly, you must launch them together, otherwise there is no power at all. Kakashi was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this Thunder Dunge was really amazing. Even at this distance, Kakashi still felt the amazing power. Kakashi, we must go right away. Kakashi nodded, looked at the place where he was with Ma, and found that he was no longer there. Asuma, the horse you mentioned seems to have rushed away. What? No good. We must rush over right away. Okay. Asuma ran all the way. Kakashi followed behind Asuma. Soon, Asuma and Kakashi stood in front of a canyon. Lo, a terrifying thunder is brewing rapidly. Apart from anything else, Kakashi directly opened the writing wheel. What a terrifying Uldan! These 4 people have a lot of accomplishments in Uldan. Kakashi sighed with emotion in his heart, and at the same time saw through the profound meaning of Limangren. Although the level of this ninjutsu is Sleeville, it is performed by 4 people, and after being allocated to everyone, it is only the level of air level for the first time. It's like a combined ninjutsu. What's more, it is Kakashi's Thunder Dance ninjutsu. Under the eyes of Shaolin, there is no secret at all. Asuma didn't pay attention to Kakashi's actions, he only cared about the following situation. In the light of thunder, Asuma couldn't see the situation at all. Uldan, Ulmeng is ridiculous. 4 soft drinks came from 4 directions at the same time. 4 thunder and lightning soared into the sky, and then gathered in the middle. A light curtain of thunder and lightning was formed instantly, and a powerful thunder and lightning swept away under this light curtain. Rumble. Asuma couldn't help being stimulated by the bright light and closed her eyes. Under the eyes of the writing wheel, Kakashi clearly saw that the 5 people under the thunder light had been blasted into coke by the thunder, and there was no breath. What a domineering Uldan! Just as Kakashi was shocked by the terrifying and destructive power of this Uldan, 4 identical figures suddenly appeared in the same position, holding a cold kunai in his hand. That's Hima. 3 more are his soil clones. The thunderlight dissipated, and Asuma see'd the situation below. But the next scene made him stare angrily. No! With a roar, Asuma jumped directly from the canyon. But it's too late. What? 4 screams. 4 blood flowers. 4 lives. All withered in an instant. Pagan. Chengma. Freezing rain. Stars. Asuma screamed heartbreakingly, but all he could see were 4 cold corpses. Seeing Asuma came with Ma, he was not surprised at all, but said indifferently, Thunder Mengelren is strong, but after using it, there will be a second of physical stiffness. Killing them at this time is really too simple. It's up. Hima. How did you succeed? Did you forget how Picken and the others took care of you? Asuma roared. Feian Chakra sword appeared in his hand instantly. Asuma? The people who prevent me from achieving peace are my enemies, including you. Why? Why do you want to do this? It seems that you still don't understand. Asuma, too, as the son of Naruto, how could you understand my philosophy? Naruto is the cancer of the country of fire. The power of ninja should be in the hands of the Daimyo. Hima, don't be obsessed with it anymore. Hokage and Daimyo are the double jade of the country, and no one can do it without them. It may be good for Naruto to rule the village, but to manage a huge fire country, it is obviously not enough. The same is true for the Daimyo. His ability can't control the group of unruly ninjas. The two complement each other, and no one can do without. After all, ninja is a very money-burning profession. If there is no support from a country and just earning money from its own tasks, it would be too slow to develop. Asuma, you don't understand. Only when power is concentrated in the hands of the Daimyo, can the country of fire develop rapidly, and I am the only person to realize this great vision. At this time Kakashi also came down from the canyon, looking at the crazy and horse, and said to Asuma, need help. Asuma shook her head and said, Kakashi, I have troubled you before. Let me solve the problem now. Kakashi heard the words and walked to the side, expressing his attitude. Since Asuma had the intention to solve it by herself, Kakashi would not try to get involved. According to Kakashi's view, Asuma and Ma are at the same level. If Asuma really loses, it won't be too late for Kakashi to make a move. Hima didn't care about Kakashi, all his attention was now on Asuma's body. After being a teammate with Asuma for a few years, I naturally know how strong Asuma is. If I don't take it seriously, I'm afraid I'll be here today. This is unwilling with Ma. His ideal has taken the first step. How could he die in such a place? Asuma and the horse. The two roared at the same time, as if they were venting something. Feian in Asuma's hand and Kyuwu in Hima's hand violently collided with each other, making a crisp sound. The two have been teammates for many years, knowing each other's methods, and their strengths are almost the same. The next step is to see who can adjust their own state. This is a battle of beliefs. Whoever has stronger beliefs is the winner. Neither of them showed mercy, and every move was full of murderous intent. Kakashi nodded his head again and again. It seems that Asuma has really grown a lot in the past few years since he left Konoha. Sure enough, people need experience to grow. Although Asuma is still dissatisfied with the 3 generations, she has been able to appreciate the good intentions of the 3 generations of Hokage. He now supports the existence of Hokage like this, definitely not only because the 3rd generation of Hokage is his father, but also because he is Konoha's Hokage. This battle was not for himself, but for Konoha and Hokage. Living in Konoha since childhood, Asuma's feelings for Konoha are naturally unnecessary. Even if he left Konoha and wandered outside, Asuma definitely turned towards Konoha. While Kakashi was thinking about it, a scream came. I saw Asuma's Feian with a powerful wind attribute chakra, directly scratching Hima's face, and for a while, blood surged. Finished. Chapter 206. Asuma's mind in the scorched earth. Hima had fallen into a pool of blood, and Asuma looked sad. Kakashi stepped forward and patted Asuma on the shoulder and said, Asuma, how is it? Don't worry, I'm fine. Killing one's own companion personally, this kind of taste is obviously not so pleasant. But Asuma is also a person who has experienced war, and there is still a mentality in this regard. At this time, Balu also ran over with Dilu. Obviously Lu didn't find anyone else, so he came here first. Looking at the corpses all over the floor, Dilu looked shocked. Asuma, what's the matter? Asuma explained to Dilu again, and the last 2 sighed heavily. The 12 ninja, the prestigious guardian in the past, now only these 2 people remain. Dilu, when I go back this time, I will ask the Daimyo to leave the guardian 12 ninja. How about you? Dilu glanced at Asuma, and clearly understood Asuma's plan. This is a sad place for both of them, and Asuma wants to leave this sad place. Asuma, Picken and they are all dead. You also left. I naturally have no reason to stay any longer. I will also resign from the Daimyo and return to the Temple of Fire. Alright, let's take Picken and their corpses back. Well, what about Ma and the others? Looking at the body of Kazuma, Asuma's eyes flashed with grief, and said, "They are not qualified to return to the cemetery of Guardian 12 Shinobi. So let's bury them here." It is good. Seeing that the two had discussed the next action, Kakashi did not speak either. Speaking of this, it has nothing to do with Kakashi, and he can't say anything. Soon, Asuma buried the corpses of the 6 rebels, and then took the corpses of Pikin and the other 4 to the town and put them in coffins. They planned to transport the goods to the City of Fire in the Country of Fire and return to the Daimyo. At night, the night is as cool as water. Asuma sat on the roof alone, obviously not feeling calm at the moment. Although the ninjas have blood on their hands, it does not mean that they have no feelings. With so many companions dead today, it is impossible for Asuma to be without pain in her heart. Today, Asuma hasn't kept her beard, she looks quite delicate, and looks a little more mature under the moonlight. People are always like this. Only after experiencing a lot of things can they really grow up. Growth is not based on growth with age, but based on what has been experienced. Why does Itachi mature prematurely? In addition to having a great mind, one of the reasons for his precocity is that he experienced war since he was a child. Their overmaturity is because they are burdened with things they shouldn't have at their age. Suffering can make people grow, but if they can choose, I believe that more people will not choose to suffer this suffering. Asuma has a personal adoration for the 3 generations of Hokage since she was a child, and as she grows older, she also has more prejudices. It is precisely because of these prejudices that Asuma left Konoha. 3 generations of Hokage once told Asuma that the most important thing for Konoha has never been Hokage, but real jade. Originally Asuma didn't understand this sentence, but now he suddenly understood a little. What do you think? Asuma turned her head and looked at it. Under the moonlight, a handsome man with silver white hair fell beside her with a smile on her mouth. "It's Kakashi. Why haven't you slept yet?" "It's still early at night. I can't sleep." "Why?" "Still thinking about the daytime?" Asuma looked at the dark night sky. There was no star except the moon tonight. "Kakashi, the ninja world is really cruel." Hee. "Asuma, these words must not be like what you said at the beginning. You really liked the life of a ninja." With such a great father, Asuma wanted to be recognized by the 3 generations of Hokage since she was a child. So she always wanted to go to the battlefield. On the battlefield, although Asuma is not as dazzling as Kakashi, it is not considered to have humiliated the reputation of the Sarutobi clan. Kakashi still remembers that when Asuma killed the enemy for the first time, she went back to show off with her friends in the same period. At that time, Asuma didn't feel cruel in the ninja world. People always change, Asuma said heavily. Yes. People always change. Kakashi seemed to feel something, and said with emotion, "Speaking of which, it was you, Kakashi, who changed the most. When Lin just died, our group did not dare to approach you. At that time, you were always murderous, only K is heartless. Dare to find you." Asuma looked at Kakashi and quipped. "Lin?" Kakashi's eyes were a little blurred, as if he was caught in the past again. "Sorry, Kakashi, I brought up your sadness again." Seeing that something was wrong with Kakashi, Asuma thought Kakashi had remembered the unfortunate experience again, and quickly apologized. "It's okay, it's all over." "Asuma, do you want to go back to Konoha?" "It's time to go back. I have been out for several years, and I have fought against the old man. I also figured it out." As Asuma said, she felt a lot easier on her body, and the things she had been struggling with seemed to be let go. "Go back. Konoha needs people now." "Kakashi, I was too anxious during the day to ask you. Why did you come out? Don't you still need you for the Anbu affairs?" "Something happened, so I wanted to come out for a walk. Over the years, I was really tired." "What's the matter?" Asuma asked curiously. "It's nothing. Well, I have to get up early tomorrow." "You should go to bed early." "I won't go to the City of Fire with you." Seeing that Kakashi didn't intend to say anything, Asuma didn't ask any more. "Okay, it's okay. You should go back to Konoha soon. Don't worry, at most 1 or 2 years, I will go back. Konoha is my home, so why don't I want to go back?" "That's good." "Well, by the way, Honsai Konoha is waiting for you. You are not young anymore. It's time to take your heart. Shinosuke's children are already 2 years old, so you should hurry up, Kakashi said with a smile. Asuma's face flushed, and he stammered, "It's still early. I'm not ready yet." You don't have to wait for you to prepare for this before you can implement it. You too. Everyone understands what your thoughts are. Don't make girls wait anxious. The 3 generations of adults are not immortal and will not oppose you. Okay, don't say anything. Just see for yourself. I'm leaving now, Kakashi said, leaving the roof. Asuma thoughtfully, holding Konoha's forehead in her hand. She didn't know what she was thinking. Chapter 207 Kill Wife in the Long Night. Kakashi was lying on the bed in the hotel, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, Kakashi opened his eyes and murmured, "It looks like I'm asleep." Kakashi finished speaking, got up and put on his clothes, and disappeared as soon as the window opened. In the gorge outside Merlin City, the tomb made by Asuma and others suddenly moved. Fortunately, there are no other people here at this time, otherwise, I am afraid that this place is haunted. Suddenly, an arm stretched out of the mud. Immediately, the surrounding soil began to loosen, and it didn't take long for a person to climb out of the tomb. Under the moonlight, the man was covered with blood, and there was a cut that penetrated the entire face. Take a closer look. It is not someone else. It is Hima, who should have been killed by Asuma before. A smile appeared on Hima's pale face, panting heavily. "Asuma, I still survived. This round is not over yet. I haven't lost yet." His weak body made him unable to stand up for a while. Although he escaped to death, he was still seriously injured. After resting for a while, and Ma limped and left where they were. But when he didn't notice it, not far away, he had a pair of eyes looking at him. The owner of the eyes is no one else, it is Kakashi. "Sure enough, you are still alive. Did you use the ninjutsu of suspended animation?" Kakashi murmured, but did not show up. The purpose of his coming here is not to make up the knife. He followed Hima from a distance and followed all the way. Hima was seriously injured, did not go too far, and stopped in a cave not far away. Kakashi looked at it from a distance, and it didn't take long before he felt the breath in the cave calm down, and he should have fallen asleep. It seems that this guy has a serious injury, and he shouldn't run too far temporarily, Kakashi murmured, and found a place to rest in the hidden part of the tree. "I'm afraid I will have to deal with this guy for a while in the coming days." Early the next morning, Asuma came to Kakashi's room to say goodbye, but only saw a farewell letter. "This guy is really free and easy." Asuma chuckled lightly and didn't care, and he hurried back to the land of fire with the corpses of Pickens 4. When they came, 6 people came together, but now there are only 2 people left. It is impossible to say that they are not sentimental. On the other side, Kakashi also woke up. Looking at the cave, he and Ma walked out of the cave. His injuries healed a little bit. It seems that this guy's treatment is still good. Kakashi doesn't care. Even if this guy is intact, it's not his opponent. Hima looked around for a while, and after making sure that there was no one, he set off again. For 3 days, Kakashi followed Hima, but he didn't feel it at all. It is true that Kakashi's strength is higher and there are too many horses, and after learning the fairy mode, Kakashi has a clearer experience of his own breath and the things in nature. Therefore, this tracking becomes easier. Hima didn't notice anything, and was still on his way. Kakashi didn't know where this guy was going, but he wanted to get close to his goal. That night, and the horse came to a hut by the river and knocked the door gently. "Who is it?" A gentle female voice sounded, with deep doubts in her voice. "It's me." And the horse. The woman's voice became very surprised. It seemed very unexpected. The door opened, and there was a young woman standing at the door. Seeing Hima with long scars on her face, the woman panicked. "Hima, what's wrong with you?" "Your face." "It's okay. Are you empty in there?" "Yes. Sora is already asleep." "Okay, let's go in and talk." "Okay." Walked in with the horse and closed the door. Kakashi's figure emerged from the side. Is it here? It seems that the boy with the 9-tailed chakra should be there. As Kakashi was thinking about what to do next, a woman's scream suddenly came from the cabin. And Ma? What are you doing? Why are you killing me? The woman's voice was full of incomprehension and sadness, and it was obvious that she couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. Sorry, for the sake of my big plan, you can only go to death. Sora is still useful to me. You can't let you ruin everything. Hima, what do you want to do to Sora? That's our kid. It is precisely because he is my child that he has to shoulder this responsibility. Hima. The woman wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it, and the breath of life was sluggish. At this moment, the figure of Hima rushed out of the room, and at the same time, he was holding a sleeping child in his arms, about 5 or 6 years old. In the darkness, Hima quickly lost his figure. Kakashi next to the house looked at the back and Ma leaving, with killing intent in his eyes. Brute! Kakashi roared and walked into the house. Sure enough, the young woman was already lying in a pool of blood, her face full of unbelievable sadness. Kakashi sighed, made a seal with both hands, and used a dirt escape to bury the corpse in the ground. Hima led Kong and left the house and rested in a cave for one night. Early the next morning, Kong opened his eyes in a daze, looked at everything strange in front of him, and immediately woke up. Where am I? Sora, are you awake? The voice is so familiar. Father? Sora exclaimed in surprise. He and Ma smiled and said, how are you sleeping? Fortunately, Dad. Where is this? Where's Mum? Sora, Mum is leaving, and Dad will take you to a place. Where to go? Temple of Fire. Where are you? What are you going to do? Kong asked suspiciously. You'll know when you go. Xiao. Kong obviously couldn't understand, and then asked, Dad, do you want to go too? Also, where did Mom go? If Dad doesn't go, Dad has other things to do and can't accompany you to the Temple of Fire. Don't worry about your mother. You will never see her again. Sora looked anxious, stood up, and said, Dad, why is my mother missing? Why are you going to the Temple of Fire? I won't go. I want to be with Mom and Dad. Empty, don't be willful. This is my father's arrangement for you. You must obey. I don't want it. I don't want it. I want my mother. Hima's eyes flashed sharply, and a palm hit the back of Kong's neck. Kong fainted immediately. Hima gently hugged Sora in his arms and said, I'm sorry, Sora, for the sake of great cause, I can only sacrifice you. It's a really interesting scene. I don't know what else you can't sacrifice in your so-called great cause. First it was your wife and now your son. Who? Hima was startled and looked at the entrance of the cave, and saw a handsome man in a black trench coat walk in. His face was full of frost. Chapter 208 Nine-Tailed Chakra. You are the guy who came with Asuma at that time. Who are you? Why are you here? Is Asuma also here? Hima was obviously panicked. If Asuma and the others found out, his plan might not be realized. Don't worry, I'm the only one. Asuma and the others have returned to the City of Fire, and they should have arrived by now. Hima breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, but immediately tightened his nerves. Why are you here? Are you following me? It can be said that when you come out of the cemetery, I will always follow you. Hima's pupils shrank, with a face of disbelief, and said hurriedly, impossible. If this is the case, how could I not find out? Oh, it seems you are very confident in yourself. Kakashi sneered without explaining. What you up to? Naturally it won't be a good thing. At least it's not a good thing for you. Who are you? Hakiki Kakashi. Kakashi's faint words exploded like thunder in Hima's ears. What? Hima panicked, and his hands immediately formed seals. To long gun. Dozens of soil guns sprang out suddenly around Kakashi. The blue thunder covered Kakashi's body, and the sound of bird song immediately began. Chidori, Reikachu. Chidori wrapped Kakashi's body tightly, and the blue thunder was instantly broken into pieces when the Tulong gun touched it, and it fell to the ground. Hima was shocked, what kind of ninjutsu this was, and it annihilated his own soil in an instant. It seems that you still haven't seen the situation clearly. Don't say that your injuries are not completely healed. Even if they are all healed, they are not my opponent. Hima, the coup is not so easy. With a little nine-tailed chakra, do you want to make waves? It's too much to underestimate Konoha. How do you know? Hima's face is getting more and more ugly. No one knows about nine-tailed chakra, except Hima. At this time, Kakashi said it to him face to face, so how could Hima not be shocked? While shocked, Hima's murderous intent towards Kakashi can be said to have risen several steps directly. This person must not leave here, otherwise, his own contribution will be of no use at all. Kakashi did not immediately return to Hima's words, but said, now pretend to die in front of Asuma and hide your identity completely underground. This is your first step. Then you killed your wife and brought your son out. On the one hand, your wife would never agree to take her son to do this kind of thing. On the other hand, you were afraid that Asuma would come to visit you. Wife, let your plan be revealed. Send your son to the Temple of Fire. After a few years, his identity may be able to enter Konoha smoothly. As long as he appears in Konoha, he may be able to reach Lord Naruto. At that time, Kyuubi's chakra erupts in an all-out manner, and perhaps it will be able to wipe out Master Naruto in one blow. The cold sweat on Hima's face instantly shed, and the gaze at Kakashi was full of fear. His plan was clearly seen by the person in front of him, even if the details were a little bit different. They were not far off. I have to say that your calculations are very loud. Unfortunately, the plan is too rough. There will be too many variables in the middle. I really don't know where you are confident and can control these variables. Kakashi did not say that there are too many variables in the implementation of these plans with Ma. If it were not for luck, it would not be the last step at all. And even if it is the last step, the possibility of Kongnen's success is really low. How did you know? If you are crazy with Ma's Wang, who has planned for so long, it will be peeled off by Kakashi, and it will be uncomfortable for anyone. It's not important anymore. Now that I am here, your plan is over. Don't think about it. Hima roared, and his hands were sealed again. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and quickly raised his right hand. Chidorichimoto. The blue thunder senbon shot out from Kakashi's hand, directly on Kakashi's arm. In an instant, there were 7 or 8 Chidorichibans stuck in Hima's arm, and the tingling sensation occupied the whole consciousness. Gritting his teeth with the horse. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Kakashi walked slowly to Hima and said softly, with your ambition and the so-called peace, go to hell. After Kakashi finished speaking, he slapped Hima's head with the palm, and the thunder kept flashing in his hand. Under the electric shock, Hima's face twitched, his eyes rolled, drooling, and the breath of life was slowly losing. Everything that happened in the past is constantly emerging in front of Hima's eyes. Am I really wrong? This was the only thought in Hima's mind at this time. Soon, Kakashi lowered his palm, and Ma had only one last breath. With a sorrowful laugh, he and the horse fell to the ground. Hagai. Kakashi, after I die, the country of fire. Will it really be peaceful? In this world, no one will not turn without it. The country of fire is still the country of fire, and it cannot be changed into anything else. Hima Wenyan showed a relieved smile and looked at Kong not far away and said, I beg you. Let go. Kong, he is still young. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this cold-blooded guy would actually care about himself in the end. Sure enough, the words are good for people to die. Did you find your affection in the end? Don't worry, I will not hurt his life. I will send him to the Temple of Fire to fulfill your wishes. Of course, I will pull out the 9-tailed chakra. This kind of thing stays in his body. It's not a good thing for him. Hima nodded and swallowed his last breath with difficulty. Seeing Hima, who had no signs of life, Kakashi shook his head without paying too much attention. When he walked to the side of the Kuma, Kakashi didn't hesitate, and began to arrange the things needed for the seal of the 4 elephants. Kakashi came to look for Hima. Naturally, he was not idle and nothing to do. If he wanted to kill him, he could do it in the canyon before. The reason why I came here all the way was just for the sake of emptiness. 6 years ago, during the Nine-Tailed Rebellion, Hema collected some chakras with the 9 tails free, and finally sealed them in Kong's body with the 5-element seal. This is called the pseudo-human column force. The wandering 9-tailed chakra has a characteristic: as long as it does not disappear completely, it will continue to grow. Of course, it will not exceed its original total. Hema was a lot of effort, and the 9-tailed chakra he found had about 4 to 5-tailed power. This is not a low number of chakras. Kakashi acted for these 9-tailed chakras. Although Kakashi's chakra is much more than before, no one will dislike his chakra. 9-tailed chakra may be an opportunity. Kakashi has an idea in his mind that he needs to participate in the 9-tailed chakra. It is not easy to get the 9-tailed chakra from Naruto. Therefore, Kakashi hit this idea on Kong. Everything's ready. Kakashi stretched out his right hand, and 5 blue chakras popped out, with the words cash, wood, water, fire, and earth faintly floating on them. The 5 elements are unprinted. Chapter 209 Daimyo What? With a cry of pain, a painful expression appeared on Kong's face. Kakashi's 5 fingers were printed on the empty stomach, and for a while, the blood chakra continued to overflow from the empty body. 9-tailed chakra is really domineering. Kakashi sighed, watching the huge chakra flying around, but was quickly blocked by an invisible film. Without hesitation, Kakashi took out a seal scroll and quickly opened it with a sigh. Immediately he sealed the seal with his hands, and sighed softly, "Seal of the 4 elephants." The right hand was pressed on the scroll, and a powerful suction attracted the 9-tailed chakras that had escaped everywhere and fell into the scroll. The whole process lasted for about a minute, and the huge chakra was finally completely sealed into the scroll. At this time, the scroll was covered with mysterious runes, and a 9 appeared in the middle. The scroll was rolled up and placed in the ninja bag. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief, and the matter finally landed. Sora on the side was still in a coma, and he would probably not be able to wake up for a while. Although Sora is a pseudo-human pillar power, but the chakras who have drawn these 9 tails do not have much effect on him. It can even be said that it is a good thing for him. Not everyone can be a human pillar, even a pseudo-human pillar. Sora's body is obviously not suitable, as you can see by looking at the bandaged right hand. Kakashi took care of the corpse of the horse, picked up Kong, and left here. The Temple of Fire. The largest temple in the Kingdom of Fire. The monks in the legend have the special skills of the immortal traveler, and it is a very powerful temple. The land in the Guardian Ninja 12 scholars came out from here. That night, the Temple of Fire welcomed a guest. It's just that the guest didn't seem to want to let these people know. After putting down a child, he left. No one knew who he was. The Country of Fire, the City of Fire, the famous palace. A middle-aged man sitting on the gorgeous floor, holding a fan in his hand, and wearing an exaggerated fan-shaped hat on his head, looks quite funny. Oh, so the Guardian Ninja 12 warriors, now only Asuma and Dilu are left. Yes, Lord Daimyo. According to the information from Asuma, it is indeed the case. Okay, I know, you go down, and tell the people below to wait for Asuma and Dilu to receive them well when they come back. Yes, Master Daimyo. When people left, Daimyo's face became very solemn. The original comical feeling disappeared instantly. At this time he was like a ruthless emperor. It's really stupid that Hema isn't a big thing. Is Hokage so easy to kill? Besides, after 3 generations have fallen, Konoha also has the next Hokage, which has no effect at all. The Daimyo shook the fan in his hand, took a sip of the tea on the table, and seemed to have returned to the original appearance. It seems that Master Daimyo looks very open. An abrupt voice sounded in the empty room. The Daimyo's swaying fan came to a halt, and a surprised look appeared on his face. At the next moment, dozens of crows suddenly appeared in the room, and immediately formed a thin figure. The Daimyo did not panic, but carefully looked at the person in front of him. Black hair, dumpling nose, empty left hand, and a pair of eyes that look a little uncoordinated. The appearance of about 15 or 16 years old is really too young. The daimyo frowned and said, "Who are you? Perhaps you have heard of my name, Uchiha." Shisui. The daimyo was slightly surprised and looked at Shisui again. "Suddenly stop the water? It is rumored that you are already dead. Why are you here? Your purpose?" Shisui didn't answer right away, but smiled and said, "I don't know if I can sit down." The daimyo looked at the young boy, chuckled, and said, "Of course you can. Sit down." Shisui was not polite and did it directly. "Can you tell me where you came now, young man?" Shisui looked at the daimyo in front of him, and his thoughts became firmer. This is definitely not a daimyo that doesn't seem to be tuned in normal days, but a daimyo who is really ambitious and capable. "I don't know what the daimyo thinks of the Uchiha clan." "The Uchiha clan?" The daimyo pondered for a moment, and said, "A terrible family." "Terrible?" Shisui was a little confused. "Yes, it is terrible. In my opinion, the uncontrollability of the Uchiha clan is too high. In the records of the daimyo, the so-called geniuses of the Uchiha clan are extreme. This is for a village, or for a country. It's not a good thing." Shisui thoughtfully. The daimyo looked at Shisui with deep meaning, and continued, "It seems that you are here today and ask me for something." Konoha's attitude towards Uchiha's clan must be known to the daimyo. Naturally, Konoha's biggest unstable factor today is Uchiha. Daimyo is also full of malice towards Uchiha. Shisui looked at the daimyo. If the daimyo thought the same way, it would be even harder for him to walk. No, although Uchiha has a few extremes, it is an important combat power. If Konoha now loses the Uchiha clan, it will be greatly weakened. This is not what I want to see. What I want to see is balance, not a dominance. Do you understand what I mean? Then can you stop it? The daimyo shook his head and said, "I have the heart, but I don't have the power." The daimyo is only the highest power in the country of fire in name. "I understand. You hold the righteousness." "Oh?" "It seems that you already have a plan, and it seems that you are also prepared." Daimyo laughed. "Of course, I didn't do nothing to escape Konoha." "Interesting. How are you sure I will help you?" When Shisui heard this, he also smiled and said, "I'm not sure." "Then you have the courage." "I'm just confident." "Confidence?" "I am confident that no one in the Daimyo mansion can keep me, especially when the Guardian Ninja 12 are not there." Daimyo laughed blankly when he heard this. "It seems you are really ready." "I don't know if the daimyo can help me." The Uchiha clan. Shisui looked at the daimyo with scorching eyes. "Interesting, really interesting." The smile on Daimyo's face was even greater, as if he had discovered something interesting. Shisui didn't smile this time, but looked at Daimyo with solemn eyes. After a while, Daimyo's smile gradually faded, looking at the young figure in front of him. "Okay, I'm looking forward to it." Hearing this, Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. The first step is finally going out. Chapter 210 Transplant. No one knew what Shisui and Daimyo had talked about except themselves. Shisui quickly left the Daimyo mansion, not knowing where he went. But the daimyo was still in his room, slowly shaking the fan, with an indescribable smile on his face. Unexpectedly, such a character from the Uchiha clan is unexpected. The wind blew the cherry blossoms in front of the yard, and the pink petals fell one after another. The wind is blowing. 1 month later. Tenzigo, Yinin village. Kakashi was lying on a tree outside the village, waiting for someone. The black crow flew by. Kakashi opened his eyes and said lazily, "Shisui, you are finally here." Sorry, something was delayed on the way." "Forget it. The time is about the same. Let's go in. The Orochimaru guy should be ready." "It is good." Kakashi pressed Shisui's shoulder and disappeared in place with a snorting sound. The next moment, he appeared in Orochimaru's laboratory. "Hee, Kakashi-kun, Shisui-kun, welcome you to Otonin village." The hoarse voice sounded again, and Orochimaru was standing in front of the two of them. There was an experimental table in front of him, and the special Fulshenkyuu was inserted on it. Orochimaru's gaze took a look at Fulshen's kunai, and said, "It's such a convenient ninjutsu. What a pity." "What a pity Orochimaru is, Kakashi knows very well the practice method of the Fulshin art. Orochimaru has also been seen in the Book of Seals, but it is a pity that Orochimaru does not have this talent. If there is no sensitivity to space, it is impossible to learn the technique of Flying Thunder God. The reason why Watergate passed the Flying Thunder God to the three of Xuanjian at the beginning was also to see that these three had this potential in them. Therefore, even if they were still young, Watergate taught the three people the technique of Flying Thunder God. And Kakashi, if it were not for the power of the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, I am afraid that he would not be able to learn this space ninjutsu. Orochimaru, is your left hand ready? Kakashi didn't talk too much nonsense, but said straightforwardly, "Of course, 1 month is enough." Daishiwan said, took out a cylindrical container with a green solution in it, and a left hand. Kakashi unlocked the seal of Shaolin Yan, and when he glanced at it, he saw that his left hand was full of vitality. "Very good," Kakashi said with joy. Hee, this is much better than the stuff for Danzo. It can be regarded as returning the information that Kakashi-kun gave me before. It seems you have got more information. Kakashi looked at Orochimaru's pale face and said, Kakashi's is really smart. Well, let's put the left hand on Shisui first. No problem, Mr. Shisui. Please here. Hearing this, Shisui nodded slightly, and walked to the operating table aside. The lights in the laboratory are a bit dim, but the lights on the operating table are very bright. Shisui lay on it, closed his eyes, and Kakashi was there. He didn't need to worry about any accidents. Daishiwan did not play tricks, and performed the operation silently. The incision on Zishui's left hand had already healed, so at this time, if he wanted to transplant his left hand back, he had to pick open the original wound again. This kind of pain is deeper than a broken arm. Cut one by one, Shishui's face was not good. Blue veins violently on his face, cold sweat ran out, but there was no utterance. There are anesthetics, but neither Dashwin nor Shisui are mentioned tacitly. That kind of thing, if used too much, is not good for the body. Soon, the wound became again. Daishiwan took out the left hand from the container, and carefully sewed it onto the water-stopping wound. When it comes to transplantation technology, Tsunade is the best. It's a pity that Tsunade doesn't know where it is now, not to mention that her phobia is still not healed, and this kind of surgery may not be possible. Most importantly, will Tsunade agree to use intercalum cells to transplant the water stop? Kakashi put a question mark in his heart. Although Orochimaru's technique is not as good as Tsunade's, it is sufficient. Soon, the left hand of Shisui was stitched up. Daishiwan tied the left hand of Shisui with a bandage, and said, "The new left hand has not completely penetrated your meridians, so it will take a while to recover as before. When it recovers, it will be better than before. Use." "Thank you." This is just a deal. I am looking forward to the effect of mixing the intercalum cells and the Uchiha clan. It is really a work that is expected. Senjujima, Uchiha Madara. The two names represent an era. Daishimaru also has some speculations about this, but has not further studied. Information is a very important factor. Obviously, Dashwin has not found the corresponding information. Looking at Zishui's intact left hand, Kakashi flashed a hint of joy. In this way, it finally recovered. Kakashi and Shisui did not stay in Otonin village much, and soon left Otonin village. It is not a pleasant thing to be in the same place as Daishimaru. That gloomy feeling has always existed. Shisui, how does your left hand feel? Yes, I can feel that it is constantly fusing with my body, and it should be able to fully connect in about a week. And I feel the abundance of vitality in it. Maybe when it is fully integrated, my chakras it can increase a lot. Kakashi nodded, and the Uchiha clan plus the Thousand Hands cell is indeed a good match. Madara opened the eyes of reincarnation and brought the earth to unlimited use of divine power. These are the effects of the cells between the pillars. In fact, Kakashi has a touch of intention, but for this kind of thing, Kakashi has always had a mentality of rejection. Shisui, what do you plan to do next? Aiming has agreed, and then it's time for me to prove myself. Do you need help? Shisui shook his head and said, Kakashi, don't worry, even if I lose the righting wheel, I will stop the water instantly. These little things don't bother me. Kakashi reluctantly patted Shisui's shoulder and said, well, then you take care. Well, see you next time. After Shisui finished speaking, he left again. Watching Shisui leave, Kakashi sighed, stroked his hair, and left here as well. Konoha, Uchiha, and Daimyo are intertwined and have become a huge whirlpool. However, even if the ending is worse, can it be worse than the original situation? It is a dead end and can only be balanced with the help of a third party. Even this third party is only a nominal force. This pool of water has become more and more muddy. Chapter 211. Meet again. For a year, Kakashi has been traveling abroad and has seen a lot of scenery that he has not seen before. The world of the ninja is not as small as imagined. Kakashi also saw many magical creatures and weird events that he hadn't seen before. These were things he didn't know before. Kakashi walked into a small town in a dusty manner. This small city is not big, but it is not depressed, and it can even be said to be prosperous. As a hub city, this scene is not difficult to understand. Kakashi walked directly to a hot spring hotel. After a few days of field life, he just wanted to take a bath comfortably. In the smoky hot spring, Kakashi took off his clothes, revealing his body without a trace of fat. He was 1.8 meters tall and had obvious 8-pack abs in the lower abdomen, but he was not burly, even one feeling thin. It just doesn't make people feel weak. No one knows how terrifying power is hidden under this body. As soon as Kakashi turned around, the silver-white gooey mark on the back waist was undoubtedly revealed. Mysterious and powerful, Kakashi's hot spring is a single room, so there is no one else. Lying comfortably in the hot spring, Kakashi enjoyed it very much. The downside of traveling is that he has no fixed place. Kakashi often spends the night in the wild. This kind of enjoyment is not much. Kakashi submerged his head in the hot springs, and it took a long time before he came out again. As expected, it's better to have people. After 10 minutes, Kakashi got up to go out. Suddenly, Kakashi's ear moved, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's him? It really fits his personality. Kakashi changed his clothes, walked into the courtyard, jumped up, and landed on the roof. There is a man on the roof. She has long white hair up to her waist, and she wears a red coat with brown clothes on the inside and clogs on his feet. It looks very tall, but what he is doing now is very wretched. Hey, a little bit below. Yes, a bit below. Wow! 100 points. The wretched voice spread out on the roof, and Kakashi felt helpless. Master Jiraiya, what are you doing? The man immediately turned around and saw Kakashi, who was taken aback, and then said with a hippie smile, It's Kakashi, why are you here? I'm collecting materials, in order to write the sequel of Intimate Paradise. Jiraiya was also talking, and suddenly there was a scream from below. There is a pervert. Where? On top. Someone is peeking from the roof. Look, where is a hole? Oops, it was discovered. We evacuated quickly. Jiraiya also said, and walked away from the roof. Kakashi naturally wouldn't stay behind, and followed suit. In a bistro, Jiraiya also drank a glass of sake and said, It's really great. It's so comfortable to have a glass of sake after collecting the materials. Kakashi also drank a glass, and felt really comfortable. Kakashi, why are you here? Master Jiraiya, I have been away from Konoha for more than a year, and I traveled outside like you in 1 year. Kakashi said respectfully. Even now that the strength is greatly improved, Kakashi also maintains a respect for the person in front of him. Jiraiya was stunned when he heard the words, and said, DSK, what are you kidding, running out to travel around? Konoha is just now when it comes to employing people. Something happened, so I want to leave Konoha temporarily. What's the matter? Jiraiya also keenly discovered that there might be something tricky about this strangeness. For Kakashi, Jiraiya still values it very much. With Kakashi's performance today, the future must be Konoha's pillar. Such a character will naturally not be ignored. After all, Jiraiya loves Konoha in his heart. Kakashi talked about Shisui now. Of course, he didn't say that Shisui was still alive. For some things, it would be better to wait for the dust to fall to the ground before telling them. Jiraiya was also a little silent when he heard that, and sighed after drinking a glass of sake again. Hey, Danzo really doesn't stop. Master Jiraiya, I know you also love Konoha. What do you think about Danzo? Danzo? Jiraiya's eyes were complicated, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Kakashi didn't urge, and just waited. After a long time, Jiraiya came back to his senses and said, sorry, I remembered some past events. It's okay. For Danzo, I didn't like him since I was a kid. He is too shameful. Although it is for Konoha's good, I can't accept his way. Doesn't Jiraiya-sama think Danzo's ambitions are too big? He has always looked forward to the position of Hokage. Jiraiya smiled boldly, and said, it's not just Danzo who is staring at the place of Naruto. There are not a few people in Konoha who aim for this. Kakashi shook his head and said, this is not the same. Danzo dares to do anything for the position of Naruto, such as assassinating Naruto. Hearing this, Jiraiya reduced the smile on his face and said in a low voice, Kakashi, what are you talking about? My lord Jiraiya, a few years ago, when Mr. Watergate just died, Danzo did this. I was there at the time, but Danzo failed. Although it was just a small attack, it was enough to see. It's hard to say what kind of situation Konoha will usher in with his iron and blood policy if he is in the position. Jiraiya's expression was a bit solemn, and he groaned for a moment and said, there are still 3 generations, so there should be no problem. Kakashi shook his head and said, Master Jiraiya, why did Orochimaru leave Konoha? You must have looked into some eyebrows, right? Jiraiya's expression became a little weird when Kakashi heard about Orochimaru. Over the years, I have been investigating Maru, and I have some understanding of what happened back then. One is indeed undergoing human trials, but there is also a shadow of Danzo in it. It can be said that the two were in partnership, but Orochimaru was finally hidden by the group. When he knew this, Jiraiya was very upset, and wanted to go back to Konoha and ask Danzo. But soon, this idea was suppressed by Jiraiya. Danzo is a person of the same generation as the 3 generations, and Jiraiya is not qualified to question at all. What's more, Jiraiya was able to find out, how could the 3rd generation of Hokage not know? The 3 generations of Hokage didn't bother with Danzang. After all, they still had compassion for Danzang. Hey, Kakashi, Konoha's politics chills me, so I chose to leave Konoha. Master Jiraiya, evasion won't solve the problem. Chapter 212 Return to Konoha. I know, it's just that my temperament is really not suitable for getting involved in this kind of political struggle, so I just don't see it and don't worry about it. Kakashi shook his head, knowing that Jiraiya's sloppy temperament wanted him to intervene, and it was a bit embarrassing for him. In the original book, he was unwilling to let him be the 5th generation of Hokage. Kakashi, I don't know what you think about the position of Naruto? Jiraiya also asked suddenly, catching Kakashi a bit by surprise. But soon, Kakashi recovered his thoughts and said, Master Jiraiya, in fact, to be honest, I envy your life even more. Kakashi said it very sincerely, and Jiraiya also looked at it carefully, and laughed for a long time. You kid, don't learn from me. Hee, Lord Jiraiya, I understand that there are some responsibilities I can't escape. I have already planned to return to Konoha in a few days. Oh? Do you want to go back? Now Konoha's situation is not very good. The senior executives and Uchiha are in the same situation. This time you go, I'm afraid you will be involved in this whirlpool again. I understand that I am going back this time for this. Uchiha is also a member of Konoha. I don't want it to disappear in this kind of whirlpool. What's more, they are a tribe with soil and water. Jiraiya was silent, and understood Kakashi's persistence. Well, I hope everything goes well for you. But don't do anything. I'm sorry Konoha, Kakashi. Jiraiya's eyes were long and deep, which made Kakashi a little surprised. Understand, Lord Jiraiya. That's good. Come on, we won't be drunk tonight. We haven't met an acquaintance in a long time. It just so happens that you are also an adult. We can have a good drink." Jiraiya also returned to his dignified appearance, picked up the wineglass and touched Kakashi's wineglass, and then drank it. Kakashi smiled, but did not refuse. "Speaking of which, Jiraiya's life is not a tragedy. 2 of my beloved disciples died, the other 2 went astray, and finally killed their teachers. The woman she liked, Tsunade, died when she finally had to accept herself. The respected master died at the hands of his companion, Orochimaru. The heart-to-hearted teammate Orochimaru betrayed his beloved village again. Under his cynical face, there is an unknown amount of sadness hidden. The hero is not just talking about it. The 2 drank a lot, until the tavern closed, supported each other and walked back to the hotel, each back to the room. Kakashi sat on the bed, his eyes blurred, but he was still awake. "I will drink so much tonight, but it is because Jiraiya's heart is touched and I want to get drunk." But both of them are well-measured people. Although they look drunk on the surface, they still have a little leeway. "Ninja, but you can't relax at any time." Early the next morning, Kakashi got up, and originally planned to ask Jiraiya to get up and eat, but unexpectedly, Jiraiya had already left. Shaking his head, Kakashi was not surprised. After eating something, Kakashi was ready to return to Konoha. This is already within the territory of the Land of Fire, and it only takes 2 days to return to Konoha and Kakashi's footsteps. In fact, Kakashi could use the technique of Thunder God to go back, but since he was out to travel, naturally there was a beginning and an end. Furthermore, Kakashi is not too short of these 2 days. After Kakashi left the hotel, a crow flew out of nowhere and landed on his shoulder. Kakashi skillfully removed the letter paper from the crow's feet, and burned it after reading it. "It seems that Shisui is ready, so I should go back to Konoha." Kakashi chuckled, chakra surging under his feet, and then disappeared in place. Konoha village is as calm as ever. Of course, this calm is only on the surface. Inside, it has already been surging. The contradiction between the senior management and Uchiha continued to intensify, so that Konoha seemed calm, but it was full of gunpowder. This contradiction is actually very simple. The high-level distrust of Uchiha and even put it under surveillance. Uchiha is another arrogant clan. Even the people who originally wanted Konoha, in the end they lost faith in Konoha. If one party locks himself up and treats each other coldly, one cannot blame others for wanting to resist. This is a clear truth. After all, Konoha's prejudice against Uchiha has existed since the beginning of the village. Every subsequent generation of Naruto was a member of the original Naruto faction, and Uchiha's power gradually faded away. If the 4th generation of Hokage is still around, perhaps this status quo will be changed. Unfortunately, the 4th generation of Hokage died young, and Konoha's regime fell into the hands of the 3rd generation of Hokage and Danzo. With the excuse of the Kyuubi rebellion, Danzo began to attack Uchiha. Danzo was seriously injured by Kakashi before, and after a period of silence, he started his own actions again. And Uchiha Itachi is another spy that Danzo has come to see after Shisui. Danzo has always been the favorite of the spy who loves Konoha. Closing Konoha's hat, Itachi didn't dare to do anything to the higher-ups. Danzo can see it very clearly, and this is why he is sure to control Itachi. At the Dark Roots, Danzo was holding a cane, and there was a man kneeling in front of him. It was Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, how is Uchiha recently?" "It's still the same, but the atmosphere in the clan has become more solemn." "Really? Thanks for your hard work. Let's go on." "Yes, Master Danzo." Itachi stepped back blankly, leaving only Danzo alone in the dark to stand alone. Uchiha, your days are running out." At Konoha Gate, a familiar figure slowly walked from a distance. Shinryu Izumo and Gangtsuki at the gate were both stunned when they saw each other there. This person was so familiar. Kakashi has returned to his original outfit, with a mask covering his face, protecting his forehead and covering his eyes, a green vest, and a standard ninja outfit. "Yeah, Izumo, Ziti, long time no see." Kakashi said with a smile. Senior Kakashi, long time no see, are you back? Yes, then I'll go to Master Naruto first, and talk to me when I have time. It is good. Kakashi moved away gradually, and Izumo and Ziti came back to their senses. In the Naruto office, the three generations of Naruto looked at Kakashi with relief and said, I have been out for more than a year, and I feel different after coming back. It's been a good year after I came back. Very well, I now understand a little bit why Master Jiraiya chose to travel everywhere. Is that guy Jiraiya? You don't want to learn from him? Three generations of Hokage said helplessly. Obviously, I was a little dissatisfied with the behavior of Jiraiya and Konoha. Although the three generations taught Sannin, one defected and the two did not return to the village all the year round. This was something he was very distressed about. Okay, just come back, report to Anbu tomorrow. Anbu still has a lot of time waiting for you to deal with it. Understand? Then I will retire first. Well, go ahead. Watching Kakashi leave, the joy on the face of the third generation of Hokage faded slightly. When I come back at this juncture, I don't know what Kakashi's plan is. Uchiha, it's really a troublesome family. But if Kakashi can stop this internal fight, it would be a beautiful thing. Kakashi, who walked out of the Naruto Tower, looked in the direction of Uchiha's station. Uchiha, what's your fate this time? How high will the flame be when the wind blows up the dead leaves? Chapter 213 Itachi's Choice. Kakashi returned to Kaima's house, and hadn't lived there for more than a year. There was dust everywhere. It seems that some are busy today. Kakashi touched his hair, feeling helpless. It's really a troublesome thing to do, hygiene or something. Trouble is trouble. Kakashi is still busy. With the help of the shadow clone, Kakashi quickly cleaned up the house. There are not many things in the Flagwood house, so it doesn't take much effort to pack it up. Early the next morning, Kakashi arrived at the Anbu base. After more than a year, Kakashi really missed it. Kakashi came a bit early, and the members of Class 6 have not yet come. Kakashi didn't care either, and his confidant changed Anbu's clothes. He touched the dark mark on his left arm, and sighed, "I'm back." At this moment, the door creaked and opened. The man was dressed in black, with deep lines on both sides of the nose clip on his face. Uchiha Itachi. Yo, Itachi, long time no see. Kakashi greeted with a smile, but Itachi was taken aback. Senior Kakashi, when did you come back? Yesterday. Kakashi looked at Itachi and felt that it became more indifferent. Today. It seems that Itachi has been under a lot of pressure for more than a year. Itachi, depending on your appearance, the conflict between the village and Uchiha is getting worse. Itachi nodded without refuting. You may not be able to say this to others, but for Kakashi, Itachi still believes it. For nothing else, just relying on Kakashi's ability to turn his face with Danzo for Shisui is enough to prove that Kakashi is on his side. Patting Itachi on the shoulder, Kakashi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will be back this time, and the problem will be solved." Itachi was slightly surprised. Looking at Kakashi with her crescent eyes, she felt a strange feeling for no reason. Senior Kakashi, what do you mean? Itachi was about to ask when the door of the room was opened again, and 2 or 3 people came in. Seeing someone coming, Itachi would naturally not ask any more. Kakashi whispered in Itachi's ear, "See you in the canyon at midnight." Hearing this, Itachi nodded slightly, and it was really not suitable to say this now. Those who came in were also taken aback when they saw Kakashi. Senior Kakashi. Oh, it's Danzang Ankson, long time no see. Kakashi smiled and said hello, making people feel like a spring breeze. Senior Kakashi. When did you come back? Danzang asked excitedly. I came back yesterday. And today I was called by 3 generations of adults to work in Anbu. Hey, it's really hard work. Senior is true. After walking silently for more than a year, our tasks have become a lot heavier all at once. Ziyan pretended to complain. Sorry for your hard work. Who is this? Seeing that there is a strange face beside Xin and Tanzang, he should have joined Anbu after he left. left. Zayan immediately said after hearing this, "Senior, it's really Moonlight Wind. You didn't join Class 6 until you left. Moonlight Storm is carrying a long knife, has heavy dark circles, and coughs from time to time." "Hello, Senior Kakashi, I am Moonlight High 8, and I am honored to join your 6th class." Moonlight High 8 watched Kakashi's eyes full of admiration. In the Anbu, the meaning of Kakashi's name is very clear, and it is precisely because of the clarity that I admire it. When I was able to join the 6th class, Moonlight High 8 knew that the 6th class was the direct department of Kakashi. Otherwise, he might not choose the 6th class. Most importantly, Moonlight High 8 is good at Konoha flow swordsmanship, and among Konoha, the best swordsmanship is Kakashi. To sum up all the reasons, Moonlight High 8 has nothing but adoration for Kakashi. Kakashi was slightly surprised when he saw it. Was the Moonlight Blast the hapless guy who died in Maji's hands? Since you joined the 6th class, please work hard. Seeing you should also be practicing swordsmanship. Let's discuss it when we have time. Moonlight High 8 looked happy. Kakashi said it was a match, but the gap between the two must be Kakashi's guidance. Thinking of this, Moonlight Gale is naturally very happy. "Thank you, Senior." "Okay, everyone change their clothes and prepare for the mission." Yes, said it was a mission. But Konoha had been too quiet recently, so Anb was just a patrol mission. Kakashi sat on the roof boredly and murmured, "I haven't done this kind of thing for a long time. I'm really not used to it." Kakashi lay lazily on the roof basking in the sun. The area he was responsible for was not large. Even if he was lying down, Kakashi could clearly know what was going on here. That's. Kakashi sat up in a spirited spirit, and saw two people approaching not far away. It was Itachi and Sasuke. "Itachi's task is finished. It's really fast. I don't know where Itachi's strength has reached now." The kaleidoscope writing wheel should be opened when the water died. "I don't know how far he can use it. I really look forward to it." A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Kakashi looked forward to seeing each other in the evening. As the night was as cold as water, Itachi walked out of the room quietly, and walked away from the residence of the Uchiha clan. And the moment Itachi left, Uchiha Tomite, who was lying in his room, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced in the direction where Itachi had left. After that, he didn't get up, and continued to close his eyes, as if he fell asleep again. Itachi sprinted all the way, bypassing all the secret parts on duty, and soon came to the canyon. From a distance, Kakashi's figure was already on the side of the canyon. Itachi stopped and said respectfully, "Senior Kakashi." Kakashi turned his head and smiled. "Itachi, you are here, you are on time, it's just 0. I don't know what the seniors asked me to come here," Itachi asked straightforwardly. And Kakashi didn't talk nonsense. "I think you should also know that Danzo's thoughts on Uchiha will definitely not let Uchiha continue to exist." Itachi squeezed his right hand, obviously understanding this fact. "What are you going to do?" Itachi looked directly at Kakashi's gaze, struggling. Kakashi sighed lightly and said, "It looks like you made a bad decision." Itachi lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. "Senior Kakashi, if the final situation really happens, I hope you can help me take care of Sasuke." Itachi stated his own demands, and apparently had reached a consensus with Danzo. Looking at the 13-year-old boy in front of him, Kakashi was a little emotional. What he carried on his body was heavier than himself. "No, Itachi, things haven't reached this point yet." Chapter 214 Plan Senior. Now there is no room for transfer between the Uchiha clan and the top. No, there's more. Okay. Itachi looked at Kakashi in surprise, obviously very curious about Kakashi's turnaround over the past year. But someone has broken his heart over this matter. Kakashi smiled. "Who?" Shisui. "Come out." "What?" Itachi was shocked, and then felt that there was someone behind him, and turned his head to see that it was not someone else, It was Shisui who should have died. Shisui, you are still alive. Itachi was inexplicably surprised. Itachi, long time no see. Shisui smiled. What exactly is going on? Shisui immediately told Itachi what happened that year, and Itachi suddenly. Senior Kakashi, thank you for saving Shisui. Kakashi waved his hand and said, Shisui is also my friend, you don't need to thank me. Itachi, I have worked hard for you these years. These were originally my duties, but they fell on you. Shisui was very apologetic. He was supposed to support the conflict between Uchiha and the higher-ups, but now he has become Itachi. Itachi shook his head and said, this is also my responsibility. Looking at you, I came back prepared this time. Shisui and Kakashi looked at each other, and both showed a smile. Itachi, this time Kakashi and I came back to save the Uchiha clan. After all, if I didn't guess wrong, I'm afraid Danzo can't help but fight Uchi. Itachi nodded and said, yes, Danzo has already planned to do something against the Uchiha clan. Itachi, are you planning to destroy the Uchiha clan? Kakashi asked. Yes, I have already made a deal with Danzo. As long as I kill the Uchiha clan, he will leave Sasuke. As long as Sasuke is there, the Uchiha clan's glory will always reappear. I don't want the Uchiha clan to stand the sentence. The charge of the village. Let me bear the charge of such a charge. Itachi's idea is not complicated. First, he wants to ensure that Konoha's internal fighting does not occur. He hates war. 2. He wants to retain the glory of Uchiha's clan. As long as he destroys Uchiha, Uchiha will naturally not be sentenced to the village. At that time, Uchiha will still be the glorious Uchiha. 3. Sasuke is the hope he left behind, not only because he is his own younger brother, but also because he believes that Sasuke has the potential to grow up and rejuvenate Uchiha. Moreover, only when Sasuke grows up can he fight the mysterious man, the guy who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Kakashi shook his head and said, Itachi, I don't agree with your approach. It is irrational to put all hope on Sasuke. You must know that by doing this, Sasuke is only hatred. A person who just wants revenge will do a lot of extreme things. I know, but this is the only way. I can only believe that Sasuke can do it. Itachi knew that there was a big risk in doing this, but for now, he could only do this kind of place. There is still time in the future, and he believes he can find a corresponding solution. Itachi, I won't let you slaughter the Uchiha clan. The clan members have not sinned. You should know that this situation is, to a large extent, the result of Danzo's persecution. Stop water. Okay, Itachi, put your plan aside for the time being. Shisui and I are coming back, not to see you slaughter the clan. Senior Kakashi, what are your plans? Itachi also understood at this time. Shisui and Kakashi obviously came prepared. Itachi, to stop this civil unrest, there are two important points. One is Danzo. His hostility to Uchiha is too heavy. The other is the determination of the Uchiha clan. Itachi did not speak, expressing his acquiescence, and he was equally aware of these 2 points. Danzo will be handed over to me, and I will change his will. As Shisui said, a crow flew out, with blood-red eyes, and it was Shishui's writing wheel eyes. This eye was the left eye that Shisui handed over to Kakashi. He didn't plan to reinstall it for himself, but it didn't hinder its use. Just set other gods in it. At this time Kakashi said, the next question is the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan feels that they have the strength to defeat Konoha's high levels and master Konoha's power. But we all know that this is impossible. Yes, even if it really defeats the top, Konoha's other families will not sit idly by. Kakashi was right. Even if Uchiha can beat the top, Konoha's other families will not sit idly by. Let alone the distance, the Hyuga clan will not let the Uchiha clan dominate. Both families depend on their eyes for food. Although Hyuga is not in Uchiha's eyes, Hyuga regards Uchiha as a strong competitor. So, I will let the Uchiha clan realize that their rebellion will not have any results. Kakashi said, exuding a terrifying aura. Itachi shuddered in his heart. already understanding Kakashi's plan. He was actually planning to block the entire Uchiha clan by himself. But after thinking about it, this is not impossible. After Danzo and Uchiha are resolved, this rebellion can be regarded as coming to an end. Uchiha's dissatisfaction, in the final analysis, is the unfair treatment of Konoha's senior management. I will persuade the 3 generations of adults to give Uchiha the right power. Hearing this, Itachi's eyes brightened, and it seemed that it really seemed to be breaking the situation. If it can be implemented smoothly, it may really form a turning point. Yes, the question is how to end it in the end. I have reached a consensus with the Fire Country Daimyo, and will send 12 outstanding Uchiha ninjas to the City of Fire and become the guardian of the 12 ninjas. At that time, it will be established as the bridge between Uchiha and the Daimyo. There will be 1 or 2 scruples between the high levels, Shisui said lightly. In order to obtain the support of the Daimyo, Shisui has been busy for more than a year. Kakashi suddenly said, if these plans are implemented carefully, there shouldn't be a big problem. But there is a variable in it. Variable? Both Shisui and Itachi looked at Kakashi strangely. Kakashi did not answer directly, but looked at Itachi and said, Itachi, you should have seen a mysterious man wearing a mask. He calls himself Uchiha Madara. Itachi's pupils shrank, obviously not expecting Kakashi to know about it. Uchiha Madara? Shisui was also surprised when he heard this. Yes, I did meet this person. He seems to have resentment towards Konoha and Uchiha. I can understand the variables you mentioned, and he is indeed likely to intervene sideways. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. He naturally knew that this so-called Uchiha Madara was posing as dirt, but it was not the time to talk about it. Is it really that Uchiha Madara? Shisui said in surprise. As a person of the Uchiha clan, it is natural to know the prestige of Uchiha Madara. If this person really intervenes, things will become very troublesome. I'm not sure. He seems to be seriously injured, and he doesn't have the terrifying power as before. Itachi, I am afraid that you still need to deal with the words of that mysterious person, Kakashi said suddenly. Huh? Senior Kakashi, what can you do? Chapter 215. Eve in a dark underground place, a figure with a strange mask sits quietly on a stone. Suddenly, a Nepenthe-like creature suddenly emerged from the ground. The masked man didn't show any surprised expression either. It seemed that he had become accustomed to it a long time ago. Take the soil. Konoha is very lively right now. The superficial peace of the high level and Uchiha clan will probably not last long. Haiju's hoarse voice floated in this space, which made people a little uncomfortable. Oh, what did you find? No. Recently I dare not approach Konoha to inquire about information. Haiju whispered. Is he back? Yes, I just came back yesterday. The voice of the masked man couldn't hear the joy or anger, but it seemed to be a lot heavier. It seems that he still wade into this muddy water. That's not more interesting. I really look forward to what Itachi and Kakashi look like when they fight. Haiju's voice was full of expectation and unspeakable gloom. No, I can't fight. Kakashi is not that simple. It seems that this plan of extermination will have a lot of variables. Oh, do you think Hagai Kakashi is capable of preventing this coup? Said in surprise. Don't doubt Kakashi's ability, after all, he is a figure called a genius. Genius? Haiju sneered in his heart. In these long years, what kind of genius has he never seen? Although Kakashi was excellent, in Haiju's eyes, it was nothing more than that. Haiju's thoughts bring the earth and he doesn't know. What he thinks now is just how to make this genocide scene go on. If Kakashi really prevented this coup, his plans would be affected more or less. It looks like him going to Konoha to see the situation. After taking the soil, a wave of spatial fluctuations disappeared in place. Haiju watched the soil disappear without saying anything. In his opinion, the Uchiha clan is indestructible and does not conflict with his ultimate goal. It's really a good show, Haiju said with a smile. Ailey, do you think so too? I think so too. Or we should go and have a look together then. Haiju said excitedly. Cut, don't go. that Kakashi has learned the fairy mode, and we will definitely be discovered when we use it. This is really troublesome. Oh, so distressed. I really want to see it. Konoha, Canyon. Itachi, leave it to you. I see, Senior Kakashi, if the plan is really realized, what I do will be worth it. Itachi nodded in response, but his mood was much better than before. Now that he is not alone in bearing this matter, with the help of Shisui and Kakashi, Itachi believes that this will be another new road. Perhaps Uchiha can continue to exist, but also can get rid of the awkward situation before. For this reason, if you only sacrifice yourself, why not? Thanks for your hard work, Itachi. Next, the hardest thing will be you. Kakashi knew very well that in this plan, although the part that he and Shisui had to bear was dangerous, with the abilities of the two of them, there should be no big problem. But Itachi is different. He has to bear too much. It's just that there is no other choice. Only Itachi can take this road. After discussing the specific matters, the three went away. At the route, under the gloomy candlelight, Tuanzang revealed a left eye with a gloomy look. I didn't expect Hagai Kakashi to come back at this time. What is his purpose? Is it also for the Uchiha clan? Danzo touched the bandage on his right eye and snorted coldly. No matter what you are for, the Uchiha clan will disappear. My right eye has been waiting for 2 years. Only when Uchiha is destroyed can I get the power I want. As long as I have this power, there must be a chance to control Konoha's overall situation. At that time, Konoha will be able to unify the ninja world and become the only ninja village in the world. The 5 great nations? There is no need to exist at all. Danzo squeezed the crutch in his hand, his eyes full of madness and stubbornness. Itachi, don't let me down. At Uchiha's house, Itachi ran into his room silently. At this moment, the candle in the room suddenly lit up. Itachi was startled and turned to look. I saw a tall figure sitting on the side with a solemn face. Uchiha Tomatake. Father, why are you here? Itachi's surprise was fleeting, and he quickly regained his composure. Itachi, maybe I should ask you this sentence. Where have you been so late? Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Itachi sighed silently. Now that we have taken this step, we can no longer miss everything here. Father, this is an bus task, I can't tell you. Fuyu's face became very ugly, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with Itachi's answer. Itachi, do you know what you are talking about? I know everything I'm doing. The father and son looked at each other, but there was no trace of warmth. The air was filled with a suffocating atmosphere. Itachi, you let me down. For a long time, Fu spit out these words gently. Itachi was silent. Itachi, you come with me. Fu didn't seem to intend to continue talking here, but wanted to take Itachi to another place. Itachi was a little confused, but still followed Fu to leave. At the level of the two, the dark part of the patrol is naturally impossible to find. Soon, under the leadership of Fu, the two came to a place. Nanga Shrine, a secret meeting place for the Uchiha clan. Come in, Itachi. Fu led Itachi into Nanga Shrine and walked directly into the basement. Itachi, you should have opened a kaleidoscope to write round eyes, right? Fu looked at the stone tablet in the middle of the basement and asked with his back to Itachi. Itachi's complexion tightened, and he opened a kaleidoscope. Apart from himself, only Shisui and Kakashi knew about it. Why would his father know? Don't be surprised. After Shisui died, I found that your eyes were not right. It's painful, the feeling of losing a close friend, Fu said, turning his head, looking at Itachi with scarlet A's. Itachi's face changed drastically. The scarlet A's, weird patterns. Kaleidoscope right round eyes. Why does the father have it too? I'm surprised to see you. Are you surprised at these eyes? Hee. Yes, I should be surprised. These eyes have not appeared in Uchiha for a long time. Fuyu's tone was full of emotion, as if something had been thought of. Itachi's face was low. He really didn't think his father would have these eyes. In this case, Can Senior Kakashi be able to resist it? For those who have these eyes, Itachi is very clear about how powerful these eyes are. Chapter 216 Fuayu and Itachi. During the 3 World Wars, a good friend died in the hands of the enemy. In order to save me, so I opened this kaleidoscope. But I didn't tell anyone else. Do you know why? Why? Because after opening this kaleidoscope, I only know how amazing and terrifying the power is hidden in this kaleidoscope. If the people of the tribe knew that I have shell onion, do you know what will happen? What? Fu shook his head and said, look for yourself. Fuayu said. The kaleidoscope writing wheel began to spin frantically. Itachi only felt a flower in front of him, and he entered the illusion. 3 Uchiha tribesmen tied Uzumaki Naruto and placed them directly in front of Futake. Patriarch Ren'Zili has been brought here. Let's use the true power of the Uchiha clan. The voice was full of desire and fiery. Fu folded his hands and bowed his head silently, but in the end, he couldn't hold back the tribe, and finally displayed the kaleidoscope. For a time, Konoha fell into the horror of being destroyed by Nine Tails 8 years ago. At this moment, the illusion disappeared instantly, and Itachi was sweating profusely. This is Itachi. Now you understand. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes can control Kyuubi, and this is the main reason why Uchiha is afraid of high-level officials. If Kakashi heard this sentence, he would tell Fu clearly that kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes can indeed control Nine Tails, but the gossip seal on Naruto's body cannot be cracked even if you control Nine Tails. Is it true that you did the Nine-Tail incident 8 years ago by your father? Futake shook his head and said, no, I have been hiding things from my own eyes. How could I release Kyuubi? This is not good for Uchiha. You must know that you are not the only one who loves Konoha in Uchiha. He's Shisui. In the Nine Tails rebellion, there were also many people who wanted to rescue them, but they were unable to act because of Danzo's orders. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Itachi, Uchiha did not come to this step out of original intention. If it weren't for the high-level oppression and cope this step, Uchiha would never take it. The Uchiha family, praised by the 2nd generation of Hokage, understands the preciousness of love better than any other family. According to the 2nd generation of Naruto, it is precisely because Uchiha knows love better, so when lost, it is easy to breed hatred and produce terrifying thoughts. Because the essence of writing round eyes is to loose. But in fact, this statement has a very deep personal touch with the 2nd generation of Hokage. The hatred caused by the loss of love is not the patent of the Uchiha clan. Any normal person will have hatred when his important person dies. Not everyone can be like Naruto. Even if Nagato killed Jiraiya, he can forgive him. The Uchiha clan is the same as most people in this matter. Moreover, the 2nd generation of Naruto himself said that the Uchiha clan knows love better than anyone else. That is to say, they were originally a kind and friendly clan. Only after experiencing a major change in life, they may be distorted. May I ask, which normal person will not change after undergoing a major change in life? Such distortions and changes will not necessarily push people into the abyss. Itachi, Shisui, Fuayu, they have all experienced great changes and opened a kaleidoscope of writing, but they did not want to destroy the world. Another example is Sasuke, Madara, and Daito. Although they are all plunged into the abyss of darkness, didn't they all wake up in the end? Explain that they are all kind people by nature. Even if they are in the dark, their goal is also for peace. Does this kind of people really need to be so guarded against? In fact, in the final analysis, the 2nd generation of Hokage began to implement the precautionary policy against Uchiha because of fear. The Thousand Hands clan can no longer produce another Thousand Hands pillars, but the Uchiha clan can produce another Uchiha Madara. It is precisely because of this fear that the 2nd generation of Hokage will take certain isolation measures against Uchiha. And this kind of measure completely changed the taste when it came to Danzo. Danzo resisted blindly, and finally pushed this proud and loving family out of Konoha completely. Looking at Fu, Itachi could clearly feel the sincerity revealed by his father at this time. Father, at this point in the matter, are you planning to use force to fight for power? Futake sighed and said, Itachi, this is not my intention, but if this continues, Uchiha will be wiped out by Konoha sooner or later. Rather than sit and wait for death, it is better to take the initiative to attack. Moreover, this is also the wish of the tribe, even if I am the patriarch cannot be changed either. Once a coup d'etat, what the price will be, father, you should know very well. I know, so I need your help. Itachi, you are in the Anbu, and the high-level officials have some trust in you. With your kaleidoscope writing round eyes, you can definitely control the high level. At that time, it will not be impossible to complete a bloodless coup. Fu said, looking at Itachi with some expectations, obviously looking forward to something. It's just that Itachi looked solemn, and finally shook his head. Fu was a little lost when he saw this. Itachi, did you still choose the Konoha side? Father, it was originally the case, but what happened tonight has made me see a turning point. What's up? Fu asked with some doubts. Father, if Konoha's senior management can lift the surveillance of Uchiha and give Uchiha certain powers, will Uchiha abandon this coup and accept Konoha again? Itachi did not answer directly, but instead asked a question. Fu was silent for a moment, and said, if Konoha's senior management can really do this, then I'm sure to convince the tribe. Okay, father, just wait for tomorrow. All problems will produce results tomorrow. Itachi smiled relieved, obviously satisfied with Fuyu's answer. Itachi, what is going on? Itachi still didn't answer, just showed a slight smile, and said softly, father, don't worry, you will understand tomorrow. Fu wanted to ask again, but seeing Itachi's expression, he closed all the questions back. Watching Itachi grow up, Fu naturally understands Itachi's temperament. With such an expression, Itachi had already made a decision. Now that Itachi said that, what Fu can do is to believe in this son. After all, Itachi has always been Fuyu's pride. For his son, Fu unconditionally chose to believe. The night was as cold as water, and Kakashi didn't know that Futake and Itachi were communicating at Nanga Shrine at this time. Sitting in his own window, Kakashi looked at the bright moon outside. Cold and faint. No one knows that the legendary Ten-Tails are sealed there, and the unknown Kagayoji has already lived on the Datongma clan. This world is still huge. Kakashi stretched out his right hand as if he was about to catch the full moon, but in the end he dropped his right hand empty. Tomorrow is the time for change. After deviating from the original track, the world will return to the track it should have. Kakashi chuckled, took off the forehead and touched the Konoha logo on it. Under the moonlight, the sign gleamed and dazzled people's eyes. But, even if it's off track, what about Chapter 217? Attitude. In the distance, the moon was shining, and the black crow came slowly. Huh? This is Itachi's crow? The crow was originally a psychic beast raised by Shisui. Later, Itachi also raised some, so both of them regarded the black crow as their psychic beast. The crow landed on Kakashi's shoulder. His eyes were blood-red writing wheels. A little illusion fell in Kakashi's eyes, and a dazzling woke up. It turns out Itachi discovered that Fuyu has a kaleidoscope to write round eyes. Did you tell me about it? Hee, I've known this kind of thing a long time ago. The crow flew away again and merged into the dark night sky. Does kaleidoscope write round eyes? Really look forward to it. Under the moonlight, Kakashi's left eye turned into a color, and then it turned into a black dart shape, which looked full of weird beauty. The crow flew into Itachi's hands again. Huh? Senior Kakashi is still sure? By the way, Shisui also has a kaleidoscope. Senior Kakashi should know the power of the kaleidoscope. That should be fine. Moreover, father should not go all out. Then the next step is Danzo. The Itachi figure disappeared again, heading to the roots. This night is destined to be filled with this weird piece. Behind it, there is murderous intent. In the Naruto office, the third generation of Naruto is still correcting documents. I don't know why recently it seems that there are so many missions in the Fire Country, and most of Konoha's combat power has been sent out. The combat power remaining in Konoha was less than a third of all. Coupled with the fact that the Uchiha clan cannot go out to perform tasks for the time being, the available power becomes even less. Hey, this is not a solution. The third generation of Hokage put down the pen in his hand, stood up, stretched out, and showed exhaustion. Even if they are not convinced by the old, the three generations of Hokage have to admit that their energy has indeed dropped a lot. If you were young, you would not feel tired at all when you were dealing with files at this time, but now, the third generation of Hokage is a little overwhelmed. Like this year's old movie, except for the third generation of Hokage, I am afraid that there is only Oiki from Yanin. When the three generations of Hokage sighed, the door of the room was knocked suddenly. Da. The third generation of Hokage was taken aback, and then a trace of doubt was revealed. At this point in time, anyone will come to find himself. And Anbu didn't seem to report it. Who is it? Is it three generations of adults? The familiar voice stretched the brows of the third generation of Hokage. Kakashi, come in. With a squeak, the door opened, and a man with silver white hair came in. It was Kakashi. Kakashi, it's so late, what can I do for you? Three generations of adults, what I talked to you tonight is very important, so we may need to be more concealed. Oh, the three generations of Naruto had a slightly solemn expression. After having known Kakashi for so long, it was the first time that Kakashi showed such an expression. In that case, the three generations of Hokage said, their hands were sealed, and in an instant, a hidden barrier appeared in the Hokage office, covering the entire Hokage office. Can you talk now? Thank you, three generations of adults. The thing I want to say is about the Uchiha clan. Uchiha? The third generation of Hokage frowned, and said in a low voice, this is indeed a big problem. It seems that you are coming back this time for Uchiha. You are very good at picking time, even if it is more than a year. Outside, you pay a lot of attention to Konoha. The three generations of Hokage sat aside and continued, sit down and talk. Let me see what you plan for this year. For the arrival of Kakashi, the third generation of Naruto is not surprising. In other words, when Kakashi chooses to come back at this time, the third generation of Naruto knows that things will not be simple. I just didn't expect that Kakashi would choose to come so late. Kakashi was also not polite, sitting on the opposite side of the third generation of Hokage. Three generations of adults, what do the senior executives think about Uchiha? Kakashi, let me tell you, Uchiha's little moves are clear under the eyes of the high-level leaders, and we all understand their minds. Their desire for power has expanded. I am afraid that it will not be long before the revolution will be realized. After being a Hokage for so many years, the three generations of Hokage will naturally not lose sight of the situation in front of them. You know, after the death of the second generation of Hokage, the situation is more complicated than it is now. Isn't it still settled by the third generation of Hokage? Of course. Two of these people play a crucial role. One is Danzo, and the other is Uchiha Mirror. Then three generations of adults plan to destroy the Uchiha clan? Kakashi said, looking at the third generation of Hokage with scorching eyes. Kakashi, everyone in Konoha is my family. I never wanted to destroy them. To me, the Uchiha clan is like a child who has gone the wrong way. They break back into the right way, not kill them. Kakashi looked at the three generations of Hokage, and found that his eyes were full of magnanimousness, without the slightest falsehood. So, what about Danzo? Hearing the name of this old friend, the three generations of Hokage's face changed slightly, and for a long time, he sighed. Kakashi, Danzo may not be able to tolerate Uchiha. Compared with the second generation Naruto, Danzo's prejudice against Uchiha is more profound, and there is no room for maneuver. Uchiha has reached this point, and Danzo's aggressiveness is also a very important reason. Then why don't you stop it? The third generation of Naruto smiled bitterly and said, Kakashi, the position of Naruto is not as simple as you think. You should know that the second generation of Naruto died young and died in the peace talks with Union, right? Kakashi nodded, facing this period of history. He is no stranger. Before the second generation of Hokage was dying, I was appointed as Konoha's third generation of Hokage. Although I have an appointment, but no matter my age or seniority, I am not enough to serve as the third generation of Naruto. There are also the older generation of elites in the village. Many do not obey my orders. Kakashi was not surprised when he heard this. It was like the change of power in ancient China and the abdication of the old emperor, but the new generation of emperors had not fully grown up. It is inevitable that some ambitions would like to take the opportunity to rise. At that time, because of my identity, the Senju clan fully supported me, and Uchiha Kage and Danzo and Menyon and Koharu were also members of my support. Kage persuaded the Uchiha clan to support me, and Danzo was the founder of the Roots to obliterate all opposition in the village. In this way, I am firmly in the position of Hokage. Therefore, I owe Danzo a favor. As for the Uchiha clan, I also owe Mirror a favor. Chapter 218 Advent. Because of this favor, I can't do it with Danzo, and I can't do it with the Uchiha clan. So you plan to let the flow go? Hey, Kakashi, this is a dilemma. 3 generations of adults. You are old and you have lost the courage you should have. Kakashi's gaze fell on the third generation of Hokage like a hot flame, making the third generation of Hokage very uncomfortable. Maybe the third generation of Hokage did not deny these things. Since the death of the fourth generation, he returned to the post, and the feeling of excess and lack of energy has been lingering in his heart, and it has not disappeared for a moment. The 3 generations of Hokage at this time looked like an ordinary old man in Kakashi's eyes, and there was no longer a trace of the heroic appearance of the first sight. Time is the most terrifying poison, capable of destroying what a hero should be. No wonder people often say that since ancient times, famous generals are like beauties, and they are not allowed to see white heads. Time will turn them into the most annoying appearance. Well, Kakashi, I have heard so much. It's time to talk about your thoughts. You won't be late. Come here to listen to my old things. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage were like a kind old grandfather, and the gaze looking at Kakashi seemed to be looking at a good child. 3 generations of adults. If Uchiha abandons the idea of a coup, can the high levels give Uchiha the trust they deserve and return their due rights? You should know why Uchiha came to this point. This is the main purpose of Kakashi's coming here today. Only if this goal is realized, can he go to the Uchiha clan tomorrow to realize his next goal. Otherwise, even if it succeeds with Uchiha, it doesn't make sense. The 3 generations of Naruto hesitated. Kakashi went on to say, I know that the senior management suspected that the Kyuubi time was done by the Uchiha clan, but I can clearly say that Kyuubi was indeed manipulated by the writer. But it is Konoha's Uchiha clan has nothing to do. Kakashi, you said Konoha's Uchiha. Could there be another Uchiha in this world? The 3 generations of Hokage were shocked when they heard this, and noticed something wrong in Kakashi's words. 3 generations of adults. But 1 Uchiha left Konoha back then. The 3rd generation of Hokage's pupils shrank, and said in surprise, You mean Uchiha Madara? Yes, although I don't know whether it is Uchiha Madara himself or his descendant, it will not be Konoha's Uchiha anyway. You know, Mizuki was accompanied throughout the whole process. If it was Konoha's Uchiha, how could Miss Watergate not tell you the news? The 3 generations of Hokage were shocked, and the situation that day immediately came to mind. That's right, Mizuki did not say that the Uchiha clan did something. With the power of Mizuki, if it is really a ghost of the Uchiha clan, wouldn't it know? Fans of the authorities, the 3 generations of Hokage did not think of this, but Danzo's preconceived notions occupied his mind, making him too late to react to these things. What you said makes sense. But if Uchiha is really Madara, isn't it possible that the Uchiha clan will fall under his control again? Kakashi shook his head and said, 3 generations of adults, you forgot, it was the Uchiha clan who abandoned Uchiha Madara. His hatred of Uchiha clan is not less than his hatred of Konoha, so how could it be heavier? Be good. It's true. Now, 3 generations of adults still think that the Uchiha clan is the culprit of the Kyuubi rebellion. Kakashi, what you said does have some truth, but now at this point, can Uchiha return to his original appearance? Once a thing like ambition breeds, it may not be easy to eliminate. The 3rd generation of Hokage's brows frowned, obviously having their own worries about this matter. Kakashi stood up, smiled and said, 3 generations of adults, don't worry, I have my way. As long as you can give me a guarantee, after the Uchiha clan give up the coup, you are willing to give them the rights they deserve. Up. The 3rd generation of Hokage thought for a moment, and said, I will fight for it. The elders are a trouble. With your guarantee, that's it. Kakashi finished speaking and left the Hokage office, but the 3rd generation of Hokage was a little confused. Is this over? What exactly is Kakashi's plan? The 3rd generation of Hokage didn't know, but he faintly felt that something major was about to happen. Kakashi, you can relax. At the root, Itachi stood opposite Danzo. Itachi, what's the matter in coming so late? The Uchiha clan confirmed the rebellion. Tuanzang squinted his left eye, revealing a cold light. Sure enough. So, what is your decision? Help Konoha and kill Uchiha, so you can keep your brother? Or do you want to be with Uchiha and be destroyed by the village? I chose to obliterate Uchiha. Well, the darkness will fade away, and the light will shine on the village again. Kakashi put on his clothes and left his room. It started, the so-called freshman. The messenger of the Daimyo should be coming soon. The residence of the Uchiha clan is still as usual. It seems that it has become a small village, and every family lives together in peace. Sasuke picked up his small school bag and was about to set off. Mikoto shouted, Sasuke, your lunch. Sasuke took it and said, thank you mom. Ha ha, good Sasuke, how do you feel at school? Very good, but there is a yellow-haired idiot who always comes to trouble me and can't beat me. Oh, that's it, Mikoto said with a smile. Yeah, mom, well, let's not talk about it, I'm going to leave. Come on, Sasuke. Okay. Watching Sasuke leave, the smile on Mikoto's face did not immediately disappear. It's a good day, Kushina. It would be better if you were still alive. The moon rises at sunset. Uchiha Plaza. Fuayu stood on the stage, and underneath were nearly 100 Uchiha people. These are all elites who have opened the eyes of the writing wheel, although 3 of them are less than double digits. But the Uchiha clan, as long as the writing wheel is opened, their combat power will soar. Sangue writes round eyes, which symbolizes Shangren. If you are proficient in 3 jade writing round eyes, you will be the elite. The Patriarch, hurry up and decide when to launch the coup. Time has been dragged on for too long, and if you drag it on, sooner or later the senior Konoha will find out. Yeah? The Patriarch, Konoha was unkind, so we can't blame us for being unrighteous. Patriarch, it's time to make a decision. Fu looked at the excited tribe below, his face was gloomy, and he didn't know how to answer. A coup? If there is a choice, Fuayu will not choose the path of a coup, whether it was success or failure. There was too much blood on this road, which Fu did not want to see. He knew how cruel the war was, and he also had many friends who died in the war. Beside Fuayu, there is an elderly man with grey hair. He has witnessed too many years of Uchiha, and he has a high prestige among the Uchiha clan. Seeing Fuayu kept silent, the old man sighed and said, Fuayu, it's time to make a decision. The Uchiha clan can't go on like this anymore. Just when Fu wanted to say something, a lazy voice sounded across the square. Yo, guys, it looks like you are discussing something big, sorry to disturb you. Everyone was shocked, and they all looked in the same direction. In the moonlight, the silver-white figure slowly walked from a distance, and the robe dancing in the wind hunted and hunted. Hagai Kakashi. Kakashi stopped and said softly, come here uninvited, please forgive me. Immediately, his right foot shook slightly, and the black runes instantly dispersed from the soles of the feet. The huge barrier spread from all directions. Enchantment. Stand. I have something to talk to you. Chapter 219. Let's start. The roots. Master Danzo, Uchiha Itachi has entered the residence of the Uchiha clan, and the barrier has been opened. Tuanzang's face was stern, but there was a hint of joy quietly passing through his eyes. Well, tonight the Uchiha clan will become history, and Konoha will usher in a new life. Master Danzo is wise. You lead the root members, and after Uchiha Itachi kills all the Uchiha clan, you will start to reclaim the writing wheel eyes. Yes, Lord Danzo. After B finished speaking, he disappeared in place with a bang. Uchiha, it is finally mine to write round eyes. I will never write round eyes again in the future. Stupid Yakun will become my strength. Danzang rolled up the sleeve of his right hand, and it was pale. This arm made of interpillar cells should also be put on the writing wheel. At the entrance of the root, a black shadow flashed. Danzo should be inside. It seems that some of the members of the roots were sent to Uchiha Station, and some were sent to cover the eyes and ears of the third generation of Hokage. There are not many people here now. If you are careful, you should be able to get Danzo. The moonlight shone on the man's face, showing a delicate appearance. It is Uchiha Shisui. Kakashi should start over there. I want to hurry up. Shisui put on the mask of the dark part and sneaked into the root. Shisui had also stayed at the roots before, and coupled with the information from Itachi, it was not a big problem to move freely in the roots. In the dark night, two figures rushed to the roof. Itachi, it seems that someone is one step ahead of you to find trouble with the Uchiha clan. Okay. Itachi gave a soft hum, his expression indifferent, and he couldn't see the joy or anger. What to do? Do you still continue to do it? No hurry. I originally wanted to wait for the rally, and then go home and break them one by one. Now that everyone is gathered together, even if we can win, there will be a lot of noise. After all, this is Konoha. That's it. Then wait. After speaking, the mysterious man with a mask looked at Kakashi in the square, and said in his heart, Kakashi, how far can you be today? For this sad family. Itachi was calm on the surface, but his heart was equally uneasy. Whether Kakashi can conquer Uchiha Head, and whether Shisui can change Danzo, everything is happening at this moment. But his mission has not yet begun. Hagai Kakashi, what are you doing here? And, what do you mean? The Uchiha clan has been isolated in a corner of the village since the Kyuubi rebellion, and no one other than Uchiha will come here on weekdays. Although everyone knew that Hokage's Anbu and Danzo's roots watched here every day, they had never been so blatant as Kakashi. It's not interesting, it's just that I want to talk to you about something. Hammer Kakashi, you are not welcome here. Get out of here quickly. Kakashi is indeed unpopular in the eyes of the Uchiha clan. For nothing else, just for Kakashi's left eye to write the wheel. That was something of the Uchiha clan, and in their opinion, it was an insult. It's just that the situation at the time forced him to not retrieve the writing wheel. Fuayu's decision also respected the willingness to bring soil. Therefore, although the writing wheel eye is still on Kakashi, many Uchiha people do not agree with this behavior. I just accidentally heard that you are planning a coup. Are you sure you want me to leave here? Kakashi chuckled, teasing on his face. Everyone's complexion changed, and Fuyu's complexion was even more gloomy. Oops. He heard it. No, keep him, otherwise, it will be in trouble if it is known by the senior management. The eyes of everyone in Uchiha looking at Kakashi had become a bit gloomy. Just when everyone was about to do something, Fu got up and fell between everyone and Kakashi. Patriarch Fu waved his hand and shouted, everyone, wait a moment. Everyone was quiet after hearing the words, and Fuyu's prestige was so high that it was so common. Hagai Kakashi, what do you want to do? Give your reasons, otherwise you may not be able to leave here today. I won't say more nonsense. The purpose of my coming here today is very simple. Give up your idea of wanting a coup. There will be no results. Uchiha today has the most energy to make Konoha's vitality. It is absolutely impossible to subvert Konoha. Konoha deceived so much. Even if it fails, We Uchiha will never live like this again. Before Fu had spoken, someone in the underground could not help but say, "Stupid, praying manly arms as a car, overwhelmingly self-reliant." "What did you say?" Just now the man rushed out excitedly, but was held by Fu Yu's hand. "Blue Mountain, don't be impulsive, Patriarch. Go down first." Fu Yu's eyes were cold. Lan Shan couldn't help but shudder, and then respectfully said, "Yes, Patriarch." "Hakiki Kakashi, I believe you are also a peace-loving person. Uchiha has reached this stage. You should also know the reason. This is not what we want. Everything is forced by the top. If you are willing to give up, I can persuade Naruto-sama to change your current embarrassment. Treat the Uchiha clan as a normal member of Konoha." Fu was a little moved when he heard this. He was very clear about Kakashi's position in the hearts of the 3 generations of Naruto. If Kakashi can really persuade, maybe he won't have to go to this point. "Itachi, is this the method you said?" "Patriarch, don't be deceived by him. If the high-level leaders are so good at persuading, how can our clan get to this point? Moreover, Uchiha Kakashi has so much energy, we can persuade the high-level leaders." Lan Shan said angrily. Futake ignored Lan Shan's words, but continued, "Kakashi, give me a reason why you want to help the Uchiha clan. You can completely avoid this muddy water." "Yes, it can be completely avoided," Kakashi said, looking at the bright moon in the sky with emotion. "The moon tonight is really round. Probably because of soil and water." Stop. Not far away, the body of the masked man visibly shook, and Itachi had obviously noticed this, and he was puzzled. Fu said with a smile, "Hee, Kakashi, you are really like Shuamao. But why should I believe you?" "It's very simple, because you have no other way to go besides trusting me. If you're relying on me alone, it will be enough to suppress you all." Kakashi's tone was strong and confident, but he angered all the Uchiha people. "Don't be ashamed. This world still relies on strength to speak. I will prove everything I say." "Then, let's start." After Kakashi finished speaking, he pushed his forehead, revealing the scarlet 3-go jade writing round eyes. Chapter 220 Kakashi vs Uchiha Clan. Hakiki Kakashi, you dare to show off in front of my Uchiha clan? Huh, I really thought someone called you to write a ring. Kakashi, is it really only you who have a ring? It belongs to the Uchiha clan. Today, I am Uchiha Blue Mountain. I will take back your writing wheel. After Lan Shan finished speaking, his eyes were scarlet, and the 3-go writing wheel kept turning. With a healthy walk, Blue Mountain broke away from the crowd, and with a flick of his right hand, several kunai came out and flew towards Kakashi. At the same time, his hands flew up and down. The speed of the seal was so fast that only a burst of afterimages could be seen. Fire escape. The art of Phoenix fire. Dozens of little flamingos ejected from the mouth of the Blue Mountain, and the scene was magnificent. The Uchiha clan is worthy of being an expert in playing with fire. Kakashi stretched out his right hand, Kianting was in his hand, and Kiwu was knocked down by Kianting with a few crisp sounds. The scorching flame appeared in front of the eyes in the next moment. A moon arc. Dozens of fire birds are all extinguished. Not far. Instant step. Open. Kakashi disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was behind Blue Mountain. "What? So fast?" Blue Mountain exclaimed, but it was too late. Boom. With a dull sound of physical hand-over, Kakashi's right palm hit Blue Mountain's neck. How come? For a while, Blue Mountain felt black before his eyes and fainted. Everything is just electric light and flint, and it is over before everyone has reacted. Blue Mountain was defeated. The defeat was so fast that everyone was surprised by the defeat. How could it be that Blue Mountain was defeated in an instant? Hagai Kakashi is so strong. It is rumored that he defeated 4 generations of Raikage, but I didn't expect it to be true. Fu was also surprised. He knew that Kakashi was very strong, but he didn't expect that he would solve the Blue Mountain in an instant. Although Lan Shan hadn't mastered the 3-go jade writing round eyes proficiently, He also had the strength of Shangren. It would be impossible for him to win him so easily unless he used the kaleidoscope. But this flag, Kakashi subdued the Blue Mountain in an instant. The weird pace just now is exactly the same as that of Bai Fang. Has Senior Kakashi been so strong? It's terrible. Weasel muttered to himself in the distance, and the shock remaining in his eyes was faintly visible. Kakashi. The face of the masked man was very complicated, but he was concealed under the mask, and no one saw it. Papa Fuayu patted his palms and said, "It's amazing. It's worthy of being the most valued ninja of the third generation of Naruto. The proud disciple of the fourth generation of Naruto is really amazing. But if it's just like this, I'm afraid it's not enough. Patriarch, don't talk nonsense with him. It's unforgivable to dare to look down on my Uchiha clan. Let's go together." Haha. Dozens of figures jumped out from behind Fu and landed on Kakashi in all directions. Fuayu didn't stop either. Anyway, Kakashi had already stamped Uchiha's face under his feet, and it was necessary to teach him some lessons appropriately. No matter which family it is, it will not be ignored for any reason. What's more, Uchiha is still such a proud family. For a time, Kakashi was surrounded by ninjas from the Uchiha clan in all directions. A pair of red eyes, like a pack of wolves in the dark night, exudes bloodthirsty light. Ah, I really deserve to be from the Uchiha clan. This feeling really makes your back cool. If you don't pay attention today, I'm afraid you will really be here. So, where should I start? Kakashi muttered to himself, with a smile on the corners of his mouth. It's really exciting. Thousand Ting on the right hand is full of thunder, and there are waves of birds singing from time to time. Have you seen dozens of fireball techniques bloom in front of your eyes at the same time? Kakashi has seen it. Art Fire Escape Fireball. With dozens of shouts, it was like a person, with hot fireballs coming from all directions. And their goal, they all point to the same person. That is Kakashi. There is nothing to hide. Inevitable. Under the eyes of the writer, all Kakashi's retreat was blocked. No matter which direction it is the scorching flame that is hot enough to cook a sow in an instant. Since you can't hide, then don't hide. Since he wants to shock Uchiha, he must use the most powerful posture to defeat him. Flagwood and swordsmanship. Back to the moon. The blade that can't help spinning, like an airtight shield. Boom. The terrifying flame waves completely swallowed Kakashi's body. Awesome heat. Kakashi could feel that at the moment of the fight. The temperature of Kianting in his hand rose instantly. A sea of fire. The temperature of horror is still higher than Kakashi expected. Everyone in Uchiha stared at the red eyes and stared at the situation in the middle of the sea of fire. Boom. The sword wind is stronger. The sea of fire was directly split apart. Chidori. Lightning suddenly appeared. The terrifying thunder attribute chakra shattered all the flames. But this is far from over. Uchiha Tenishi hurriedly stepped forward. The three jade in his eyes kept turning. Magic middle. The art of Songhang. Kakashi only felt that his limbs were nailed to the ground in an instant, unable to move. At this moment, another four Uchiha tribesmen swarmed up and pulled out the long sword in their hands. Tear. The sound of the knife into the flesh. I saw 4 knives were inserted into Kakashi's limbs at the same time. Blood splattered. Kakashi was actually nailed to the ground. Humphrey, even with this kind of strength, I dare to provoke Uchiha's clan and don't know what I can do. Uchiha Tenishi looked at Kakashi, who was embarrassed in front of him, and said disdainfully. Fu frowned and shouted, "Get out of the way." Uchiha Tenishi hadn't reacted yet. He just felt a tingling sensation suddenly coming from his body. "I'm teasing you." Kakashi's lazy voice sounded in Uchiha Tenishi's ears, and then a strong sense of numbness swept Uchiha Tenishi's whole body. Chidori. The blue arc is centered on Kakashi, expanding wantonly. Uchiha Tenishi and the 4 who had just inserted a long sword into Kakashi's body were instantly hit by a terrifying electric current. What? 5 screams came one after another, and there were 5 more unconscious people on the ground. The 6th one, who is next? Kakashi's gaze swept around, and a trace of joke appeared in the corner of his eye. Fuyu's face became very ugly, and the Kakashi disappeared with a bang. Shadow clone, when is it? I didn't even notice it. In the distance, Itachi frowned, and at such a terrifying speed, it was unraveled as soon as Uchiha then cast the illusion, and the shadow clone appeared almost simultaneously. Horrible ninjutsu app. The replacement speed is so fast that even Itachi cannot do it at this time. Chapter 221 Fight. Reward plus more, damn it. Tani, they were knocked down so easily. How could it be possible? So strong, really strong. Right, I can't see the trajectory of his attack. No, it's not that I can't see clearly, but I can't keep up with him. Too fast. Faster than Shisui. Shisui once said that Kakashi is faster than him. At the time I thought it was Shisui. Humility. It seems that Shisui is not exaggerating. I don't believe him. He can afford the consumption of Shaolin Yan. Don't be afraid. Over time, his chakra will not be able to hold it. Shaolin Yan, how can it be so easy to bear? Exclamation mark. As soon as this word came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, the consumption of writing round eyes is so easy to bear. As long as time is delayed, this seemingly powerful Kakashi may not last long. It's no wonder that he has such a fast speed. He must be in order to make a quick fight and avoid a long battle. There are not many people who have this idea. Therefore, their hearts have begun to fight for a long time. Therefore, almost all the Uchiha people have taken a step back subconsciously. Kakashi nodded. There was nothing wrong with this. He really couldn't stand a long-term battle of writing round eyes. Even over the years, his chakra has made considerable progress. However, in front of Kakashi, the rhythm of the battle is not what you say. Kianting pointed horizontally, and Kakashi said, "Why, don't you dare to go?" But in a moment, they lost 6 powerful combat power, and the rest of the people did feel a little bit frustrated. But at this time, obviously you can't lose your momentum. Hammer Kakashi, you are less proud, you are just the end of the battle. Oh, it's really interesting. The end of the crossbow. You can come up and try it. The man blushed and dared not speak anymore. Kakashi shook his head disappointedly, and said, "Since you dare not go, then I am here." Shun step, open. In an instant, Kakashi's figure was like a ghost, constantly moving through the crowd. What? The screams kept coming. What? So fast. Faster than before. Kianting kept waving, as if cutting melons and vegetables. Damn it! Here. Ding. A crisp sound. Uchiha Arashi's long sword blocked Kakashi's kiting, and the Scarlet Three Jade writing round eyes looked at each other. Oh, not bad. This is Shisui's instantaneous technique. It seems that you learned pretty well. Seeing the familiar pace of the person in front of him, Kakashi exclaimed, If Brother Shisui is still where will it be your turn to dominate here? Brother Shisui is the fastest. Kakashi was amazed, and unexpectedly encountered a stupid fan of Shisui. At this moment, a piece of Uchiha's crowd had fallen. On a closer look, it is not difficult to find that these people are Iguia's writing wheels. These people pose the least threat to Kakashi, but they are also the most numerous. At that time, if you get out of play and lose your energy, these straws may overwhelm you. So let these people get out of the battle now. I've been listening to Brother Shisui before saying that you are very strong, but now I look at it and it is really powerful. However, if you want to provoke the Uchiha clan, you are looking for death. Uchiha Yamalan pulled away his long sword and made a seal with both hands. Fire escape. The art of dragon fire. The scarlet fire dragon spouted from the mouth of Uchiha Yamalan, and a loud dragon chant resounded throughout the world. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and this guy's fire escape was unexpectedly powerful. Baiyashong. The white crescent moon is like a sword for slaying a dragon, piercing directly from the dragon's head through the entire fire dragon. Split into two. Uchiha Yamalan's pupils shrank. How could it be possible? It's useless. Pretty good, but you're still far from it. Kakashi's voice rang softly in Uchiha Yamalan's ears, and then Uchiha Yamalan felt that his eyes went dark, and he lost consciousness. Phew, you couldn't bear this. It didn't take long for Kakashi to knock down more than half of Uchiha's elites. Although there have been no dead, It is not a way to go on like this. Kakashi was about to act again, and a shuriken flew from not far away. The shuriken shadow clone technique. That shuriken split into countless shurikens in an instant, forming a rain of shurikens. Kakashi frowned, and her silver-white hair stretched instantly. Ninfa. Needle Jizo. Ding ding ding. The shuriken is like hitting the steel, making noises. It is really surprising that the Patriarch Fuayu would actually use the ninjutsu of 3 generations of adults. Kakashi looked at Fu, who was aside, with a slightly solemn expression. His greatest enemy today is the calm middle-aged man in front of him. In the original book, he didn't play many games, and he didn't even have a record of battles, which made it impossible for people to know his specific strength. However, the flashy kaleidoscope of writing round eyes, it is not difficult to guess that Fuyu's strength is definitely a shadow. The kaleidoscope's ability to write round eyes is the most troublesome. Writing round eyes, also known as the Eye of Soul portrayal. The ability of the kaleidoscope largely reflects the psychology of the holder. Shisui wanted to change the Uchiha clan, so he had other gods who could change the will of others. Because Taita wanted to escape reality, he possessed the power of space ninjutsu. Sasuke wanted revenge, so it was the flame that burned everything. Amaterasu. Itachi wanted to manipulate Sasuke's life, so he had an illusion that he absolutely controlled. Moon Reed. The ability of these kaleidoscopes to write round eyes reflects their psychology more or less. But for Fu, Kakashi didn't know what his psychology was, so he couldn't guess what Fuyu's kaleidoscope writing ability was. Was it the Amaterasu fire that took a glance with Sasuke, or the same illusion moon reading as Itachi? Still have not heard of the ability at all. The unknown is the most terrifying thing, and this kind of thing, for a traverser who is familiar with the plot, is even more like a knife in his throat. Once I also made great contributions to Konoha. It is not a strange thing to learn the ninjutsu of 1 or 2, 3 generations of adults. Fu moved slightly and walked to the opposite side of Kakashi. The Uchiha people on the side stepped aside wittily. Since the Patriarch was about to take action, they naturally couldn't intervene. This is the trust in Fuayu, nothing more. The former hero of Konoha, now that he has come this far, I really don't know whose irony is to him. Kakashi sighed slightly. Fu was silent, and then said, Kakashi, political matters are always so dirty. One day, you will understand. I would rather never understand. Hee. Your temperament is really similar to that of Shuamao. If Shuamao could be a little softer back then, maybe he wouldn't end up like that. Chapter 222 Fuayu's Kaleidoscope. It seems that you also know a lot about my father. Hee. Speaking of it, Shuamao and I used to fight side by side, and I admire Shuamao's strength and character. Kakashi, you haven't lost the face of Shuamao. Thanks for the compliment. Come on, let me see. How good do you have Shuamao? Please enlighten me. Kakashi clenched Kianting tightly, looking extremely solemn. Whether you can succeed today or not depends on whether you can defeat the person in front of you. Itachi also looked solemn in the distance, knowing that the plan had reached a critical moment. His father is a person who has a kaleidoscope to write round eyes, and according to Shisui, Senior Kakashi also opened the kaleidoscope. However, Senior Kakashi has only one, and the power of the writing wheel can only be fully realized by having both eyes. I don't know what the outcome between these two people is. Kakashi and Fuayu stood opposite each other, and the invisible air pressure spread everywhere. The atmosphere condensed for a while. It's so strong. The Patriarch hasn't taken a shot for a long time. I didn't expect to be so strong. Nonsense. That's the Patriarch. How could it not be strong? That Hagai Kakashi's momentum is also not weak, much stronger than just before. In the final analysis, Hagai Kakashi's writing round eyes are foreign objects. I don't believe it. He can still defeat the Patriarch with an external writing round eyes. Yes. The Patriarch will win. Facing each other. Sparks are flying. In an instant, both hands moved. Art Fire Escape Fireball. The huge fireball came on the surface, It was bigger than any fireball before. The hot temperature made Kakashi feel that the mask on his face seemed to be on fire. Terrible fire escape. It is worthy of being known as the strongest family in Hyudan. Flag would flow knife method. One cut. The powerful chakra was forcibly compressed by Kakashi in the blade, and the blue chakra became the essence. Thousand Ting waved. Strong wind pressure is formed instantly. Thunder overflowed from the blade, forming a new moon. Cut. A huge chasm was opened on the ground, which not only cut off Fuayu's fireball, but also broke the surrounding area into one piece. One cut. It is similar to drawing a sword, but there is no limitation of drawing a sword. It only needs to accumulate energy to open up this horrible knife. Fu had already stepped away when the Thunder Crescent Moon approached, but he couldn't help but admire the terrifying power. Back then, he also witnessed such a terrifying sword technique on another person. I didn't expect to see it again many years later. The Uchiha people on the side were horrified. The look at Kakashi changed again. The person in front of him is definitely not a person who relied on the writing of the Wily Fox to fake the power of the tiger. Only 99% of the people whose time is not as good as him are based on this hand-sword technique. At least the Uchiha clan members present, apart from Futake, no one is confident that they can take the knife head. A domineering knife. No extra fancy, just a cut. Patriarch Fuayu, you can't go on like this. There is not much time. Let's make a quick fight. Show your kaleidoscope and right round eyes, and give it a last try. Kakashi said lightly. Fu frowned, only told Itachi about his own kaleidoscope. How would Kakashi know this? What did Itachi tell him? What is the purpose? Questions flooded Fuyu's mind. What? The patriarch has a kaleidoscope to right round eyes? Really? Great. My Uchiha clan really should rise. With the kaleidoscope, who else Konoha can resist? The coup will definitely succeed. Yes, let's grab the nine-tailed human column and control nine-tailed. In that case, we will win. Kakashi sneered coldly and said, "It's really naive. What are you talking about?" The man became angry when he heard the words. 8 years ago, GY was controlled by the Shilanian. Miss Watergate sealed the nine tails again. How could he not notice this? With the kaleidoscope, GY could indeed control the nine tails, but he couldn't make him stay. The gossip seal that came down. Therefore, your plan is totally meaningless. Why? How could this happen? Stupid. Kakashi was right. As a powerful seal inherited by the Uzumaki clan, the gossip seal cannot be lifted unless someone possesses the key or is equally proficient in gossip seals. Although the kaleidoscope writing wheel is strong, it is not omnipotent. Fu was relieved when he heard this. He just heard Kakashi talk about it, and he immediately yelled at him. This is exactly what he worried about before. Now that Kakashi said this, it made others dispel the idea. Fuayu didn't know much about the gossip seal, so he thought that the nine tails could be released. Now it seems that I really took it for granted. He didn't suspect that Kakashi was lying, because it was really unnecessary. Bara, is what Kakashi said true? In the distance, Itachi looked at the masked man in front of him and asked, "It's true that I manipulated nine tails back then, and was later resealed by the fourth generation of Naruto. It is indeed impossible to crack the seal with the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. The previous success was also due to the production of human pillars, which caused the seal to be greatly weakened." That's it. Fu closed his eyes, and when they opened them again, they were already blood red, and strange patterns appeared in those eyes. Kaleidoscope right round eyes. Is that kaleidoscope writing round eyes? It's so beautiful. I can feel the fascinating power. There is power in it that can change a clan. The strange eyes are full of power that blooms from the darkness. Finally appeared. At the root, two figures appeared in front of Danzo. Master Danzo, everything is ready. Do you leave now? Danzo opened his eyes, and the joy in his eyes flashed. Let's go. It's time to harvest the fruits. Yes, Lord Danzo. As soon as the two of them got up, they thundered and fell to the ground. Danzo's pupils shrank. Looking at the two corpses in front of him, They were full of God. Who is it? Actually making such a joke with the old man. Ha ha, Master Danzang, long time no see. In the darkness, a figure slowly emerged, with a dark mask on his face, which looked very strange. Tuanzang frowned and said, "Who are you? How come you are here? Did the three generations call you?" "What do you mean?" Danzo-sama's memory is not very good. Even old friends have forgotten. Shisui slowly took off the mask on his face, revealing his original appearance. Danzo is shocked. "Why are you? You should be dead already." "Yeah, I should be dead. But I crawled out of again." "Damn it." Danzo only had time to scold him when he saw a crow flying by in front of him, the red eyes with weird beauty. Chapter 223 Suppress. Kakashi, you are the first person I use to write round eyes with a kaleidoscope. I hope you don't let me down. Patriarch Fuiyu, now that I know that kaleidoscope writer is still daring to come to fight you, I am naturally confident. Kaleidoscope writer is not just something you have. What? Fu was startled, but in the next second, he saw something that surprised him even more. The scarlet writing wheel eyes, the three jade are completely connected into one, and finally turned into a black dot pattern. All these changes appeared in Kakashi's eyes. How is it possible? You actually opened the kaleidoscope to write round eyes. Fu was shocked. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes is known as the strongest symbol of the Uchiha clan. For many years, no one opened it except Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Senna. Now, Fuiyu has finally followed in the footsteps of his predecessors and opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel with difficulty. But I didn't expect that at this time, a foreigner who was lucky enough to get the Shaolin would also open the kaleidoscope Shaolin. This gave Fuiyu the feeling that his tribe had lived as a dog over the years. The other Uchiha people were even more surprised and speechless. Before, they mocked Kakashi's Shaolin as just a fake. But now this fake has left them behind in the development of Shaolin. What kind of irony is this? For a while, the scene was unexpectedly calm. Is that the kaleidoscope writing round eyes of senior Kakashi? Itachi muttered to himself, and was attracted by Kakashi for a while, but didn't notice that the masked man beside him was feeling very ups and downs at this time. Kakashi, my gift to you seems to be well developed by you, the Earth's heart secretly said, but the tone is full of inexplicable meaning. It looks like you are surprised, Kakashi said lightly. Fuiyu finally came back to his senses at this time and said, I really didn't expect that the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes that the Uchiha clan had not opened for decades would actually be seen by an outsider. Kakashi, I have to admit his talent is worthy of being Shuima's son. If it is possible, I would rather never open this kaleidoscope of writing wheels. Kakashi's words made the masked man in the distance surge. Fu was taken aback, and then said, yes, this evil power will definitely lose important things when it is obtained. The power is awakened because of the loss of something important, and many people will choose not to. Fuiyu and Kakashi are both such people. It is precisely because they are such people that they can open the kaleidoscope to write the wheel. A person who has no love in his heart cannot open the kaleidoscope to write the wheel, because they have no important person at all. The gossip is over, and the battle begins again. The battle between kaleidoscope and kaleidoscope. Fire escape. Extinguish the fire. Well done. Kill all thunder tigers. The overwhelming sea of fire, the roaring thunder tiger. Roar. With a scream, the thunder tiger condensed by Kakashi rushed into the flames, and the thunder waved everywhere. Wherever you go, the flame opens. Fu and Kakashi jumped up. The collision between Qianting and Qiwu. Ding. The two landed. Ding ding ding. The continuous sound of steel collision keeps sounding, making people dizzying. Even if the Uchiha people in the distance opened the writing wheel, they only saw the after images. It's so fast, I didn't expect the Patriarch's speed to be so fast. No, the Patriarch was originally slower than Hagai Kakashi, but now he has followed Hagai Kakashi's movements strangely. The two are on the verge. Kakashi looked at Fu with solemn eyes. The guy's speed was getting faster and faster. which was a bit unusual. Your kaleidoscope ability is to enhance physical skills, Kakashi asked tentatively. In the previous fight against Fu, his speed was a lot worse than his own, but now he not only kept up with his own speed, but also faintly surpassed it. Kakashi just confirmed that the previous Fuiyu was absolutely not concealed. Then the only explanation is the ability of the kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope writes round eyes, just like his name. Abilities are all kinds of flowers. It really is Hagai Kakashi. But did you realize this in such a moment? Fu was a little admired. Enhance physical skills. To what extent can it be enhanced? Kakashi was puzzled. Do you know how much my kaleidoscope writing round eye pairing technique can be enhanced? Fu gave a faint smile, then took out a handful of Q-Wu. It can be so fast. Fuyu's figure turned into an afterimage, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and he didn't even have time to react. So fast. Kuwashang's chakra with wind attributes, Fu whispered. Kuwashang 8 skills. Sangyong breaks. I saw that the Q-Wu in Fuiyu's hands swept past Kakashi like 2 wind dragons. Tear the voice of the knife into the flesh and blood. A mist drifted by. There were dozens of more wounds on Kakashi's body. Blood is flowing. Chidori. The blue arc sounded, and Fu was directly forced back. Kakashi covered the wound, his face a little ugly. This is the first time he has been so suppressed in speed. It was too fast, even when facing the 4th generation of Raikage. It was not so fast. If Kakashi hadn't just used chakra to protect his body, coupled with the strong physique obtained by long-term practice of 8-door dungeon Thunder Dunjama, I am afraid that Kakashi has fallen by this time. It's so fast. I didn't expect my father's speed to be so fast. Senior Kakashi's speed is already very fast, but there is no way to fight back in front of his father. In the distance, Itachi couldn't help sighing when he saw this scene. Daito was equally surprised, but his face remained silent. No one would have thought that Uchiha Fudake, who is not exposed to mountains and water on weekdays, could be so terrifying. The Uchiha tribe was excited. This is the strength of the patriarch. Kakashi, who had always had the upper hand since the beginning, completely fell into a disadvantage at this moment. Fu looked at Kakashi and said, the increase of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes is 5 times faster than my usual speed. This 5 times increase is enough to suppress you. If you have no other moves, today, you may lose up. Hee. It's surprisingly tough, but if it's faster than speed, I wouldn't give up so easily. Kakashi said. A blue arc appeared on his body. At first it was just hands, then spread to the chest, and finally, blue thunder appeared all over the body. This is Thunder Danzama. Chapter 224 Prajna. The sound of thunder is in his body. Kakashi was full of blue thunder at this time, and his silver-white hair stood upright, like the of thunder. Thunder armor. Kakashi was copied from the 4th generation of Raikage. I have practiced for a few years, but I haven't practiced to greatness. The secret technique is a secret technique in the end, and it is very difficult to practice. Now Kakashi can only barely use it. However, even if it is barely used, it is enough to explode with amazing power. Unexpectedly, you would actually have the Thunder Shadow armor of the 4th generation Raikage. It seems that in the first battle with the 4th generation Raikage, you did a lot of things with the Shilunion. 4 generations of Raikage used the Thunder Dansama in front of me so politely. Wouldn't it be a waste of his goodwill if he didn't borrow it? If the 4th generation of Liang knew about this, he would probably be furious. Fu smiled. If my secret technique was stolen by someone else, naturally I wouldn't have a good face. But Fu also quite envied Kakashi. Zuenyan does have the function of copying ninjutsu. Below S level, Sangu's Zuenyan is enough to replicate the kaleidoscope writing wheel. I can replicate the Sleeville secret technique. But the premise is that the copied ninjutsu must be the same attribute that you have, otherwise it cannot be copied at all. Fuiyu has only 2 attributes of wind and fire, so he can only copy the ninjutsu of these 2 attributes. But Kakashi is different. Kakashi has complete attributes, so any ninjutsu can be copied. This is why Kakashi has the title of copying ninja in the ninja world. What's that? What a terrifying thunder chakra. It seems to be Union's Thunder Danjama. How could he? I don't know. Is it possible to copy it with the writing wheel eyes? Kakashi and the fourth generation of Raikage seem to have played against each other before. How is it possible? You can copy it in one fight? That's Union's secret technique. Is it possible that Kakashi has such a high level of knowledge in Thunder Dunge? Only this explanation can explain why Kakashi was able to copy Thunder Dun's armor. As for Kakashi being Union's spy, no one has this idea. Quite simply, with the Union, he is not qualified to buy today's Kakashi. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Kakashi was being cultivated by the 3 generations of Naruto as the next Naruto. Kakashi has no possibility of being lured. Besides, if it is really an undercover, how could it be used so blatantly? Fuyu's expression was solemn. How could he not know the name of Dun's armor? At the beginning, the 4th generation of Hokage was awarded the title of Yellow Flash by virtue of the technique of the Flying Thunder God, and the speed was the highest in the world of tolerance. Kakashi's speed is already fast, and with the Thunder Dun armor, Fu also feels a headache. Kakashi chuckled and said, "Then, go ahead." Zero. The thunder in the whole body was solidified, and when Kakashi moved, there was a big pit on the ground. Ding! Kienting and Qwas collide again. Within a second, the two had intersected no less than 20 times. All the voices condensed into a loud sound, extremely harsh. Battle of speed. No 8 skills. Leopard bite. I saw Fuayu took out another handful of Qwu from nowhere, and shot it out. And then the other 2 Qwu were also released. 3 kunai ranging finished glyphs in midair, and the attached powerful chakras are directly integrated into one, just like a cheetah. Roar. In front of Kakashi, it was as if there was a fierce beast rushing toward him. Kakashi didn't rush, raised Kienting to his front, and the powerful chakras of thunder broke out. No extra moves, just a light cut. Boom. Blade's edge. Leopard broken. Instant step. 1000 ting wave. Cut it again. As soon as Fu raised his head, he saw Kakashi's long knife close in front of him. 9 points of castration. 1 point back. Kakashi didn't want to kill Fu, because there is always room for him to start. If Fu really couldn't resist, Kakashi would eventually take the knife back. Of course, the knife has scored 9 points, and it is impossible to recover all of it. But as long as it can be collected, it will not die. Crap. The Patriarch is in danger. Hagai Kakashi. Dare you? The Uchiha people scolded one after another, and some even wanted to step forward to stop it. But they were too slow to have time at all. Itachi tightened his hand in the distance, but did not move. He could tell that Kakashi had kept his hand, and that it would be severely injured at most with this cut and would not be fatal. After this knife, the outcome will become clear. Fu looked at the knife close at hand, but there was no panic in his eyes. Kakashi looked at Fuayu's constantly rotating kaleidoscope, and cried secretly. Kaleidoscope has more than one ability to write round eyes. Sure enough, I saw the pattern of Fuyu's left eye turning frantically, and then he whispered, Prajna. Kakashi only felt a flower in front of him, and it appeared in a strange place, and the surging chakra was quiet for an instant. Outside, Kakashi's figure stopped abruptly and fell aside. Everyone was surprised. What's going on? How did Kakashi fall? I don't know. It looks like I was hit by an illusion. Illusion? How can ordinary illusion work on him? Is it the unique illusion of kaleidoscope writing round eyes? It should be. I can't think of Patriarch Fuayu with such a powerful illusion. Even Kakashi can't resist it. In the distance, Itachi's face changed. Did he fail? When Fu showed up at this time, Itachi was surprised. If you really perform the mission of extermination and fight with your father, is it really possible to win? Itachi thought to himself, and finally shook his head. Win more and lose less. As the father of Itachi and Sasuke, Fuayu's talent can't be low. The strength is evident. Kakashi and Fu didn't know everything about the outside world. At this time, they were all in a magical space. Kakashi looked around, and this space was not completely dark, it had a certain amount of light. It looks very weird. Kakashi, this is the Prajna's space. It is the unique illusion of my kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Here, you will experience birth, aging, sickness and death in an instant. Good luck. Fuyu's voice was suddenly far and near, and disappeared completely in an instant. Before Kakashi had time to react, he found himself plunged into darkness again. There is a feeling of weakness in the body. It seems that there is no strength at all. There seemed to be water all around him, leaving him nowhere to go. Slowly, he felt his surroundings begin to squeeze towards him, making Kakashi suffocated with depression. I don't know that after a long time, it seems that there is finally an exit. Kakashi rushed forward. Wow! A cry of a baby came out from Kakashi's mouth, making him shocked. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, it's a boy. Chapter 225 Pain. Kakashi's eye-catching person, a middle-aged man with long silver-white hair, seemed to have gradually frosted the corners of his eyes. Her face looked very solemn, but at this time there was unspeakable joy. This person Kakashi's memory couldn't be more familiar. Father, Kakashi whispered softly, but only wailed. He switched his gaze to the bedside, and there was a weak girl who was looking at Kakashi with a loving gaze. At this moment, Kakashi's soul seemed to leave the baby, standing aside like an invisible person. Kakashi looked at his hands and murmured, "Is this Fuyu's illusion?" The scene here is reproduced from the deep memory in my mind. Kakashi moved in his heart, wanting to break through this so-called illusion, but looking at Shumo and Ayako in front of him, he stopped his movements. The father who has vague memories in his mind, and the mother who even has no memory in his mind. Seeing the harmonious side of the family in front of him, Kakashi suddenly didn't want to leave. This is happiness that Kakashi has never experienced. At this time, it was right in front of us. Even if they can't see Kakashi, Kakashi can still feel the deep warmth. There is a kind of warmth called home that fills the whole room. Father, mother. Just as Kakashi was feeling emotional, the scene before him changed. Under a big banyan tree, Shumo, Ayako, and Kakashi, who was still swaddling, were still in the swaddle. The breeze is blowing, and late autumn has entered. Under the banyan tree, Ayako and Shumo are making their final farewells. Shumo, I still have a lot to say to you and Kakashi, but I'm afraid there is no chance. Ayako, I will take care of Kakashi, but I, Tsukumo Hagai, will have only you in my life. Ayako closed her eyes. Shumo's face was full of tears. Do not, Kakashi screamed, trying to hug Ayako who was already breathing, but couldn't touch anything. He is just a passerby in this Nile world. The scene changes again. In the dark night sky, flashes of lightning flashed across from time to time. Familiar place, Kima family house. Kakashi was taken aback, then reacted immediately and hurried to the living room. Really? The middle-aged man with silver white hair, holding a short knife with white light in his hand, looked relieved. Kakashi, you will rely on yourself from now on. After speaking, the middle-aged man stabbed his lower abdomen with a knife. Do not. Kakashi rushed to Shumo's side, trying to block the knife. Caught it. Kakashi looked happy, but the next second, something terrifying him happened. Go through again. The white fang knife passed Kakashi's palm without hindrance, and pierced Shumo's abdomen. The blood was flowing, and the little Kakashi, who was unconscious not far away, also woke up at this time, staring blankly at the scene before her. Kakashi hugged his head in pain and muttered, why? But all this is just the beginning. The scene changed again, and Kakashi appeared in front of a weeny-eyed boy with half of his body under the big rock. Kakashi, take good care of Lin. Bring soil. Kakashi looked at the familiar scene in front of him, and felt a pain in his heart. Then the young Kakashi took Lin and left here, and the boulder fell again. Everything seemed to be slow motion, hitting the young man who knew he was going to die, but was still smiling. Bring soil, Kakashi whispered softly, but this time he didn't try to stop the falling of the stone, because he knew that he was just a passerby who changed everything. The scene switches again. In the heavy rain, a thunder light flashed in front of him. That was Kakashi's move that couldn't be clearer. Chidori, the silver-white boy, holding the thunder, crossed the girl's chest. The girl only had time to say the last sentence in her life, which was also the name of the boy she loved most in her life. West. The teenager's face was full of tears, and the scarlet shell onion instantly condensed, forming a fearful kaleidoscope shell onion. Kakashi was a little numb, and these memories, which had been a bit old, slowly climbed into his heart again. The pain that I had once resurfaced. It's a pity that the illusion Prajna did not give Kakashi a chance to breathe. The scene changes again. The crimson shadows all over the sky. 9 tails came over the sky. 9 tails. Psychic art. The huge toad fell from the sky. Is it your turn? Teacher Watergate. Kakashi's figure stands alone in the huge cemetery and huge memorial monument. Kakashi's eyes flashed moist as he watched the familiar names on the memorial tablet. It's really ill-fated. I'm lonely all my life. Kakashi chuckled. Kianting in his hand appeared again. The first half of my life has been so miserable. How can I repeat the same mistakes in the second half of my life? Thousand Ting, are you willing to stay with me? Kianting buzzed, as if responding to Kakashi's heart. Okay, let's fight side by side. Whoever blocks me, cut it, break it. Suddenly, a kind of enlightenment condensed in Kakashi's heart. The belief of the sword mentioned by Mifune slowly became clear in Kakashi's heart. A smile curled up at the corner of his mouth, and the momentum gathered on Kianting became more and more terrifying. That's it, broken. Kianting burst into an unprecedented blazing light. The illusion in front of me shattered like a mirror. In the end, it was nothing but nothing. Great sword skill. After the white tooth, the bleak flagwood sword technique, once again in Kakashi's hands, exudes an extremely dazzling light. At Uchiha's station, everything that just happened was just a momentary thing. Kakashi's fallen body stood up again in the next second. Fu looked incredulous. How can that be? Prajna awakens all the most painful moments of the enemy's life, and repeats it continuously until the mental breakdown. And this Kakashi had only experienced it once and broke this illusion. Patriarch Fuayu, thank you for your gift. I'll give you a big gift next. Kakashi had blood on the corner of his mouth, but also a smile that could not be concealed. Seeing those familiar faces again, Kakashi really felt grateful to Fu. Kianting became more and more shining in Kakashi's hands, and Fu realized that there seemed to be something wrong. Kimiliu profound meaning, cut empty. With a long sword standing above his head, Kianting seemed to have become a giant blade. No, get out. Fu yelled to the back, but it was too late. Drop. The sharpness of the blade made Fu feel the pain on his cheeks as far away as possible. Damn it, Uchiha's resident will be ruined with this cut. Fuayu made a decisive decision. His eyes turned frantically, and the orange skeleton was formed instantly. Chapter 226. The plan unfolds. The orange chakra wrapped Fuyu's body, and then condensed into a huge skeleton, looking hideous and terrifying. This is Suzuo Nenu. Did you finally use it? With a heart move, Kianting landed. The terrifying blade shredded the ground, leaving a deep gully. Fuyu's Suzuo Nenu also became fragmented. The destructive power of horror, with Fuyu's first form of Suzuno, there was no way to resist. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted from Fuyu's mouth, half kneeling on the ground, and the whole person became a lot weaker. With blood running through his eyes, the original weird kaleidoscope pattern disappeared again. Patriarch, I'm fine. Fu Qiang stood up on his own, looking at Kakashi with a little dread. The masked man in the distance was even more surprised. As Kaleidoscope's strongest killer move, Suzuno was crushed as simply as Kakashi. Even if it's just the first form of Suzuno, that kind of defense is very impressive. Kakashi, where exactly have you reached? The masked man's right hand squeezed slightly, but then released it again. Fuayu Patriarch, the outcome has been divided. Do you want to continue? Kakashi's voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Lost, completely defeated. The whole Uchiha clan can't beat a Hagai Kakashi unexpectedly. This is a huge blow to them. Kakashi can't win. What capital do they have to go to the coup? The high confidence that was originally high vanished at this moment. At this time they all knew that the coup was a dead end. Konoha does not need other means. As long as Kakashi alone is enough. Futake smiled bitterly. Although he was not optimistic about the coup d'etat originally, he did not expect that the Uchiha clan would realize this in this way. I have to say that this is a huge irony. The scene was a little weird quietly for a while. Uchiha looked at each other, not knowing what they were thinking. It's almost time to watch the fire, Kakashi said. Now Patriarch Fuiyu can consider my suggestion, right? Or, Patriarch Fuiyu wants to do it again? As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, a powerful momentum came out, and red eyeshadow emerged. Fairy mode. Terrifying. Everyone in Uchiha was a little desperate. It turned out to be in fairy mode. That was not his full strength just now. Fuyu's heart shuddered, knowing that Uchiha's family had no chance of winning against such a Kakashi. The power of immortals. The first generation of Hokage was the eternal kaleidoscope of Uchiha Madara with the help of Mudun and Xianju. Although Kakashi has no wooden escapes today, the strength he has just shown has already made Fu jealous. At this time, coupled with the fairy mode, there is no need to say anything about the outcome. Kakashi, if you can do what you say, I will lead the people to abandon the decision of the coup. As soon as Futake said this, the Uchiha people did not object. In the face of that terrifying strength, they are not stupid, nor do they want to die. Don't worry, I have talked to 3 generations of adults before, and what I have said before will be realized. Fu breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, it seemed that the best solution had been found. Kakashi frowned, waved his right hand, and dozens of thunder condensed thousands of money shot out. Chidorichimoto. I saw Chidorichimoto flying into the distance, and there were 2 people standing there. When Kakashi opened the fairy mode just now, the masked man cried out to himself. From Ju's mouth. The masked man knew that Kakashi's fairy model would greatly enhance perception. Therefore, as long as Kakashi opens the fairy mode, he and Itachi will have nowhere to hide. Who? Kakashi snorted. Chidorichimoto had already flown out. Itachi made a decisive decision, drew out the long knife, and swept all the 1,000 books down. Itachi? Fu was extremely surprised, and he was even more surprised when he looked at the person next to Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, what are you doing here? And, who is the person next to you? I don't remember Konoha as the number 1 person. Kakashi's voice was low, and his eyes looked at Itachi and the masked man with a bit of chill. By the order of Lord Danzo, the Uchiha clan intends to rebel and kill them all. What? Itachi, you betrayed a clan. Uchiha Wave was furious and cursed, pointing at Itachi. Itachi was unmoved and looked at everyone coldly. Uchiha Itachi, who is the person next to you? There is no such person at the root. Could it be that you are colluding with foreign enemies? Kakashi's voice was even colder, like 1,000 feet of ice in a glacier. The weird mask, the flowing hair, and the inexplicable writing wheel in the eyes. Oh, you seem to be curious about me, Kakashi Hagai. The masked man said playfully, an indescribable mockery. Since it has been discovered, there is no point in avoiding it. Itachi, leave it to me. Kakashi, you can solve the others. Itachi nodded and rushed directly to the Uchiha tribe without talking nonsense. Itachi, dare you? Itachi's speed was very fast. His hand lifted the knife and dropped, and 1 person had already fallen. Foolish people, the end of your days has come. Itachi, what are you doing? At this time, Fu rushed over and held the ferocious ferret. Father, that's it. 4 eyes met. Fu was slightly surprised. Itachi, have you really decided? Itachi did not speak, but the only one who answered Fu was the blood-red writing wheel. On the other side, Kakashi stands opposite the masked man. Hagai Kakashi, I really didn't expect that you grew up so fast. It's really surprising. You know me? Of course, the famous Hagai Kakashi, who does not know in the world of shinobi. Kakashi frowned and said in a low voice, "What is the purpose of your coming to Konoha?" Purpose? What if I say it's a whim? It's really an interesting answer. I hope you can be so tough when you stay in the interrogation room. Hee. You are very confident. The 4 generations of Hokage back then were not as confident as you. Who are you? Me? Just someone who has forgotten the past. Pretending to be a fool. As soon as the step opened, Kakashi Kionting waved away and slashed at the masked man. It's useless. I saw Kionting pass through the masked man without hindrance, as if it were air. Kakashi was slightly surprised, and then the masked man kicked it. Blocking with both hands, Kakashi jumped out and landed in the distance. Space ninjutsu. Very keen, just like the 4th generation of Hokage back then. The masked man wanted to say something more. Suddenly his ears moved. It seems that I can't play more with you today, so see you next time. The masked man disappeared in front of Kakashi, then appeared next to Itachi again. Itachi, let's go. There is no point in staying any longer. Itachi nodded silently, and the masked man grabbed it. There was a wave of space fluctuations, and the two disappeared in place. Upon seeing this, Kakashi couldn't help but smile. Chapter 227 Defection Ninja Uchiha Itachi. What the is going on? Why is Itachi with that weird guy? And that person's right eye seems to be a round eye. Is it Shisui's right eye? Damn. Itachi, bastard. He really killed Shisui. The Uchiha people talked a lot, but Futake was solemn. Itachi, did you choose such a path? Not long after Itachi and the masked man left, the barrier outside Uchiha's residence was shattered. 3 generations of Hokage led a group of Anbu to come into the eye. It is ruins all over the ground. How is this going? Seeing this as Uchiha's station after the war, the 3 generations of Hokage's face was extremely gloomy. 3 generations of adults. The facial makeup on Kakashi's face had already faded at this time, and Kionting had also put it away, and exclaimed respectfully, "Kakashi, why are you here? What happened here?" Seeing that Kakashi was here, the 3 generations of Hokage felt strange, but they still asked. 3 generations of adults. It is better to let Patriarch Fuyu tell you about this matter. Kakashi did not explain it himself, but transferred the right to answer this question to Fuyu. In the plan, Fuyu at this time should have obtained the standard answer from Itachi. The 3 generations of Hokage heard this and looked at Fuyu. 3 generations of adults. Uchiha Itachi colluded with foreign enemies and intended to destroy the Uchiha clan. He has just been blocked by us and has now been sentenced to leave the village. The 3 generations of Hokage were shocked, obviously unable to believe what Fuyu said just now. Fuyu, you know what you are talking about. Itachi is your son. I know very well. 3 generations of adults. This is the fact. Please give an order to kill Uchiha Itachi. 3 generations of Hokage took a deep look at Fuyu, and then said, "Okay, I understand. What's going on here? How can you be such a bastard?" An abrupt voice sounded. The person who came with a bandage on his right hand and eye, and there was a cross-shaped scar on his chin. Shimura Danzo, root boss. Danzo, 3 generations. What happened here? The 3rd generation of Hokage snorted coldly and said, "What happened? I'm afraid you will know it." Oh, 3 generations. I don't understand what you said. Humphrey. The 3 generations of Hokage snorted coldly and stopped speaking, saying, "The Uchiha family's residence was destroyed. First live in the relief center. The reconstruction will be planned tomorrow." Thank you for the 3 generations of adults, Fuyu said in a respectful voice. Danzo, come with me. Danzo and the 3rd generation of Hokage walked to a remote place. Danzo, did you let Itachi perform the task of extermination? So what? The Uchiha clan is a scourge, but I didn't expect that Kakashi would happen to be here. Danzo said. His words were a little bit more vicious. Danzo, so far, the Uchiha clan is a member of Konoha, and I don't allow you to fight the Uchiha clan again. The 3 generations of Hokage glared with anger, and they had the demeanor of shinobi in those days. Danzo was taken aback and was silent. Danzo, you can stop the mission of the roots, and wait for you to reflect on it. Sarutobi, I am Naruto. After the 3 generations of Hokage finished speaking, they left. Danzo watched the 3 generations of Hokage leave, his eyes full of resentment. But then it turned into a blurry color. In the Naruto office, the 3rd generation of Naruto is sitting on a chair, and Kakashi is standing opposite. Kakashi, tell me what's going on tonight. Yes, 3 generations of adults. It's like this. Itachi came over and told me that the Uchiha clan had a coup intention and hoped that I could help. So I went over to talk with the Futake clan chief, and finally the talk fell apart and I fought Get Up. The Fuiu clan lost for a long time and has agreed to abandon the idea of a coup, but the request is to restore Uchiha's legitimate rights and interests. The 3rd generation of Hokage nodded. He could probably guess this too. These are not questions. What is going on with Itachi? Who is that mysterious person? I don't know. According to Itachi, it seems to be a man who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. The 3 generations of Hokage were shocked. This ancient name, even to this day, still makes people daunting. Yes, but what his true identity is unknown. So Itachi wants to sneak in as a spy. According to Itachi, he seems to have a powerful organization called Akatsuki in his hands. That's it. Everything tonight is for Itachi to sneak into this organization? Yes. The 3rd generation of Hokage pondered for a moment, then sighed, and said, I'm really embarrassed by Itachi. Originally, Itachi should have come to tell you about this, but I'm afraid Itachi can't get away at this time. It's okay. The 3rd generation of Naruto stood up and said, anyway, the Uchiha clan's affairs have finally been resolved. Kakashi, what do you think of Uchiha's new residence? 3 generations of adults. This time I took action to deliberately destroy the residence of the Uchiha clan, and the purpose is to rebuild the Uchiha clan's residence. They have been isolated for too long and can't feel the warmth of the village, so we should take Uchiha. One family moved into the village. The 3rd generation of Hokage frowned slightly and said, I'm afraid this is difficult to handle. There are no more places in the village. 3 generations of adults. This is not a problem. Just break it down. The 3 generations of Hokage's eyes lit up and said, okay, just do as you said. When the Shinobu meeting tomorrow, you can decide on this proposal. Yes. 3 generations of adults. As the night darkened, Kakashi had already left. 3 generations of Hokage stayed in the Hokage office alone. What happened tonight makes him feel a little strange. It seems that things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. But he did not find anything wrong. It's incredible. In the end, the 3rd generation of Hokage could only sigh and said, Kakashi, you must not let me down. Kakashi lay tiredly on the bed at the Flagwood house. Today's World War I looks easy on the surface, but in reality it is far from that simple. What surprised Kakashi the most in the battle with Fuiu was the illusion. Prajna. If it weren't for the breakthrough, I am afraid that even if the illusion is solved, the mental power will be greatly affected, and the subsequent scenes will not be able to be performed at all. Fortunately, there is no danger. While Kakashi was resting on the bed, a figure flashed by the window. Kakashi didn't get up either, and said directly, Shisui, how is the situation on your side? The person here is Shisui. Successful. Danzo has been controlled by other gods. That's good. The envoy of the big name will also come tomorrow, and then the remaining 2 elders will not be able to turn the waves at all. This matter can be regarded as settled. Well, thank you, Kakashi. Kakashi smiled and said, between you and me, why bother to say thank you? It's you, who have been busy today for more than a year, and now I can finally catch my breath. Shisui also showed a relieved smile, and said, yes, this matter can be considered solved, but it's a pity Itachi, he hasn't gotten free yet. This is also Itachi's own choice. That person is too dangerous. We need the information from Itachi. Well, I know. It's just 13 years old. So he has to bear this kind of responsibility. This is the fate of the ninja. Don't worry, Itachi will return to Konoha in a fair manner one day. Well, I also believe that there will be such a day. By the way, Shisui, are you going to return to the Uchiha clan? Originally, Kakashi Shisui would nod and agree, but Shisui shook his head and said, "No, Kakashi, it's not the time yet." "Why?" "Uchiha Shisui has already died in the Nanga River. Today Shisui is just Shisui. If one day, you become Naruto, maybe I will come back. Now, I still prefer the life in Jinin village." Kakashi looked at Shisui's relaxed look, and couldn't help but smile. "That's a deal." "Ah, this is an agreement." Under the moonlight, the two right fists touched together. Chapter 228 Sasuke's Determination. Uchiha's house is the only surviving house in Uchiha's residence after today. "Dad, how could my brother betray the village and the tribe? Something must have been wrong." "No, I don't believe it. This is impossible." The childish voice was filled with unimaginable anger and doubt. In the room, a child of about 8 years old yelled hysterically. His face was dull, and he was obviously hit by a huge blow. "This person is Sasuke." Today Sasuke finished training at school, and it was dark when he came back. After he stepped into the residence of the Uchiha clan, he was stunned by everything in front of him. The fragmented Uchiha residence made Sasuke's heart tense, and it seemed that something important had disappeared. Sasuke, carrying a small school bag, ran all the way and returned to the home he knew best. Sasuke couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the familiar house. Home is still there. It should be all right. With this mentality, Sasuke ran back home quickly. Seeing the father and mother who were safe in front of him, Sasuke's hanging heart can be regarded as letting go. Only when Sasuke asked what was going on outside, Fuyu told Sasuke in answer that he couldn't accept at all. Itachi defected. That gentle brother actually defected? How many clansmen were killed? Run away with a mysterious masked man? How can that be? This is the only thought in Sasuke's mind. So the scene just happened. "Sasuke, what your father said is true." Itachi. Uchiha Mikoto said that the corners of her eyes were moist, turned her back and started sobbing. Mom. Seeing Mikoto said the same, Sasuke had no choice but to believe, even if he didn't believe it anymore. "Sasuke, Itachi has already betrayed the village and the whole family by colluding with foreign enemies. From then on, he is not my son, nor your brother." Fu looked at Sasuke with a stern face, his eyes burning like a torch. Sasuke was startled, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. And that look was originally what Sasuke admired most, because that was Fuyu's gaze at Itachi, the kind of feeling full of expectation. Originally, this was what Sasuke wanted most, but now when it really appeared, Sasuke found that he regretted it. He doesn't need this, all he wants is his brother. "Dad, what the is going on?" "Brother. How could my brother betray the family? Tell me, this is not true, right? This is a task, right?" Fuyu's eyes twitched, but he still said sharply, "Sasuke, I said, Itachi is no longer your brother. You don't have a brother, he is just a traitor." "No, I don't believe it." As he spoke, Sasuke pushed Futake away and ran out of Uchiha's house. 2 lines of tears glided past the corner of Sasuke's eyes. Fu didn't stop Sasuke either, just watched him leave. "Husband, is Sasuke okay with this?" "It's okay. As my son of Uchiha Tomitake, how could he be so vulnerable?" "Fuyu, Itachi really?" Mikoto's look of expectation obviously also hoped that Fu could tell him that this was just a task. Fu sighed and said, "Mikoto, from now on, we will only have Sasuke-san." Fu finished speaking, got up and left. Itachi. Mikoto looked out the window and murmured softly, tears in her eyes. Fu walked to a corner of the courtyard, still remembering what happened in Itachi's monthly reading in his mind. "Father, I'm sorry for this coup d'etat. It seems that there is no hope anymore." "Itachi, you really arranged all of this?" "If what Kakashi said is true, the Uchiha clan can be reintegrated into Konoha." "But what are you doing now?" "Who is that masked man?" "Father, that masked man calls himself Uchiha Madara." "What? How could it be possible?" "That man is already dead." "Father, I know too. but the masked man is indeed very powerful. His space ninjutsu is probably stronger than the 4th generation of Naruto. Moreover, he has extremely strong pupil power, absolutely at the level of a kaleidoscope. What, is it really him? Fu felt a huge shock in his heart, obviously unable to digest the news. Father, Senior Kakashi's help this time is enough to obliterate the people's rebellious minds. But all this is not enough. Danzo still needs an explanation, and the man needs an undercover agent like me in front of him. He is too dangerous. Itachi, are you? Fuaya looked at the son in front of him, as if he had never known him. In other words, has his growth already exceeded his expectations? Father, I have already decided. Fu sighed and said, Itachi, since you have decided, then do it. Anyway, you are my pride. Thank you, Father. Sasuke has troubled you. Sasuke has great potential. In time, he will definitely surpass me. I understand, don't worry. Thank you, Father. Don't tell others about me, including my mother. Fuayu squeezed a smile and said, silly boy, my father is also a ninja. I don't know how to keep it secret. Don't worry, complete the task early and come back early. Me, Mikoto, and Sasuke will be waiting for you to come back. Silent tears crossed Itachi's cheeks, and only 2 words condensed in the end. Thank you. In the courtyard, Fu sighed and murmured, Itachi, go home soon. Sasuke ran all the way to the 3rd practice field where he used to train with Itachi. Such a long distance is still a bit difficult for Sasuke, who is only 8 years old. Panting heavily, Sasuke looked at the empty exercise field, feeling a little sad for no reason. Brother, are you really rebellious? I don't believe it. How could it be like this? You are obviously so gentle. Sasuke thought this way, but he couldn't help but reveal what happened when the tribe came to question Itachi after Shisui died. Itachi's weird writing round eyes, and that strange words. What the is true? Sasuke knelt helplessly on the ground, and the bangs on his forehead became messy. Brother ... I need you ... How can you leave? Sasuke was lying on the ground, when the sky started to rain lightly. Tick tick, falling on Sasuke's thin body. Sasuke didn't get up, but was still lying on the ground. It seemed that this was the only way to make him feel better. No, my brother must not be voluntary. Yes, my brother must be persecuted. It is the foreign enemy that Dad said. He must have persecuted my brother. I must save my brother. I must. It seems that the root of the matter has been found. Sasuke's eyes become extremely firm, and a color flashes through his dark pupils. Chapter 229 Shinobu meeting. It was sunny after the rain, and the sun hung in the sky early the next morning. Someone is also beginning to clean up the Uchiha station. Facing the shocking scene, the cleanup staff were a little bit shy. What kind of ninjutsu can destroy this entire Uchiha station? It's just that no matter how confused you are, there are some things you can't say nonsense. Naruto office building, meeting room. 20 Shanin gathered here. These are Konoha's top strengths. At the ninja meeting, a total of 20 people, including Naruto and the elders, participated. It is a meeting that starts when a major decision-making event occurs in Konoha. The last Shanin meeting was held after the Kyuubi rebellion 8 years ago, about the reconstruction of the village. Kakashi sits in the forefront. Next to him is the ninja class leader, Nara Lukisa, who is also a village think tank. The Nara clan has existed as the think tank of Konoha and Hokage through the ages. In every ninja war, the Nara clan's contribution plan has been successful in all likelihood. Therefore, although the Nara clan is not strong in combat power, the attention received in the village is not inferior to any big clan. At the same time, the Nara clan has been friendly to the Mountain clan and the Akudo clan for generations, and the three can be regarded as one family, which further aggravates its status. Therefore, even when it comes to promoting Hokage, the Nara clan has a certain right to speak. Senior Lugiu, long time no see. Kakashi greeted respectfully. Lugiu is a character of the same era as Watergate, Kakashi's predecessor, and an object of Kakashi's admiration. Kakashi, you have already come back. How about it? The outside world is wonderful, right? Yeah, it's wonderful. So I am more envious of Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, he really has a very casual life. I can't do it anymore. I have to work on a lot of things, Luigi complained. Kakashi smiled and said nothing. As the squad leader of Shinobu, Luigi has a lot of things. Kakashi, long time no see. The sudden voice sounded. Kakashi turned his head and saw that it was Hyuga, senior Japanese foot. Rizu nodded, and did not continue to speak. 3 generations of Hokage have come in, and the meeting room has become quiet. It didn't take long for the 20 seats to be filled. The 3 generations of Hokage, Danzo, Mito Menyon, and Zwanxiao-chun sat in a row, facing each of them at the forefront. Sitting across from Kakashi was Fu. The two looked at each other, but they didn't speak. I believe you all know that the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, yesterday colluded with the mysterious people in an attempt to destroy the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, Hage Kakashi arrived in time to minimize the loss. Everyone didn't have any surprised expressions when they heard this. They were all very powerful and prestigious people in Konoha, and naturally they would not be ignorant of this matter. Uchiha Itachi, listed as an rank rebel, from now on, send An to hunt down. Secondly, the Uchiha station was destroyed and needs to be rebuilt, but the original location of the Uchiha clan was too remote, so I decided to move the Uchiha clan back into the center of the village. I don't know if you have any comments. Mito Menyon and Zwanxiao-chun were both taken aback when they heard the words. Obviously, they did not expect that the 3rd generation of Hokage would make such an arrangement. Danzo, on the other hand, looks at his nose at his heart, and his ears do not hear things outside the window. The ninjas were even more shocked. Fuyu's face showed a hint of joy. The tension between Uchiha and Konoha is something everyone knows. The decision of the 3rd generation of Hokages to lift this red line. Everyone couldn't help thinking about the pros and cons. Turning to bed, Xiao-chun said at this time, 3 generations. Don't you need to think about this matter? It's too sudden. No, I have considered it. This is just an opportunity, isn't it? 3 generations. Okay, needless to say. Do you have any comments? Everyone looked at each other, and no one had objections. At this moment, the door of the conference room was knocked. Hokage-sama, the messenger of the Daimyo is here. Huh? The Daimyo's messenger? Invite him in. Yes. Before long, a middle-aged man in a kimono walked in. Master Hokage, this is the secret decree of the Daimyo, please have a look. The 3rd generation of Hokage took it and opened it directly to watch. The content of the secret decree was reflected in his eyes. His face couldn't help but change. My envoy, go to the post house to rest first, and I will give you an answer tomorrow. Okay, thank you Hokage-sama. Upon hearing the words, the messenger left, and at the same time brought the door of the meeting room. The 3 generations of Naruto lowered their heads in thought for a while, then raised their heads to look at Uchiha Fudake. Fu felt a bit inexplicable. A letter from the Daimyo. Because of an incident, only 2 people are left, and the 2 decided to leave. So I hope that Konoha will be qualified to be the guardian of the 12 ninjas. At the same time, the Daimyo will name the Uchiha clan. Serve. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Guardian 12 ninja. Although it seems to be an insignificant position, it is an excellent position to have a good relationship with the Daimyo. If it can be handled properly, fame or anything will not be a problem. Fudake was even more ecstatic when he heard this, and the status of Uchiha's clan would be more stable. Kakashi was not surprised. His face was plain. This matter was originally planned by him and Shisui. The purpose is simply to increase the weight of the Uchiha clan, and at the same time make Konoha's senior management pay attention to Uchiha. Of course, it is also possible to cause high-level fears. But this matter, overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Among other things, if there is no messenger from the Daimyo to come today, I am afraid that the matter of the Uchiha clan residence will not be solved so easily. Turning to sleep, Koharu and Mito Menyon obviously still have prejudice against the Uchiha clan. The meaning of Daimyo, even Hokage, cannot be rejected without a specific reason. In that case, Fu Yu, please send 12 ninjas to follow the messenger to the City of Fire. Fu got up and said, I understand. Okay, this is the decision. At the same time, regarding Uchiha's residence, if everyone has no opinion, then it will be decided like this. Yes. Okay, the meeting is over. Before long, only 3 generations of Hokage and Danzo were left in the meeting room, and they turned to Koharu and Mito Menyon. Sarutobi, how can you let Uchiha re-enter the Konoha Center? Their coup intentions have not yet been understood. Mito Menyon said excitedly. Relax. Uchiha has given up his intentions of the coup. Letting them relocate to the Konoha Center this time is also a gentle policy towards them, allowing them to let go of their previous prejudices. But the Kyuubi incident has not yet been ascertained. I have obtained reliable information about the Kyuubi incident. The person who was with Itachi yesterday should be the man behind the scenes. What? How do you know? This is not important. Now Itachi, as Konoha's spy, will supervise this man. Therefore, Uchiha must be treated preferentially. What's more, Uchiha is innocent. We misunderstood them before. But Mito Menyon didn't know what to say for a while. Turning to bed, Xiao-chun looked at Danzo, who had been silent, and said, Danzo, what do you think? The old man doesn't have any ideas, just do as the 3 generations said. The old man is tired. Let's say goodbye. Danzo finished speaking and left the meeting room. Danzang. Turning to sleep, Xiao-chun obviously didn't expect Danzang to have such an attitude. We must know that Danzo was the person who was most concerned about the Uchiha clan in the past, and today's attitude is really a bit abnormal. And the 3rd generation of Hokage also frowned. This kind of Danzo is indeed a bit strange. Is it because he cancelled his root power to make emotions? How could it be possible that Danzo is not a 3-year-old child? Since Danzo has no opinion either, then I have no opinion either. Just follow Sarutobi's wishes. Mito Menyon said. I have no objection. When Xiao-chun said, yeah, then go ahead. Chapter 230. Little ghosts. There are cherry blossoms everywhere in the Flagwood house. The handsome young man drew his sword and stood, dancing with the wind. A knife is as fast as a knife, and another knife is slower than a knife, as if it violated the laws of the world. The pink cherry blossoms fell on him, but they seemed to be bounced away by some invisible force. As if a violent wind swept across, it rolled up a sea of flowers. Suddenly, it stood still like a 10,000-year-old boulder. Between movement and silence, there is a sense of contradictory beauty. The young man closed his eyes slightly, and the long knife in his hand disappeared invisible with a bang. Not long after, the young man opened his eyes and a slight smile appeared on his face. Is this what Daking Flagwood sword technique looks like? It's really terrifying. No wonder my father's edge was unstoppable. Looking at the cherry blossom petals in the courtyard, Kakashi touched her silver hair, feeling helpless, but didn't have the idea of cleaning it. It looks pretty, doesn't it? More than a month has passed since the Uchiha incident, and the storm has disappeared. The Uchiha clan sent 12 ninjas to the City of Fire and became the Guardian Ninja 12 ninjas after Asuma. The strength of these 12 people is not necessarily the strongest in Uchiha, but they are commendable in Uchiha. I went to the 12 Shangnin at once. Even the Uchiha clan was a little bit hurt, but the corresponding benefit, this temporary loss, was nothing. Moreover, the 3 generations of Naruto have also relaxed about the Uchiha clan's entry into ANB. Following Shisui and Itachi, Uchiha's outstanding young generation has also entered the ANB. Although I don't know what wind and rain are still in the background, at least on the surface it seems that the Uchiha clan and the Konoha high level have reconciled. Uchiha got the power he deserved, coupled with Kakashi's previous threats. The coup's thoughts have faded. Except for a few people, no one wants to start a war, and enjoying peace is not a bad thing. At least most Uchiha people would never choose war if they had a choice. At the beginning, Madara Uchiha couldn't make the Uchiha clan give up a peaceful life. One can imagine the Uchiha clan's attitude toward peace. Kakashi is also very busy this month. Originally left for more than a year, naturally there will be many jobs that have accumulated. In addition, Kakashi was also responsible for arranging the Uchiha clan to enter the ANB, which added to Kakashi's burden. Fortunately, Kakashi was very familiar with these businesses before, busy, but it has not yet reached the point of rushing. Just slept in Anbu for a month. After everything was dealt with, Kakashi had a rare vacation. Although only 2 short days, it is also a rare opportunity for Kakashi. Hey, I really miss the days I traveled before. But Kakashi also knew that this kind of life would not belong to him for a long time. After taking a shower and changing into casual clothes, Kakashi left the Hajiki home and went to Yale Ramen. Strange to say, Kakashi also seems to like the unique taste of this ramen restaurant. It's still early, and there are not many people eating at Yale Ramen, and Kakashi easily takes a place. Boss, have a bowl of seafood ramen. Okay, hey, isn't this Kakashi? When will you be back? The uncle beater quickly recognized Kakashi, and his face showed a pleasant surprise. Faced with this special frequent visitor, the impression of the uncle hand beating is still very deep. I just came back a few days ago, and I missed my uncle's ramen. There was a gentle smile on Kakashi's face, which made people feel like a spring breeze. The uncle hand beater laughed and said, "That is, my ramen is a delicious dish that is hard to find in the world. Wait, uncle will show you his hand immediately." Okay. The uncle beater picked up a dough and kept dancing with his hands. Under the uncle's smart hands, the dough quickly turned into noodles, which looked like dancing in the hands of the uncle, full of special beauty. Then he hit the uncle with a wave of his hand, and landed on the noodle spoon in the soup bucket. The location was just right, but a little water splashed. When Kakashi saw this, he couldn't help but gave a secret compliment. This strength and angle were really nearly perfect. Practice makes perfect, and there is also a great way. Soon, the seafood ramen was placed in front of Kakashi. The familiar scent made Kakashi's index finger move. I'm gonna start now. This kind of food in memory always makes people able to taste the good taste besides food. The uncle hand beater looked at Kakashi's contented appearance, and also showed a relieved smile. For the chef, this is a great encouragement. In the 7th exercise field, 3 children are practicing the throwing technique of the sword in their hands. The shuriken constantly drew arcs in the air, but rarely hit the target. The yellow-haired boy seemed a little uncomfortable. How could it be so difficult? Sasuke made all the shots even though it was easy. Naruto, Sasuke is a genius. Of course it's easy. You should work hard if you are so stupid. The red-haired girl said that she threw out a few shurikens, 3 times, all hitting the red heart of the target. The girl smiled playfully and said, "I am also a genius." Teach me how good. I want to hit all the bullseye. Please, Xianglu said proudly. Naruto folded his hands together, with a pitiful appearance, and said, "Please." Shijio, who was full of birds on the side, couldn't help but smile when he saw it, and threw 3 shurikens casually, without exception, hitting a target not far away. Why is Shijio okay? God, why can't I just do it? Naruto said that the whole person turned gray, and seemed to have doubts about life. Xiangrin and Shijio smiled at each other, looking at the appearance of Naruto. It was indeed a bit funny. Naruto, when you fired your shuriken, you used your arm's strength too much. You should focus on using your wrist strength to enhance accuracy. Oh, that's it. Naruto clenched a fist with his right hand and tapped his left palm, as if he suddenly realized, but immediately reacted. This familiar voice is Xiangrin, and Shijio also looked at the source of the sound. Silver white hair, black trench coat, lazy smile on his face. Brother Kakashi white hair. The 3 shouted in unison, with joy on their faces, and at the same time, they ran towards Kakashi. Ouch! The 3 of them didn't have much strength, but they still knocked Kakashi to the ground. Naruto and Kakashi were lying on Kakashi's body, while Shijigo stood aside and smiled. The breeze is not dry, it is a good day for reunion. Chapter 231 News. The Kima family house is underground, in the Kima ancestral hall. Under the dim light, 2 scrolls were placed in front of Kakashi, one with a 9 written on it, and the other with Xian written on it. They are the chakra of 9 tails and the Xianzu chakra of Long Didong. 9-tailed chakra was obtained from Kakashi a year ago from Sora, while Xianzu chakra was obtained from the mutant Oki in the laboratory left behind by Orochimaru 5 years ago. Both Kakashi have always been on the body. 9-tailed chakras, fairy chakras, can be said to be advanced combat power in this world. 9-tailed chakra is not much to say, it is comparable to the big hanging of Sharingan. Xianzu chakra is also a must in the later stage. Kakashi himself has mastered the magic of Miyomu Mountain, and it can even be said to be a perfect mastery. But this is not enough. Kakashi has always had a conjecture in Kakashi's heart, that is, the magic of the 3 holy places. The celestial arts of the 3 holy sites are different, but they are similar in nature. If the differences can be solved and the 3 can be integrated, Kakashi believes that his combat power will be upgraded again. Therefore, Kakashi has never stopped the research on the Dragonland Cave Immortal Technique chakra. But since there are not many chakras that are sealed, Kakashi's research has stalled a bit. If you want to study the fairy chakra of Long Didong further, I'm afraid you will have to come in contact with Orochimaru. There is also the magic of the wet bone forest. Kakashi has no clue now. Tsunade still doesn't know where to hang out. To say that Kakashi's most anticipated magic is the magic of Wetbone Forest. Although the original work does not clearly state where the celestial arts of the first generation of Hokage came from, it is not difficult to infer that Miyomu Mountain and Long Dai Cave among the 3 holy sites all have celestial arts inheritance, and there is no reason that the Wetbone Forest does not. What's more, Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first generation, and the Wetbone Forest should be the habitat of the first generation of psychic beasts. Therefore, the Wetbone Forest must have the celestial art inheritance, and it is also the celestial art used by the first generation of Hokage. Thinking of the terrifying fairy skills of the first generation, Kakashi naturally yearned for the fairy skills of the Wetbone Forest. However, this idea can only be put aside for the time being, waiting for Tsunade to return. Kakashi looked at the 9-tailed chakra on the other side. There are not many chakras sealed in it, there are 4 tails, or even more. Kakashi's chakra has never been considered the top, and now it has passed the growth period of the body. If nothing else, chakra should not have any huge growth. Therefore, if you want to continue to grow chakra, you must rely on external forces. The 9-tailed chakra is a good choice. It is full of power and has the characteristic of constantly returning to blue. What's more, the 9-tailed chakra can also use the 9-tailed chakra mode, commonly known as the golden body mode. Seal the 9-tailed chakra in the body with 6 seals, and you can use this battle mode. The 6 seals. This is a problem. There is no corresponding record in the scroll left by the mother. The 6 seals of Naruto in the original work seem to be the things left by Master Juxinai. Therefore, for the time being, Kyuubi Chakra can only look at things like this. Putting the 2 scrolls away, Kakashi had to make a plan for the next step. After the Uchiha clan incident, Konoha was basically in the peaceful period, and there were no major incidents. The next step is to wait for the original plot to open. Today, Kakashi's strength is not to say that he is invincible in the ninja world, but there are few opponents, but his inner anxiety still exists. Nagato, Daito, Madara, and Kagayaji. The strengths of these people are unfathomable, and Kakashi knew that with his current self, it was far from enough to face the next 2. The first 2 may be able to fight, but the odds of winning are not great. The power is still not enough. I want to speed up the research on Long Didong Xianzu Chakra. If it doesn't work, I can only discuss it with -1. I don't lack intelligence. Kakashi thought to himself. and then left the ancestral hall. Naruto office. The third generation of Hokage sat on the seat with a rather solemn expression. Kakashi and the others stood by. Although a little strange, no one spoke. The third generation of Naruto took out a scroll and said, "This is the latest news. A month ago, the Water Country coup, the original fourth generation of Mizuki was killed, and the fifth generation of Mizuki took office and relieved the fourth generation. The blood fog policy during the Water Shadow period liberated the Uin village." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Unexpectedly, this Loke village, which is usually a Loke, would actually emerge at this time. The blood fog policy is lifted. It seems that Uin has ushered in a new life. Kakashi's heart moved, remembering the news from Itachi a few days ago that he met his partner, Loquat Juzo, 4 generations of Water Shadows when he was on a mission in Akatsuki. After a fierce battle, Loquat Juzo died on the spot, and the 4th generation of Water Shadow was seriously injured by Itachi's Amaterasu. It seems that Yumin took advantage of this 4th generation Suikage's serious injury to kill him directly and completed the long-planned coup. With that said, Yumi's successful coup is really thanks to Itachi. The 5 dynasties Shuai is determined to reform. So I plan to jointly hold a Zonnin exam with Konoha. The place for the exam is in Uin village. What do you think? All Shanran looked solemn, thinking about the pros and cons. People who can become shinobu have a certain degree of wisdom, otherwise they will not live. For now, the 3 generations of Hokage were not in a hurry, and quietly waited for the results of everyone's thinking. Luigi was silent for a while and said, 3 generations of adults. I think this is a good thing. Uin village was very mysterious before. Now that there is an intention to reach a friendly relationship with Konoha, you might as well go and check the situation. If I don't go, I'm afraid that the outside world will think that Konoha is afraid of the mist, making people laugh. The 3rd generation of Hokage nodded and said, Luju is right, but I am afraid that the mist is uneasy and kind, and those who go there may be in danger by then. Luju smiled confidently, and said, the mist is waiting to be thriving. At this time, I will definitely not be an enemy of Konoha. This is unwise. Therefore, I believe in the sincerity of this time. If the 3 generations of adults are not at ease, you can send a team who thinks that the strength is strong, Shangren. In this way, you can ensure the safety of the team. At Luju's words, everyone agreed. The 3rd generation of Hokage also smiled and said, then do as Luju said. But who will lead the team? The voice of the 3rd generation of Hokage just fell. Almost everyone's eyes fell on Kakashi's body. For those present, Kakashi should be regarded as strong. So when it comes to someone to lead the team, it is natural to choose Kakashi. Upon seeing this, Kakashi knew that this errand himself should not be able to avoid it. Kakashi, let you lead the team to Uin. Kakashi stepped forward and said, yes. 3 generations of adults. Chapter 232 Departure. The matter has been decided, and everyone just dispersed. Kakashi stayed alone. After all, it was such a big task. The 3 generations of Hokage naturally still had some things to confess. Kakashi, the main purpose of your visit to Uin this time is to protect the ninja who is going to Uin to take the exam. But there is one thing to pay attention to. The 3rd generation of Hokage took a pipe and continued. Mist has been isolated for many years, and even the 3rd Ninja World War rarely appeared. So this time you go to Uin. If possible, get more information. If it doesn't work, forget it. Don't let the mist discover it. Understand? Well, this time the task is quite heavy. I will let K go with you. Kakashi was slightly surprised, but did not refuse. Yes. Well, you prepare for these few days, and after 3 days, the team of Xiajin who took the exam will be assembled. Okay. After the assignment was completed, Kakashi left the Hokage office. After not taking a few steps, he found that Lujiu was waiting for Kakashi not far away. Yo, Kakashi. Senior Lujiu, what's the matter? Kakashi asked questioningly. The relationship between him and Lujiu is not deep. The two belong to different departments, and the relationship between them is at the stage of understanding. Kakashi, you have to be careful when you go to Uin this time, Lujo said with a serious expression. Seeing Lugia's appearance, Kakashi couldn't help but become more solemn. Huh? Did the predecessor find any problems? No, it doesn't seem to be a problem at the moment. But now Uin has just calmed down the coup, and the most important thing is to redevelop the village. But now I want to join Konoha in a joint Zongnin exam, which is really abnormal. Kakashi nodded. He also thought of this, but this is just a guess after all, and it cannot be a reason for rejection. As the head of the 5 ninja villages, he should have the style of the 5 ninja villages. I believe you also understand the contradiction, but I do not understand Uin's intentions. So this matter can only be left to you who have the art of flying thunder god. If the signs are not right, come back quickly. I understand, Luigi Yusunya. If missed his good intentions, Konoha will naturally treat each other with wine, but if missed has any tricks, Konoha is not that easy to mess with. Kakashi's momentum was slightly released, which surprised Luigi slightly. Ha, well, it's not bad to be strong. Konoha has indeed weakened a lot. With someone like you carrying the banner, Konoha might be able to stand up again. Thank you. Luigi patted Kakashi on the shoulder, showing that he valued it very clearly. Luigi is a smart man, and now Kakashi's reputation and strength are enough to serve as the next Naruto. There is nothing wrong with having a good relationship with Kakashi at this time. After all, Zuludi has always firmly supported the Naruto faction. Understood, Senior Luigi. Well, be careful. Uin Village, Chuaiying Office Building. Terumi Ming, in a water shadow robe, sat on the seat, and a middle-aged man stood in front of him. Ow, has there been news from Konoha's request to jointly hold the Chunin exam with Konoha? Master Chuaiying, the communication team has just received the news from Konoha. They have agreed. But Terumi Ming looked up, staring at King with her beautiful eyes, and said, "But what?" The leader of Konoha is Kakashi Hagai. A wave of joy flashed in Terumi Ming's heart, but it didn't show half of it on the surface. Oh? Is there any problem? Konoha sent this person. I'm afraid we have some doubts about the sincerity of our alliance this time. This is not surprising. After all, we have been closed for many years, and it is normal for them to be suspicious when they suddenly jointly hold the Zongnin exam with Konoha. Yes, I'm just afraid they will be messing around then. Relax. Our Misty location is special. Konoha won't do much work on us. Furthermore, Konoha has always been a lover of peace and will not easily provoke conflicts. That's right. I hope this Zongnin exam will go smoothly. Well, I'll leave it to you to take care of the Zongjin exam. Please ask me if you have any problems that can't be solved. Yes, Lord Chuaiying. Get out. Yes. Terumi stood alone in front of the window, muttering to himself. The coup is finally over, but Mitsuo has also been lost, and Uin's strength has dropped a lot. But now there is no need to worry about attacks by other countries. After all, the Misty position occupies a lot of geographical advantages. The idea of jointly organizing the Zongnin exam with Konoha was put forward by Terumi Ming, although it was opposed by the village leaders at first. After Chen Ming took advantage, the senior leaders also agreed. After going through the haze of the blood fog policy, it really requires a diplomacy, and it also requires a different Zongnin exam. Is it really Kakashi who came this time? I don't know what it looks like now. Terumi Ming thought this way, a smile on her face couldn't help. 3 days later, at Konoha's door, Kakashi was wearing Konoha's green vest and Konoha's forehead, covering his left eye. The most common Konoha shinobu costume. Having said that, it seems like this is the first time Kakashi has worn this style after being in Naruto world for so long. I've been in An before, wearing the clothes of Anb, and even wearing casual clothes when going out to travel. So this Konoha's upper ninja vest, Kakashi really wears it for the first time. This time I used the identity on the face, so the clothes representing Konoha are naturally needed. Kakashi looked at himself with emotion. This seemed to be what he should have when he played. No, There seems to be one thing missing. Kakashi took out a book from the ninja bag, opened it gently, and saw the 4 characters Intimate Paradise written on the title page of the book. It's perfect now. At this moment, a voice came. Yo, Kakashi, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Is this the power of youth? It's so touching. A green shirt, plus a green vest, watermelon head, thick eyebrows. With these characteristics, there is currently only Kai in the entire ninja world. Yo, K, long time no see. Kakashi, it's a long-lost mission. The 2 of us are performing the mission together again. Shall we compare the 2? K was as passionate as ever, and Kakashi suddenly felt that he was a bit older compared to him. The days when we were still practicing together seemed to be a long time ago. K, it's a mission this time. There is nothing to compare. Is that so? Why don't we try to see who eats more at noon? K, no need. Yozai, that's it. I have to eat 10 bowls of rice at noon. As K spoke, the fire of youth appeared in his eyes. Kakashi was helpless. This guy seemed to have entered the world of disobedient self again. In addition to Kai, there are 10 Zonrin who have assembled. These are the lineups that under the protection of Shinobu to go to UI in this time. Before long, the Shinins also arrived at Konoha's gate one after another, 7 teams, a total of 21 people. Kakashi looked at the time, it was 9 o'clock, and immediately shouted, "The time is up, the team is assembled, the destination, the Misty Village. Now, let's go." Yes. Chapter 233 Arrival at the pier. Konoha and his party rented a big boat and headed for the country of water mightily. Master Kakashi, it will take about 3 days to reach the water country at the current speed. 3 days? Is there enough food? Enough for 7 days. That's good. Let everyone have a good rest. When you arrive in the country of water, you must pay attention to your own behavior. This time we go to Uin. We are guests. Don't lose Konoha's face. Yes, Lord Kakashi. Okay. Go down. Yes, the endless sea is indeed a scene that has never been seen before for those little ghosts who are still stubborn. Most of the tasks Xiaren can access are within the village or within the country of fire. There is no chance to leave the country of fire, so they have no chance to see the real sea. For people who have never seen the sea, the first time they meet is always full of wonder. On the deck, a man and a woman were looking at the sea and sighing. The man's eyes were very obvious. He was obviously from the Hyuga clan. On the top of the woman's head is a grey puppy, which should belong to the Inuzuka clan. Little look, the sea is so big, so vast. Yeah, this is the first time I have seen it. It's so beautiful. It's great to be able to go to Uin to take the Zongnin exam. You can see such a beautiful sea. Yeah, Huiwen. Don't you think? Wow. It seems that Huiwen is also very happy. Wow. The girl fondly touched Huiwen's dog's head, making the boy Hyuga envy. I really envy the grey pill. The boy Hyuga whispered, and then a voice rang behind him. Ano, it seems you like Xiahua. Ano Hyuga was taken aback when he heard the words, and turned his head to look, only to see a teenager with sunglasses wearing a high-collar trench coat standing behind him. Zia, you startled me. Don't appear suddenly, okay? No, I've always been there. What? You guys' sense of existence is too weak. I didn't notice it at all. Really? I'm sorry. But Ano, you really like Xiahua? Hyuga. Ano blushed and said, don't talk nonsense. You blush. That's because you see it. I didn't blush. I must have been blown by the sea breeze. What a bad excuse. Shut up. Zia, if you talk nonsense again, I'm going to hit you. I'm guilty. Hateful. Ano Hyuga slapped him with the palm, and the oil girl Zia did not evade, and a black cloud drifted past, blocking the blow of Ano Hyuga. I'm so embarrassed. Hateful. What are you two doing? Why did you fight? At this time, Inuzuka Kohana also discovered the abnormality here. Although I don't know why the two started fighting, of course, as a teammate, he had to step forward to dissuade him. It's okay, Xiaohua, am I playing with Zia? Hyuga. Ano hugged the oil girl Zia's neck with a smile on her face, as if as he said, the two were just playing around. Inuzuka looked at the two suspiciously, and asked, "Really?" Hyuga whispered in the ear of Unvz, "Don't tell Xiahua, I owe you a barbecue deal." Unvz said, "Yeah, I played with the no, it's alright." "Well, you two don't mess around. There are a lot of forbearances on this boat. And there is Master Kakashi. It is not good to be seen by Master Kakashi." "Yes, we got it." "That's good, Huan. Let's go over there and see if it's okay." Wow! Kakashi stood alone on the sail and smiled when he saw this scene. It's nice to be young. That Inuzuka Hana should be Inuzuka's sister. She seems to be much more reliable than Tooth at her same age. Hyuga, Uzuka, and another investigative team. This time, the Xiaren who went to Uin to take the Zongnin exam were very good. The purpose is very simple. In order to show the strength of Konoha's new generation in Uin. Hey, right, how about K? How come this guy disappeared as soon as he got on the boat? Shouldn't be, according to this guy's personality, he should be running around on the boat. Kakashi was puzzled and jumped off the sail. Dijian, where did K go? Hyuga Tokuma said, "Kakashi-sama, K-sama seems to have been in his room and never came out." "Oh, I'll take a look." Yes, Kakashi walked into the cabin and came to K's door. With a light push, the door was not locked. When I opened the door, I saw Kai was lying on the bed with a pale face. "K, what's wrong with you?" Kakashi was so surprised that he couldn't imagine that the energetic Kai would have such a day. "Ah, it's Kakashi, it's okay. I'm just a little dizzy." "Dizzy? Are you seasick?" "Maybe ... Too." K got up again and retched. "Looking at your appearance, it is estimated that you are really seasick. Take a good rest." "Kakashi, it seems that I lost our competition." "What competition?" "Competition without seasickness." Vomit. Kakashi is full of black lines. "What the is this? Have I promised?" "Well, you can rest first, and try things out. Wait until you are better." "Okay, Kakashi." Ugh. Kakashi shook his head and walked out of K's room. Kai, who has the attribute of seasickness, is really cute. The big ship continued to move forward on the sea, and after 3 days, it finally arrived in the country of water. Ningshui City. Kakashi, Zishui, Tanzang, Xin and others had been here. It's just that the scene at the time is completely different from today. At that time, he acted carefully as an ANB, but now he comes generously as a guest. As soon as I arrived at the dock, I saw a large number of people standing outside, obviously coming to welcome the arrival of Kakashi and others. After the ship stopped, Kakashi took the lead, and Konoha's men got off the ship one by one. "The person here is Terumi Ming's confidant, King. Welcome to the country of water, Inxia King, on behalf of Lord Shuai. Come to welcome you all." "Thank you," Kakashi said. "All of Konoha, please follow my misty people to rest. Master Kakashi, please come with me. Master Shuai has been waiting for a long time." "It is good." Kakashi did not refuse, and went to see Terumi with King. Not long after leaving, Kakashi was taken to the embassy by King. "Master Kakashi, Master Shuai is waiting inside." "I won't go in." "It is good." Kakashi pushed the door lightly and walked into the room. In the room, a beautiful figure is standing by the window. "Yeah, long time no see." Chapter 234 Molested. Terumi Ming turned around, still with emerald green eyes, long brown curly hair, and a blue dress with bare shoulders. "It's just that it's a lot more charming than what I saw a few years ago. The scale of the chest has become more magnificent." "Kakashi, welcome to Uin." Kakashi said respectfully. "Master Shuai is polite. I should be grateful to Master Shuai for his invitation, and I hope this Zongnin exam can go smoothly." Terumi rolled her eyes charmingly, and said with a smile, "Everyone has fought side by side before, right?" Speaking, Terumi Ming stretched out his right hand and touched Kakashi's face. Kakashi was taken aback. "Is this teasing me?" Terumi Ming put her right finger on her red lips, licked it lightly, and said with a smile, "It's really getting more and more masculine." Kakashi took a step back, a little dazed by the situation before him. What is this going to do? Molested? Please, I'm still a virgin, what is this about? Seeing Kakashi's panicked look, Tsuyu couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, Kakashi, I didn't expect you to have such an embarrassment. It really made me look at you a lot. Looking at Tsuyu heartless smile, Kakashi felt that there should be 3 black lines hanging on his head. Master Shuai, this joke is not funny. Oh, what a stingy man. It's just a touch of his face. If you feel hurt, I will let you touch it back. Tsuyu face is full of pink. A look like Renjun picks it up. Kakashi is a little at a loss. Is Tsuyu taking the wrong medicine? Seeing Kakashi's appearance, Tsuyu laughed louder. Unexpectedly, guy Kakashi, who is so innocent, is really funny. Kakashi smiled bitterly. Master Shuai, let's talk about business. Okay, let's talk about business. Tsuyu seemed to be planning to let Kakashi go. His expression became serious, and said, sit here. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, but I didn't know why, but there was a little loss in his heart. Kakashi, this time Yuin and Konoha's Zongnen test is similar to the general Zongnen test. It is divided into 3 rounds, written test, scroll competition, and the final Anianon. Do you see anything? Problem. Tsuyu took out a scroll and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi took a look, and the above was the process of the Zongnen exam. Well, there is no problem. I hope this Zongnen exam will go smoothly. Of course, but apart from this Zongnen exam, I have one more thing I want to talk to Konoha. Oh, Kakashi's eyes lit up, knowing that the highlight was coming. I don't know what's the matter. Tsuyu didn't talk too much nonsense, and directly stated his own purpose. Yuin deliberately became an ally with Konoha, just like the relationship between Konoha and Sane. I need to report this issue to 3 generations of adults to make a decision, but there should be no problem. Well, as long as Konoha agrees, specific cooperation matters can be discussed at that time. Yuin's alliance intentions did not surprise Kakashi. After all, the joint Zongnen exam was already a signal of an alliance. It's just that Kakashi didn't understand that with the misty geographical location, they didn't actually have to worry about being attacked by other countries. The significance of the alliance was actually not great. But since the other party made this request, Kakashi would naturally not refuse. After all, the alliance of the 5 powers will be a trend in the future, and the alliance will be able to gain some tacit understanding at an early date. Tsuyu looked at Kakashi with a chuckle, and said, you are not curious why Aizen chose to unite with Konoha? If you are willing to say it, I don't mind listening. Do you want to hear? Appreciate further details. I just didn't tell you. Kakashi is a little helpless. Tsuyu today doesn't know why she seems to like to tease herself so much. Tsuyu is now a water shadow, the original pressure has been eliminated a lot, and the mountain of Yoru is gone, so her nature is released bit by bit. Tsuyu has a gentle personality, but he appears more proactive when facing people he likes. You look so cute. Master Shuai, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Kakashi realized Tsuyu who seemed to be overwhelmed before him, so he wanted to leave here quickly. If it's a fight, Kakashi is not at all shocked. But facing such a Tsuyu Kakashi is really helpless. Kakashi left the room as if fleeing, while Tsuyu covered her mouth and snickered. What a shy man. Would you like to give you a hot kiss next time you meet? Tsuyu thought of this, and her face couldn't help showing a seductive blush. Maybe you can try it. Kakashi left the room, took a deep breath, and slowly cleared the discomfort just now. Kakashi has never tried to be molested by a girl like this in his previous life or in this life. What's more, she is such a charming and beautiful woman. Master Kakashi, have you finished talking with Master Shuai? King said coldly from the side. Kakashi was taken aback and completely forgot that King was still waiting at the door. It's over. That's good. Then I'll send Master Kakashi back to the post house. No, I can just go by myself. After Kakashi finished speaking, he left without waiting for King to refuse. I don't know why. Kakashi himself has a guilty conscience. This Kakashi is a bit weird. King felt a little puzzled, but didn't think too much. Kakashi strolled around the city of Ningshui for a while, calmed down and returned to the post house. This is just the edge of the water country and has not yet reached the Uin village. So after their rest today, they will return to Uin village with Trumiming and others tomorrow. Master Kakashi, are you back? Well, has everyone arranged it? It's arranged. The Misty Ninja is very careful. That's good. Everyone has worked hard these days. Take a good rest. But don't forget the vigilance work. After all, this is not Konoha. Although Kakashi's words were not clearly stated, all the ninjas present were elites who naturally understood Kakashi's meaning. It's not that I can't believe in the mist, but some necessary precautions must be taken, otherwise I don't know how to die. Right? Where's K? Senior Kai seems to have regained his vitality, saying that he will run 100 laps around Ningshui city. This guy is starting to mess around again. Forget it. Leave him alone. At this moment, K rushed all the way. Oh, Kakashi, let's have a youth race. I lost to you on the boat before. This time I must win it back. K, can I refuse? Kakashi said helplessly. K pressed Kakashi's shoulders with both hands and shouted, Kakashi, how can youth refuse? Come on, let's burn together. K, listen to me. Kakashi, don't talk anymore. Let's sweat your youth. K said, grabbed Kakashi, and ran away again. Seeing this scene in front of him, Hyuga Tokuma couldn't help but burst into a cold sweat. Master Kakashi is so pitiful, being so ravaged by Senior K. Chapter 235 Change Uin Village, located in the deep mountains, is shrouded in dense fog all the year round, making it very mysterious. Among the 5 major countries, Uin's strength is not weak, but the 4 generations of Mizuki have been messing around for so many years, and it has dropped a lot. 4 of the original 7 ninja swords died in the hands of Mattai. Almost all of the 7 newly appointed ninja swords defected. There are a few big knives in Uin village now, but no one uses them. It can be said that the strength of the Misty Hidden today has also weakened to a historical low. Fortunately, Trumim took office again and started a bright new policy, and Uin's strength was also restored bit by bit. Is this Misty Shadow? It really is very different from Konoha. Hyuga looked at the mist in front of him and said with emotion, my bug told me that the humidity here is too heavy, and you will get rheumatism after a long time. Zia, don't always say something disappointing. We are ninjas. With such a little moisture, how could it be rheumatism? Really? This is a cold joke. Didn't you hear it? Unvz said innocently. Inuzu Kohana covered her mouth and smiled. Shiya, don't you always tell such boring jokes? Really? I thought you liked it. Hyuga curled his lips in disdain, and said, ghosts like it. Well, don't quarrel. Master Kakashi said, in the mist, pay attention to the influence. I know, Xiohua, it's Ziyu and he is always pestering me. Ano, who do you mean to pester you? It's you. Unvz did not refute, but turned her head and said to Inuzu, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Inuzu asked questioningly. Unvz showed a smirk, and Hyuga quickly covered his mouth. It's okay. Don't listen to Ziya nonsense. As he said that, she took Yanishiya aside in Inuzu Kohana's puzzled gaze. Ziya, I can tell. Xiaohua. Then do you like my cold joke? Yes, I like. It's pretty much the same. Unvz left with satisfaction. Hyuga could not laugh or cry. No, I have to find a chance to confess to Xiaohua, otherwise I will always be threatened by the boy Ziya. And if we pass the Zongnin exam this time, we won't have a chance to team up in the future. I have to hurry up. Hyuga made up his mind and followed the team 2 or 3 steps. In a dark corner of Uin village, Okura-sama, Trumim has already led Konoha's people into the Uin village. Trumim, a traitor. I dare to murder Master Yura, and he is still in alliance with Konoha. It is ridiculous. I lost all my misty face. Okura-sama, What shall we do next? The fierce light in Okura's eyes was clear, and he whispered, contact the former confidants of Yakarasama, and kill Tryumi Ming and the so-called Konoha mission. Revenge for Yakarasama. This Master Okura, in this way, the mist will be dangerous. Don't worry. I have an innate environmental advantage. The other 4 Shinobu villages are impossible to enter. As long as we avenge Yakarasama, then I will be the next Suikage. I will promote you well. The man was overjoyed when he heard the words, and said, thank your lord. Okay, hurry up and prepare, and wait until the Chunin test is over before doing it. At that time, they must be the most relaxed, and we will definitely be able to kill with one blow. Yes, your lord. Tryumi Ming. It's just a little girl film. What qualifications do I have to be the shadow of my misty water? Kakashi looked at the scene in front of him, quite surprised. The villages in the deep mountains, cylindrical buildings, look quite spectacular. What's the matter? Are you frightened by my misty sight? Tryumi Ming walked out from behind Kakashi and said softly, it's not scary, but I didn't expect Uin village to be like this. Oh? Didn't you come last time? Last time? I haven't gotten closer. I was discovered by Yoranbu, and then I left. It's not just that simple. You also left a lot of things. Kakashi smiled and did not speak. What he left behind was not a good thing, but dozens of lives hidden in the mist. Although the matter is over, it is better not to mention it. Although Tryumi Ming had exposed the matter, it was not necessarily in Uin village. Seeing Kakashi did not speak, Tryumi did not continue discussing the issue. Okay, go in. I have arranged a place for you. Thanks a lot. Kakashi led the team into the hidden fog village, where people kept watching. Some are curious, some are kind, and some are bad intentions. Kakashi frowned, and secretly said in his heart, it seems that this Zongnin exam will not be that simple. In the post house, Kakashi looked at Xieren, who was about to take the Zongnin exam in front of him, and smiled. These are Konoha's helps for the future. When they can all be alone, maybe they should retire. Kakashi shook his head. It seems that it is too early to retire, and there are still many difficulties and dangers waiting for him. I came to Uin village this time for the Zongnin exam, and everyone knows it. This is Uin, so we have to show our Konoha's restraint, and we are not allowed to come here, you know? No. Okay. Let's talk about it now. The time for the Zongnin exam is 2 days later. In the first competition, those who pass will go directly to the second scroll competition game. Understand? Understand. Let me talk about the last point. During the hidden fog village, don't act alone unless you are in the post house. A team of 3. If there is any dangerous incident, immediately fire a flare. Understand? Understand. I wish everyone a smooth exam. Disbanded. After hearing the words, Xieren dispersed, and a team of 3 people happily went to Uin village to wander around. Kakashi, did you find something? Kai on the side rarely asked seriously. Kakashi nodded and said, there are some problems. Today I felt a few malicious gazes. It seems that Tryumi Ming hasn't beaten Uin village into an iron plate. It's no wonder that she has not been in office for a long time. There are still many problems. So that's the case. Will something happen to these Xieren? Probably not. But just in case, it is better for everyone to be more vigilant. Okay, I will pay attention too. Okay. In the Water Shadow office, King stood in front of Tryumi Ming. Master Suikage, Saiwa seems to be a little uneasy. Recently, he seems to be contacting some former Yakura clubs. Oh, isn't it finally pressing? It's no wonder that Saiwa was originally an ambitious person. Master Shuiying, what are you going to do? Do you want to send someone to remove him? No. Just let him contact those people. I want to see who else wants to oppose me. I took this opportunity to clean up everything. I don't have time to play with them slowly. As Tryumi Ming said, Mei's murderer Sora suddenly emerged, stepping into the Water Shadow's position. Naturally, these annoying flies will not fly around in front of him. Chapter 236. Start of exam. In the dark night, a black shadow wandered around in the mist. like a ghost. The strange thing is that no one in the mist has discovered this magical existence. Soon, this dark shadow entered the post house, opened the door, and walked in. Under the dim light, one could vaguely see a person lying on the bed, not someone else. It was Kakashi. The black shadow under the light was also Kakashi's face. With a bang, the sleeping Kakashi on the bed suddenly disappeared, leaving only an empty quilt. That black shadow was Kakashi, who went out to inquire about the news. It seems that the fog-hidden problem is not small. The problem left over by the fourth generation of Water Shadow is not small. But it seems that Yumi Ming has enough ways to deal with it. But it is not bad. Should it be said that it is the fifth generation of Water Shadow? Kakashi whispered softly, just slipping in the mist for a long time. It can be regarded as inquiring a lot of useful news. This mist is not as harmonious as it seems on the surface. But Kakashi didn't care. The misty clown obviously didn't escape Yumi Ming's control, so he just needs to be a crowd onlookers. The distant place will never again appear beside the soil. Bring the soil. Kakashi led the team to Uin to take the Zongnin exam. Really? Unexpectedly, this time Yumi Ming had a bargain, and the fourth generation Shuai actually met Itachi. Amaterasu's fire was not that good. Yumi had the eyesight, so he took the opportunity to directly kill the fourth generation of Shuai. With soil, do you want to start with Uin? No. Yumi does not have a tail beast on his body, so it is not so easy to control. And the same method used a second time, obviously will not have any effect. For the time being, let the misty hide. It makes sense. Bring the soil. Let's collect the manpower as soon as possible. The Orochimaru also defected, and there are not many people left. After Akatsuki organizes, they will catch the tail beasts. These people are the only ones. But it's not easy. It's okay. Xiaonan and the others are already looking for someone. There will be someone soon. I hope so. Their Zongren examination is conducted twice a year. Either it is held in its own village alone, or it is held together with other villages. This habit is also a way of communication between countries that has only gradually emerged after peace in recent years. The most important purpose is to communicate and demonstrate national strength. What is the level of subjugation in a village can basically tell how the village will develop in the next few decades. No matter how strong a village is, if the younger generation cannot grow up, even the most beautiful sunset in this village is useless. This time, in addition to Konoha and Uin, the villages of Kain, Uain, and Takenin also came. It's just that the people they came are wrong. There are only 2 or 3 teams. This is a contest between big countries, and small countries can only come to fight soy sauce. Sometimes a small country may not dare to send geniuses over to participate in the assessment. If a big country is jealous, it will die halfway without knowing who to talk to. Today is the day when the Zongnin exams began. As the host, after Yumi came to the stage and talked a lot of nonsense, the Zongnin exam was officially started. The first written test tested the ability to gather intelligence. Watching a group of people walk into the assessment classroom, Kakashi and others also found a place to rest. Such things as exams are far away from Kakashi, whether it is the past life or the present life. It is very far away. I had taken the exam for more than 10 years in my previous life, but when I didn't have to take the exam, I still missed it inexplicably. Kakashi still remembers the inexplicable sense of loss after the last exam in the university that year, and there was an indescribable sadness. At that moment, I clearly felt that life is really an irreversible process. After this stage has passed, it will never come back. In those endless years, you can only remember it. Terumi looked at Kakashi with emotion, and asked curiously, Kakashi, what do you think? It's nothing. It's just thinking of some past events. They are taking an exam. Should I go on a date? Huh? Kakashi said with a dazed expression. Terumi took Kakashi's arm and smiled. What? Don't you want it? Not so good? Kakashi looked around and found that everyone seemed to be gone. Just kidding. Tsurumi let go of Kakashi's arm and smiled. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Why was that feeling so nostalgic just now? It seems that after you became a water shadow, your whole person was a lot easier. Yes, you used to be a mountain pressed on my shoulders, but now I finally got rid of it. Tsurumi stretched out, and his chest was ready to come out. That's really congratulations. But it looks like mist is not as stable as it seems on the surface. Oh, it seems that you also found out. Didn't you linger in the mist last night? What do you mean? Kakashi smiled. Tsurumi knew that Kakashi would definitely not be idle, and he must have done investigations of this kind of thing. But Tsurumi didn't care. Since she invited Konoha to Mizen, she knew that this kind of thing would happen. Naturally, Kakashi would not admit it. The other party knew that it was one thing, but it was another thing to admit it by himself. Tsurumi gave Kakashi a charming look, and said, "It's just some clowns. If they dare to come out and jump, I would never mind to clean them up. Without them, the development of the mist will be faster. Do you need help? What? Do you feel sorry for me? Looking at you like this, it's really cute." Kakashi Baimu. Tsurumi is really addicted to teasing herself. Dozens of ninjas were kneeling in front of Saiwanokura. Today is the day of the Zonin exam. Now I need your help. You are willing. Follow Okura-sama's instructions. Okay, the second Zonin exam is held in the Hidden Fog Forest. It lasts for 3 days. Your mission is very simple. It is to lie in ambush in the hidden foggy forest. Except for the people hidden in the fog, the rest of the ninja, all kill Okura-sama, including Konoha's. That might cause diplomacy. A cold light flashed in Saiwanokura's eyes, and he shouted, "Ha! Konoha, what's there to be afraid of? Uin has such a geographical advantage. I don't believe Konoha dared to attack. When I take control of Uin village, Uin will naturally develop rapidly." Needless to say, Konoha at that time, even if the 4 major powers join forces, they will not be my Uin opponent. Yes, Okura-sama. Okay, go down and get ready. This is the first step. After killing these foreign little grasshoppers, you have to deal with Konoha's messengers. I want to see what these people are capable of. Chapter 237 Forest Crisis. This exam is really too difficult. I can't do those questions. Xiahua, how about you? Inuzukaka shook her head and said, "Neither can I." What? You won't? How could it be? Xiahua, you were the number 1 in our theory, won't you? No, you idiot. This exam is obviously a test of the ability to gather intelligence. Those questions are not accessible at the lower level. Is that so? Hyuguano scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Yes, no, when we took the exam, there were a few strange candidates by our side. They were quick to do the questions, and they should be the source of intelligence that was arranged to come in. That's it. Fortunately, I usually cheat more often, otherwise, it would be really miserable. Hyuguano was still a little proud. Inuzu Kohana and Unvz both smiled bitterly. This guy's white eyes are really suitable for cheating. This kind of exam is not difficult for him at all. But the two are not bad. Inuzu Kohana's Huiwin and Zia's Bug are both good at spying on intelligence, so this test passed without any surprise. But Hyuguano did not figure out the purpose of the assessment at all. After an assessment, only half of the people remained. The 3 of you, have you passed the exam? The 3 of them turned their heads and saw that it was Kakashi. Master Kakashi. The 3 said respectfully, "Don't be so restrained, talk about it. How do you feel?" Inuzukaka said, "Fortunately, this exam is not difficult for us, we all passed." Oh? Yes. This exam is mainly to assess intelligence ability. With the family skills of the 3 of you, there is really no big problem. But be careful in the second exam. We understand. That's good. Come on, I have things to do, so I will leave first. Thank you, Lord Kakashi. Watching Kakashi go away, Hyuguano said with emotion, Kakashi Asuma is indeed what his father said, strong and easygoing. Ano, are your father and Kakashi Asuma friends? Inuzu Kaku asked curiously. Forget it. My father said that a few years ago when he was a leader on the border of the country of fire and the land of thunder, he had worked with Lord Kakashi. Back then, Lord Kakashi had a battle with the fourth generation of Raikage. It's on the sidelines. Really? That's amazing. Inuzuka's eyes flashed with admiration. Hyuguano didn't expect Inuzuka's reaction to be so exaggerated, a little caught off guard. Of course it's true. My father told me personally. I'm really envious. I can fight alongside Kakashi Asuma. I must pass this Zonin exam, so maybe I can fight with Kakashi Asuma in the future. Inuzu Kaka said. Well, I want to. All three of us must pass. That's for sure. Forest of Mist. The largest training ground in Mist. It was here that Todi was no longer cut, beheading all the graduates of the same class, becoming the only qualified graduate. His long knife was stained with blood, and this misty forest was also stained with blood. Named the Forest of Fog, it is also shrouded in heavy fog, and the visibility is less than 5 meters. No one knows here, in the next second, whether a kunai will shoot out suddenly, or a long knife will suddenly cut across your neck. A terrifying and eerie place. Nagajuro, go faster, the exam is about to start. We have to get there soon. A little boy with glasses hurried over from behind. Really, Chojuro, why are you so slow every time? Sorry, Sanji. Okay, Sanji, don't blame Chojuro, he should be delayed. Orizuki, you always speak for Chojuro, Sanji said uncomfortably. Sayu smiled and said, everyone is in the same team, don't care about so much. Okay, let's go. Well, Chojuro, the second test is a team unit, you don't want to hold back. I know, Sanji. I won't be holding back. That's good. Let's go. In the forest, dozens of ninjas are already in place. Everyone spread out for 3 days to kill all the candidates from other villages. Remember, don't be found by the patrolling dark department, otherwise, you will be in trouble. Understand? Okay, spread it out. Who? Dozens of figures dispersed. The second assessment begins. Please enter the Forest of Mist hidden by each team. Yozai, Ziya, Xiaohua, let's go. Okay. Kakashi stood outside the Forest of Mist, frowning. There is something wrong with this forest. What's the matter? Tsurumi asked. I don't know. There is a feeling that the murderous aura in this misty forest is too heavy. Murderish? Tsurumi looked at the fog-shrouded forest. Maybe because too many people have died here. No, it's not the same. There is a problem. Kakashi knotted his hands and cried softly, open. I saw the red eyeshadow suddenly climbed onto Kakashi's face. Fairy mode. This is. Tsurumi looked at Kakashi in shock. With this feeling, the person in front of him suddenly became one with nature, and his breath became extremely powerful. Kakashi's brow furrowed deeper, and he immediately exited the fairy mode. Tsurumi, there are dozens of suspicious ninjas in the misty forest. They are not candidates, nor are they ANB. They are searching for the exam, as if they are going to kill. What? Tsurumi was shocked, and immediately reacted. Is Saiwanokara crazy? You actually want to slaughter the candidates for the entire exam? Kakashi, wait. I immediately called ANB to come over and clean up these people. It's too late. When they come, the candidates are all dead. I will go by myself. How do you want to do it? I go by my own, Kakashi said, and rushed into the mist-hidden forest. Kakashi, wait a minute, Tsurumi exclaimed, but Kakashi's figure was gone. Kakashi gently bit the finger of his right hand as the wind whizzed past his ears. Hands not printing. Spiritualism. Boom. A burst of smoke dissipated, and 9 hellhounds as tall as a person appeared in front of Kakashi in an instant. Master Kakashi. The big white dog shouted all the time. Ding-chun, you guys disperse and deal with the misty ninjas hiding in the dark. and tried to protect the ninja who is taking the exam. Understand? Call out. The 9 hellhounds scattered. I hope it's still too late. These misty restless elements are really crazy. It seems necessary to clean up Terumi Ming, Kakashi murmured to himself, and then flew away in a certain direction. Chapter 238. Shot somewhere in the misty forest. Hyuguano looked at the trio in front of her with a serious expression. Mystic Siren, it doesn't look weak. The Konoha people? Sanji's expression was equally serious, and his golden hair covered his right eye. Although he looked a little lazy, he couldn't take it lightly. Yunashia and Inuzu Kohana stood on both sides of Hyuguano, and stepped back a little bit. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Hyuguano is a melee type, so standing in the forefront, while having a pair of good eyes, Ano can more easily detect the opponent's small movements and beware of sneak attacks. However, the main attack method of the Yunvzi Crow relies on the worm, which can attack from a long distance, and it is of great benefit to him to extend the distance. As for Inuzuka, the main attack method is ninjutsu in conjunction with Huan, which can attack from a distance and can also maintain a distance. This kind of battle formation is the best formation that a few people can come up with after working together for so long. 2 people stood behind Sanji, Orizuki and Chojuro. Chojuro looked like a solemnity, and it seemed that he didn't want to fight Ano and others. Zayu took out kunai, as if preparing for battle. In the thick fog, the 6 met inexplicably. Ano's white eyes have not yet reached home, and the effect of white eyes in the fog is not strong. The 6 people stood in battle, and it seemed that although they might all fight the same. Inuzuka said, "What do your scrolls look like? If they are the same, we don't have to fight and waste time." Chojuro heard the words and said, "Sanji, I think what she said makes sense. Let's first determine what the other party's scroll looks like, and then decide whether to use it or not." "Shut up, Chojuro, you idiot. How do you know if what the other person said is true or false? Besides, as long as we kill one more group, there will be one less person who competes with us for the number of Zongnin." "Ha, what a big tone." Hyuguano snorted coldly, his eyes violent with blue veins. "Grow your eyes." Anuo's gaze seemed to completely see through the 3 of them, making them all jump in their hearts. "No, it's the same as Master King's eyes are rolled." Sanji touched the scroll on his body, but it was too late, and it had already fallen into Ano's eyes. "Ziya, Xiohua, their book of theirs is exactly what we need," Anuoxi said. "That said, this battle is indispensable." The chakra in Inuzu Kohana and Ziya's body instantly speeded up the flow, ready to take action at any time. "It seems that they have found our scroll. Orizuki, Chojuro, get ready to do it. The other party is not weak." "Orizuki, the female ninja is handed to you. Chojuro, the guy wearing the sunglasses, handed to you. Anyway, you all wear glasses. As for the cataract, leave it to me." "Who did you say is a cataract?" Anna was angry and rushed to Sanji. "Cut, of course it's you." Boom. The 2 fists intersected, as if there was a sound of bones colliding. Anna is still so impulsive. "Xiohua, you cooperate with Ano's feint. I control the field from the rear." "Okay, Ziya, trouble you." "No, we are teammates." On the other side, Zayu watched Sanji rush up, and did not hesitate, picking up 2 kunai in his hand, and rushing towards Inuzukaka. "Watch out." Orizuki's right hand shot away without losing, and the target was Inuzukaka. Upon seeing this, Tuiwan pounced and slapped Kyuui's claws away. "Wow! There are 2 chances. I didn't expect that there will be ninja dogs in the battle. Come on, an unknown victory." "Chenjuro, what are you waiting for? Go up." Seeing that Chenjuro was still hiding behind, Sanji quickly scolded. "Oh, yes, Sanji." Although there was some fear in his heart, Chenjuro mustered up the courage, drew the long knife from his waist, and rushed towards the Yunashia. Unvz secretly said, "What's the matter with this mist? Why doesn't it have any sense of teamwork? It's all on the ground and the unknown." In fact, this can't be blamed on Chojuro and the others. They are all a generation that grew up in the 4 generations of Water Shadow's blood fog policy, and the school didn't talk about teamwork at all. Their education is that as long as they can complete the task, even their peers can sacrifice. In this case, where is their team spirit at all? Although True Ming wants to change this, she hasn't been in office for a long time, and many things are too late to do. Therefore, many ninjas in New Ain now only have the idea of fighting on their own, rather than teamwork for them. The so-called 3% team is just because they need 2 more people to do the task together. Not because they can work together. It's not that they don't want to, but they are afraid that if their teammates want to sacrifice themselves to complete the task, there is really no place to cry. So that when they are fighting, they not only have to deal with the enemy, but also defend their companions. I have to say that this is kind of sad. The 6 people fought in a group, and they didn't notice at all. Not far away, 3 figures were staring at them. It's Konoha's people who are fighting against the people in the village. It's really lucky that I met Konoha's people, one by one, and killed them. Okay, everyone sees the right time, and you must get a hit. It is good. The 3 of them dispersed, enclosing the 3 of Anu in a small circle from different directions. And all of this, the 6 did not know. Boom. There was another clash, and Anu and Sanji faced each other. This guy is really strong, Sanji mumbled. Sanji is also good at physical skills, and Anu is also a match. You are not bad, but I will be serious next. Sanji's face was solemn, and he knew that Anu must use the legendary soft fist next. Grow your eyes open. As soon as he opened his eyes, the surrounding environment was completely presented in Anu's mind. Suddenly, Anu's expression changed, and he hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Little flower, Ziya, be careful, there is an ambush. Get out of the way." Ziya and Inuzukaka were both taken aback, but their bodies reacted immediately and left where they were. Swish. As soon as the 2 got out of the way, they saw a dozen kunai inserted in the place where they had originally been. The 2 of them couldn't help but took a breath. If they didn't avoid it just now, I'm afraid the 2 of them have become plugs at this time. Anu ran to the side of Inuzukahana and said, are you all right? It's okay. Who are those people? Do not know. I saw 3 figures walking out of the fog, wearing black costumes, looking gloomy. Unexpectedly, I would see a blank eye here. It's really a misstep. It's just that I don't know if it is from the clan. If it is from the clan, it is really a prophet. The 3 of Sanji gathered together and looked at the 3 suddenly appearing in front of them, equally surprised. Are you from An? Sanji asked. Yes. You 3 little ghosts, hurry up and disperse. There is nothing for you here. What do you want to do? This is the examination room. You can't interfere. Boy, you talk too much. Hurry up, or you will be slaughtered together. Ruthless. Even the ninja in his own village would kill him if he didn't agree with him. Sanji was angry, but he didn't show it. He knew very well that the 3 people in front of him were not joking. What do you want to do? Konoha and Uain are now friendly. Do you want to destroy it? Inuzuka yelled. In the scene in front of them, the 3 of them are not stupid, and naturally they can see the situation. This misty secret was actually going to kill the 3 of them. What's going on? We don't have time to explain to you. Go to hell. If you want to blame, you can only blame you for being Konoha. Do it. Uain murmured in a low voice, and the 3 of them moved together. Hyuguano was shocked by the 3 of them, and I didn't expect them to be so decisive. Too fast. There is no time to hide. Hyuguano did not hesitate to overwhelm Inuzukahana to the ground, hoping to protect the girl in front of her with her body. Ano, you, Xiohua, there is a saying I have never told you. I like you. The kind of like that I like very much. Inuzuka's eyes were hot, and she was inexplicably moved when she looked at the beautiful face in front of her. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. The pain as expected did not appear. Ano felt a little strange, and when she looked back, she saw a tall figure standing behind her. Oh, kid from the Hyuga family, don't forget to confess in this case. You really belong to you. Kakashi had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, obviously admiring Hyuga very much. Master Kakashi, The three were surprised. Chapter 239 Clean up. With a gentle smile, Kakashi held kunai in one hand and pressed it against the neck of a misty shadow. The other hand held Kienting and pierced the throats of two misty shadows. "Are you okay?" The Anno trio shook their heads quickly. "It's okay." "That's good. There was an accident in this exam, and it's temporarily stopped." Kakashi turned his head and looked at the misty dark part of his throat that was held up by his own kunai. "Now we can talk." The two battles in the hidden part of the fog, even with a mask, can make people feel his panic. He swallowed unconsciously, and trembled, hammered Kakashi. "Oh, it's an honor to know me. Can you tell me now, what do you want to do?" What else did the misty shadow want to say? But the scarlet writing wheel eyes were seen in the next moment. "Illusion," Ui Nanbu said in a daze. "Master Okura said that he would kill all the candidates who came to take the Zonnin exam except for Yujin. After that, he would act on Konoha's messenger and finally launch a coup. It's really ruthless, but this Okura is really a mindless guy. Just like this he still plays a coup." Kakashi was a little speechless in his heart. This Sayuan Okura. Not only the plan is superficial, but even the impact of the plan has not been considered. The two armies were fighting, and even though they didn't cut off the troops, they were now going to kill all the personnel who came to take the Zonnin exam. In this way, who would dare to have peace with Yuin? Moreover, telling such a small dark department of all the plans is really not afraid of information leakage. Kakashi also understood at this time, why Ryumi Ming didn't put Hoenn Okura in his eyes and let him jump. Such an opponent is really uninteresting. Kakashi's bitterness slid down mercilessly. Blood spurted from the throat in the hidden part of the mist, but no drop was splashed on Kakashi's body. Sanji, Chojuro, and Orizuki were all stunned when they saw this, and they were decisive. There was also a hint of fear in Kakashi's eyes. At this time Kakashi also looked at the misty trio on the side. "What you up to?" Sanji stretched out his hand to protect the two behind him. Although he was frightened, he still looked directly at Kakashi. Chojuro stood up behind Sanji, holding a long sword and said, You, don't mess around." Kakashi was slightly surprised, but he could not think of the existence of valuing companions in this cold misty village. "These two are very nice. Don't worry, I have no malice against you. Now there have been some accidents, and this test is over." The three were relieved when they heard this, and they did not suspect that Kakashi deceived them, because it is not necessary at all. The three Ambs were killed by Kakashi just now, and they knew the strength inside. They are not rivals at all. The Konoha trio looked at Kakashi with admiration. This kind of demeanor was what they were looking for. At the same time, the massacre began in the mist-hidden forest. "Ah, you are the hidden part of the mist. Why do you attack us?" "You do not need to know." "What?" Blood spluttered on the spot. Anbu confronted these ninjas, and it didn't take much effort to kill them. After all, not every Xiaren like Konoha's Xiaren. The strength is completely unreasonable. The blood is spreading. The 9 Hellhounds also began their own rescue journey. Konoha took the test with 21 people, that is, 7 teams. Kakashi had saved 1 team, and the other 6 teams had 6 Hellhounds. The rest is to save the ninjas of other ninja villages. It's not a bad thing to get the favor of a small village with a small amount of effort. So next, when the Ui Nanbu started to kill Xiaren, they were all blocked by a large dog that was as tall as a person. In front of the Hellhound, the technique of mist hiding is a joke. Coupled with the powerful body of the dog and natural ninjutsu, these dark parts can't be taken advantage of. Some of them are even directly killed by the Hellhounds. Ding Chun looked at the 3 Urinin in front of him, feeling a little excited. By the way, this is the first time Kakashi has summoned them, these little Hellhounds. Before, these Hellhounds were too small and their combat effectiveness was limited. With Kakashi's strength, they naturally did not need their help. This also disappointed them. In 5 years, These remaining little hellhounds have gradually grown up, which is enough to deal with the average Shangren. This time being channeled by Kakashi, they naturally have to perform well. So these misty dark parts will find that they have never seen such a cruel dog before. Damn it. Where did these ninja dogs come out? Uchiha doesn't have such a terrifying vicious dog at all. Who knows? The strength of these vicious dogs is too exaggerated. The three of us are not opponents when we join forces. Ding-chan showed a trace of human ridicule, and chakra condensed in his mouth. Wind escape. Big air bomb. What? Ninjutsu of this scale? Anbu exclaimed, but it was too late. A powerful wind escape shot out from Ding-chan's mouth, right in the middle of the three misty dark parts. The Konoha trio team behind Ding-chan was stunned. Just like that, the hidden part of the mist that suppressed their breathlessness was wiped out. Master Shinobu, are you? I am Kakashi Izuma's psychic beast. Now there is a little accident in the Zonin exam. I am here to save you. Leave here with me. The three of them suddenly realized that they were the psychic beasts of Lord Kakashi. No wonder it was so powerful. In the misty forest, such a scene is still happening. Outside the forest, Tsurumi Ming had a dull expression on his face, and shouted, "Ow!" Quickly send someone to capture all Shigenokura's men in the misty forest, and kill those who resist. Yes, Lord Shuai-ing. After King finished speaking, he led the Anbu into the forest of mist hidden. Damn Saiwanohara, doing things completely regardless of the consequences. Tsurumi Mei's beautiful eyes are full of anger, obviously very angry at Saiwanohara's actions. Saiwan's house. Master Ohara, it's not good. 5 generations of Shuai-ing found out that we had started on the candidates. Saiwanohara's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "What?" It was exposed. No, in this way, the plan can only be advanced. You immediately send people to siege Konoha's people and launch a coup at the same time. Yes, Okura-sama. Saiwanohara's face was ugly, but he didn't expect to be like this at this step. In the misty forest, Kakashi's red eye shadow reappeared. It seems that the matter is almost resolved, so it's time to go to Saiwanohara to settle the bill. Although he is an unfavorable guy, it would be uncomfortable to keep jumping like this. Kakashi said, confessing a few words to the three of Anno, and then fled away from the misty forest and went to find Tsurumi Ming. Chapter 240 Ki's Outbreak. I don't know what happened to Kakashi in it. If all the candidates who really took the exam died, I'm afraid the fog would become a big joke. Tsurumi Ming bit her lip, thinking about the next situation. She didn't expect that Saiwanohara, who made her careless, would actually cause so much trouble. It seems that she looked at Saiwanohara's wisdom highly. Only a brainless person would do such a stupid thing. It seems that we should arrest Saiwanohara first. This time the incident is enough to convict him. Count me in. At this time Kakashi also jumped out of the hidden mist forest and fell beside Tsurumi. Tsurumi Ming was taken aback, but he didn't expect Kakashi to come out so soon. The things inside are resolved. It's almost done. Leave the rest to my Shinobu. Now we are ready to clean up that Saiwanohara. I just got news from the hidden part of the rebellion that Saiwanohara wants to fight Muyi started. Although I have confidence in K and the others, I still go to help. I don't want to cause unnecessary casualties. This Saiwanohara is crazy. Tsurumi Ming cursed and continued, sorry, I didn't expect to cause such a big trouble. It's okay, I knew it wouldn't be that simple when I came here, so I told Kai and the others before. If Saiwanohara really thinks Konoha's ninja is good for bullying, I'm afraid it would be a big mistake. Kakashi smiled confidently. He had already known that Saiwanohara was secretly engaged when he was searching for information in New Iron. Although I don't know what the situation is, since I am in it, I have to do a good job of self-protection. Except for the examinee and himself, the rest of Konoha ninja, including Kai, were all in the post house. If Saiwanohara really goes to the post, I believe Kai will teach him how to be a good man. Tsurumi was slightly surprised, and said, unexpectedly, you even thought of this? No, I didn't expect such idiots to exist in your village. All I did was just in case. Oh, you don't trust me to say that? True Meme said that there was a little grudge. Huh? Kakashi is a little confused. What the is your expression? Seeing Kakashi's expression, True Meme couldn't help but smile and said, okay, let's not tease you anymore, let's go. In the post house, K is practicing kicking in the yard. Okay. Suddenly, K stopped and his ears moved. Yozai. It seems that Kakashi was right, and something will happen today. This is youth. Let Konoha's wolf beast perform well. Outside the post house, Saiwanokura said, Konoha's ninja should be in this embassy. You surround the post house. When I give an order, they will attack together and use the fastest speed. These Konoha ninjas are killed. Yes, Okura-sama, scatter. In the post house, Kai said to the Konoha ninja in front of him, an enemy is about to attack. Everyone is concentrated in this courtyard and supports each other. Senior K, this is Uin's place. Is it because Uin wants to do something to us? I don't know. But Kakashi confessed before that the mist is not as calm as imagined. It is probably a force left over from the 4 generations of water shadows. Be careful, everyone. Tokuma, you can use your eyes to see what's outside now. What's the situation? Yes, Senior K. As Hyuga Tokuma said, his hands were knotted, and his face burst into blue veins. Grow your eyes. Open. A vision of almost 360 degrees appeared in Jin's mind. Senior K, Uin has formed an encirclement and may launch an attack at any time. Everyone, the first priority in this battle is to protect yourself. Just delay the time. Yes. Well, for youth. Come on, everyone. As K spoke, he stretched out his thumb, and at the same time exposed a mouthful of white teeth, and gave out a shining light. Everyone was still a little nervous, and it disappeared at this moment. I have to say that someone with Ki's personality is really helpful for eliminating the tension before the war. Here, Hyuga Tokuma exclaimed. Ki's eyes flashed sharply, and he lifted it up with a kick. Konoha tornado. Clean and neat. As soon as a shadowy part of the mist appeared, he was kicked by Kai to see the meteor. Kai put his right hand behind him, stretched out his left hand, and said, Konoha's proud blue beast, met Kai, come on. The remaining dark part of the fog was all dignified for a time. Just from the kick just now, you can see that this funny-dressed person in front of you is definitely not a good person. Saiwanokura was also taken aback. He didn't expect to be ambushed just after he came in. Shouldn't you wait for someone to attack by yourself? Damn it, what's going on? How can it be discovered? Okura-sama, they have ninjas from the Hyuga clan. What? Damn. I forgot such an important thing. There is no way. Since the sneak attack failed, we can only go head-on. I don't believe it. A dozen Konoha ninjas can resist us. Go. No one. Keep alive. Yes. Facing the hundreds of ninjas, Kai looked solemn. Although he is not afraid of these ninjas, others may not be safe. As long as a person dies on Konoha's side, this mission will inevitably be stained. It seems to be a quick decision. Kai gave a low voice, open the 5th door. Boom. The green energy covers Kai's whole body, and Kai's face is hideous and terrifying, and his eyes have turned into white A's. Senior Kai. Hyuga Tokuma exclaimed in surprise. Fine, you guys, be careful. If there is a ninja that you missed, just resist it. Yes, Senior K. Is this Bayman Dungia? It's terrifying. Kai looked at the Unin who was about to approach, and the terrifying aura suppressed these people for a while, not daring to approach. Yozai. How can I make Kakashi look down on it, and get rid of all these ninjas before Kakashi comes back? With his hands folded in front of his forehead, the agitation of the veins on his head became more obvious. The 6th view gate. Open. Boom. The terrifying aura rose to the next level, making Wu Ren couldn't help taking a step back. What kind of ninjutsu is this? How can there be such a momentum? Saiwanokura looked at this scene in disbelief. At this time, Kai looked like a humanoid beast. Kakashi in the distance was surprised to see the green energy. What is K doing? How can you deal with a few mist shinobi? The chakra under his feet instantly rushed towards the post house. Okay, the preparations are done. And then it's time for the performance of the Blue Beast. Toward the Peacock. Chapter 241. Terumi Ming's means sparks in the sky. Case high-speed punches created huge friction in the air, forming a huge number of flames. What is this? Fire escape? No, there is no chakra at all. Sparks from air friction? How can it be? Countless sparks emanated from Kai's fist, swarming towards the dozens of urine. The speed is so fast that people have no chance to breathe at all. Terrifying speed. Terrifying punch. At this time, Kai was like a of war, with terrifying flames exuding all over his body. Oh, I can't avoid it at all. What? Piles of flames fell on the bodies of the mists, scorching their bodies. The flames scattered from the fist dyed the entire sky red. As bright as the sunrise, as dazzling as the tail feathers of a peacock. To the peacock, hence the name. When Konoha saw this, everyone turned their eyes to horror. The prestige of the 6 gates is so terrifying. What is the posture of the 8 legendary gates? Everyone looked at the funny-dressed man, and felt a sense of awe for a while, and then came a sense of admiration. Having such teammates is really reassuring. After one move, Kai panted heavily, and the green energy on his body gradually receded. Although the 6 doors are strong, the side effects are still very obvious. Kai hasn't trained the 8-door Dunjia to the point where the 6th door has no injuries. At this moment he was full of exhaustion. The Wuren on the other side had already fallen for the most part, and a few people were still standing. Saiwa looked at Kai with fear in his eyes. Who is this green watermelon? Why is there such a terrifying strength? Outside the post house, Captain Saiwa has already acted. Are we going to catch him? Wait a little longer and see the situation. At this moment, the green light soaring into the sky burst out from the post house, as well as the sky full of flames. Captain! The man exclaimed in horror. The captain was equally frightened, and immediately ordered, do it. Yes, originally, the Captain Munin wanted to see how strong Konoha's ninja was, but at this time, it seemed that if he was late, he might just go straight to move the corpse. At that time Terumi Ming blamed him, and he would be miserable. Yes. These people were the ones Terumi Ming had previously ordered to monitor Saiwa. When Saiwa acted, these people formed a circle of Saiwa. What I was waiting for was just the irreproachable evidence that Saiwa acted. Now is the best time. For a moment, the misty shadows of the sky rushed out from all directions, subduing all Saiwa subordinates. Well, to be precise, these people also have no ability to resist. Uian's troop commander walked up to Kai and said, these people are acting without authorization. They are Uian's rebellious forbearance. We are late and I am very sorry. Kai was a little weak at this time, and his footsteps seemed a little vain, as if he would fall down the next moment. The faintly foggy troop commander apparently also noticed something wrong with Chi, and asked, Mr. Kai, are you okay? At this moment, a right hand was gently pressed on Kai's shoulder, supporting his shaky body. He's okay, it's just a little weakened. Kai turned his head and saw that he was a familiar figure. Kakashi. Kai, it's really messy. Although the 6 doors will not cause much harm to you, you may have to lose your strength for a while. Kai bared his white teeth and said, don't worry, just take a break. Kakashi, I won the duel this time. Kakashi shook his head and said, I really can't do anything with you. You won. Tokuma, help Kai back to the room to rest. Yes, Lord Kakashi. Since Kakashi is back, they don't need to worry about the problem here, and everyone is relieved. The name of Kakashi is enough to give them peace of mind. Master Shuiing. Terumi followed Kakashi and also arrived at the post house. How's it going? Saiwa attacked Konoha's messenger, and the evidence is solid. Terumi Ming smiled and said, okay, where is Saiwa? Terumi Ming, you shameless woman. You dare to count me. Saiwa was being held by Tu Anbu, and when Terumi Ming arrived, he immediately shouted and cursed. Terumi Ming's face was cold, and his eyes were cold when he looked at Saiwa. Saiwa, Do you think I don't know your little actions? I just didn't expect that you would be so courageous, and you actually wanted to take the Zongnin exam. Do you want to raise diplomatic questions? Huh. It's just a few small villages. What should I care about? Only the ninja who kills Konoha can be valuable. Can mist hide my name? What mist hides needs is a water shadow like me, not you, woman. The mist will be ruined in your hands. Saiwa looked terrifying and looked like a lunatic. Tsurumi Ming sneered. Just what you are now? It's ridiculous. Kai, take Saiwa into a cell and wait for disposal. Yes, Lord Shuai-ing, the troop commander replied. Immediately the rest of the foggy shadows began to clean up the scene. Kakashi came over and said, "It seems that all of this is still under your control, but I underestimated you. Saiwa is always under your supervision. Most of your subordinates are arranged here, right?" Tsurumi smiled and said, "Although I don't know the specific plan of Saiwa, this person's temperament is probably to engage in some assassinations. But I didn't expect that he would attack the candidates, so the power deployed in the hidden forest is somewhat weak. This is an accident." Kakashi smiled, non-committal. Although this kind of non-brained opponent is easy to deal with, it is often a headache, because you don't know what reckless things his strange brain will do. Thank you again this time. Otherwise, too many examinees who took the exam will die, and the loss to the Misty Shadow may not be small. You are welcome, but I think we can talk about Yuin's compensation to Konoha. Kakashi looked at Tsurumi Ming, smiling like a profiteer. Although such a big thing happened, although it did not cause any harm to Konoha's candidates, Yuin always had to give an explanation. Tsurumi Ming gave Kakashi a white glance, with a bit of resentment. "Do you still need to make the calculation so clear between you and me?" Kakashi scratched his silver hair and smiled. "It has nothing to do with me. The things between the villages are not counted by me." This matter, even if Kakashi wants to calm down, I am afraid it will not be so easy. After all, he is not Hokage, nor is he a high-level Konoha, and does not have the power to make decisions. It's just that Konoha really didn't suffer any loss, and even if it was for compensation, Yuin didn't have to pay too much. When the time comes, the two parties will negotiate, and it is estimated that the compensation will be exposed. However, the two sides are now to form an alliance. This is a condition that can win a little advantage in the alliance treaty. Kakashi doesn't mind fighting for it. "Well, I know you would say that, but this matter is over. When I handle the appeasement work of the Xinin village, I will discuss the alliance relationship between the two countries with the 3 generations of Naruto." "Okay, I will truthfully convey it to the 3 generations of adults." Tsurumi looked at the hidden part of the mist that was clearing up the mess, and he was relieved. This hidden danger has finally been eliminated, and the subsequent development work will be much smoother. Chapter 242 Love and Kiss. Yuin's rebellion came to an end, and all that was left was to deal with the impact of this incident. Not many people died in the ninja test, and they were all ninjas from Ninja Village, so it was not troublesome to deal with. In addition, the Zongnin exam itself has a death quota, so this time the Zongnin exam did not stop, but continued. The real battle continued, but this time many candidates voluntarily gave up. Having just experienced a life and death, it is not easy for them to enter the sure field again at this time. After the final second exam, only 6 people advanced to the final round of exams. That is, 2 teams. It is interesting to say that the 2 teams are Sanji, Shojuro, and Orochimaru in the mist, and Ano from Konoha, Shiryu and Inuzuka. The 2 teams once faced each other in the hidden forest, but there was an accident in the middle, and there was no victory or defeat. But now it is up again. The result of the draw was equally dramatic. Hyuguano vs. Sanji, Shojuro vs. Uchiha, Inuzukaka vs. Orochimaru. Of course, whether there is a black box operation here, it depends on the benevolent who sees the benevolent and the wise. The game did not start right away, but was delayed until 3 days later. giving a few people time to rest. It's great. All three of us have entered the final exam. Would you say that the three of us will all become Zonran? Hyuga Anno said excitedly. The opponent is not weak, we have to be prepared. UNVZia said. Zia was right. We didn't take advantage of the three people before, and the Misty Ninja seems to be better at fighting alone, unlike us, so we have to be careful. Inuzuka said. Oh, you don't want to build up other people's ambitions and destroy your own prestige. Okay, Hyuga Anno murmured. They are not wrong. The hidden ninja has a strong individual combat ability. You have to be careful. An abrupt voice sounded from behind the three of them. All of them were taken aback. Master Kakashi. How about, are you confident about the game 3 days from now? Hyuga Anno said. Yes. I will definitely defeat that Sanji. Kakashi-sama, we will do our best and will not be ashamed of Konoha. Inuzuka said. Me too. Zia said. That's good. If that's the case, then I will teach you something. Maybe it will be very helpful for your next exam. The three of them were all overjoyed when they heard the words. People of Kakashi's level can teach them something, but they can't ask for it. Thank you, Lord Kakashi. It doesn't matter, then. The shadow avatar technique. Kakashi separated 3 shadow avatars. One took the other and went to train alone. This Zonnin exam is the first collaboration between Konoha and Uin. Naturally, they can't lose too ugly. At least they have to win one game. Kakashi has seen the strength of the 3 Unin before, which is similar to the 3 of Anno. However, in these 3 days, Uin will definitely train the 3 of them to a certain extent. After all, everyone wants something like face. So Kakashi didn't mind teaching these 3 things. The tribes of Hyuga and Uzuzuka have worked with Kakashi, so if you give them pointers, the problem is not big. Speaking of which, Kakashi's Chidori is somewhat similar to Hyuga's Huishin. The same is to release chakras from the various acupoints of the body. It's just that Huishin will release more acupuncture points. This is the advantage of the Hyuga family, and most people can't do it. So as long as you tell Hyuga Anno about this technique, it shouldn't be a big problem to go back to the sky. The shadow avatar went to teach the 3 ninjas, but Kakashi's body was a little idle. Kakashi didn't have the consciousness of being a messenger, and went wandering in the misty village when he was bored. With Konoha's forehead, Kakashi would not be stopped as long as he didn't go to some secret place. To say that the customs of Uin village are really very different from Konoha. Passing a corner, Kakashi found a familiar figure. Terumime. What a coincidence. Kakashi. Terumime smiled. Kakashi showed his dead fish eyes and said, I don't think so. Terumime didn't mind, and said in combination, it's the first time to come to Uin village. How about it? Do you want me to accompany you to stroll around? If Shuiying-sama has this interest, I don't mind. It's so boring to call me Master Shuiying. Call me Xiaomai. Kakashi was taken aback, looked at Terumiming's expectant gaze, and smiled. Then trouble Xiaomai. Kakashi was not an emotional idiot, and Terumiming did not feel what he meant to him. And Kakashi is not out of favor with Mei Ming. It's just the difference between the 2 people's identities, which is not appropriate for now. Unless in the late stage of Hokage, the 5 countries are happy, and intermarriage is not a problem. But obviously, not now. Terumi took Kakashi to wander around in the misty village, and everyone was not surprised when they saw it. Kakashi, as Konoha's messenger, is not incomprehensible for Shuiying to accompany the visit. The 2 slowly walked to a stone wall, and they could see the whole Uin village. Kakashi, what do you think of haze? Terumime suddenly asked. Not bad. You can see that you have worked hard. The influence of the blood fog policy has gradually faded. The village has gradually prospered. Over time, it will not be a problem to restore the peak strength of Uin or even surpass it. Ha ha, then you will be honored. It's just the fact, but the blood fog policy has caused Uin to lose a lot of blood inheritance limits. I am afraid this will not restore the loss. Terumime sighed when he heard the words, and said, there is no way, but I can only search for these orphans in the blood succession boundary as much as possible. The mist hidden under Yuka's hands indeed lost a lot of the blood succession family, the Mizuki family, the Kaguya family, and the Ghost Lamp family, all of which were sacrificed under the blood fog policy. Kakashi did not comment on this. The orphans of these blood-stained families do exist, but whether they are willing to return to Uin is another matter. Kakashi, you think Misty is good. What about me? Tayumi Ming looked at Kakashi shyly, with a hint of redness on her face. Kakashi was taken aback. Is this a confession? In the past and this life, Kakashi was really confessed by a girl for the first time, and she was still a girl who she liked, but she didn't know what to say for a while. Seeing Kakashi looked at a loss, Tayumi could not help but chuckle. Kakashi stroked her hair awkwardly. This one. Well, I don't want to say it, but I also know what is between us. Tayumi looked towards the vast hidden misty village. Not knowing what he was thinking, Kakashi looked at Tayumi Ming's profile and didn't know what he was thinking. The two remained silent for a long time, and the air became a little frozen. At this moment, Tayumi suddenly looked at Kakashi, and he stood on tiptoe, and his lips were lightly printed on Kakashi's cheek. Kakashi's pupils opened quickly, looking surprised, but did not avoid it. Before long, Tayumi Ming put his toes down and looked at Kakashi with a smile on his face. Although I don't know what you think yet, I announce that you, Hagai Kakashi, is my Tayumi Ming man. The breeze blew through the girl's long hair, and also moved Kakashi's heart. Chapter 243. 10 years. Looking at the young girl who was as bright as the spring breeze in front of him, Kakashi's heart couldn't help beating violently, and two blushes appeared on his face. Tayumi covered her mouth and smiled. I didn't expect you to be such a shy person. Kakashi turned his head and looked away when he heard the words, concealing his panic. Where is? At this time, Kakashi didn't have the slightest appearance of Megatron Ninja, but a little like a young man who had just begun to love him. What a lovely man. The bits and pieces of the past appeared in Kakashi's mind. Through the love on the screen in the previous life, and the first encounter in this life on the island, that kind of hazy goodwill is preparing to be transformed into substance. Just facing this cannibalistic world, Kakashi suppressed the throbbing in his heart. When they met again, it was at the border of Konoha. The two exchanged information and left in a hurry. At that time, the beautiful eyes of the girl were still flowing in her heart. It turned out that she had never left in her heart. In Uchiha Hidden Village, although she released the sealed monster, she learned the old things about her parents because of this. As if there is only arrangement in the dark, she is the girl who solves her doubts. Or maybe, it's my parents deliberately making arrangements. At that time, a goodbye to have nothing to do. She is a 5-generation water shadow above 10,000 people, noble and glamorous, but she only shows herself the attitude of a child. Every time she molested, it seemed to fall in her heart, but she deliberately avoided it. Why avoid? Because I don't have the courage to face it. The future is too far away. The future is full of unpredictability. My enemy is too strong. I can't guarantee to give her a bright future. Those powerful enemies, like mountains, pressed against Kakashi's heart, making him afraid to have the slightest idea. However, my heart really moved. Moved so thoroughly, moved so desperately. But is it possible? No, at least not for the time being. Xiaomai, The two looked at each other, and different emotions were brewing. Like it. There is no need to express too much, a look is enough to express. Tayumi met her wish and saw love in Kakashi's eyes. But what Kakashi said next made Tayumi Ming's heart shake again. Sorry, I can't accept you yet, I still have a lot to do. Kakashi couldn't bear it. But for some things, indecision would only cause more damage. Tayumi smiled and said, is that so? But it is enough to understand that you feel the same as me. I didn't expect us to be together. Sorry, if you are willing to wait for me, at most 10 years, I will marry you. Kakashi's expression was more serious than ever. He was talking about a promise that must be fulfilled. A look of surprise appeared on Tayumi Ming's face. Apparently he didn't expect Kakashi to say such words. Is 10 years long? Yes, it is very long. How many years can life be? However, there is no possibility of the identity of the two. What if the result can be changed in 10 years? Looking at Kakashi's expression, Ming understood that he was serious. Now that he has made a promise, how can he disagree? Ming smiled and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to give me a future." Kakashi did not speak, but gently took Ming into his arms. "The nephrite jade is in your arms, and the fragrance is tangy." Ming was taken aback for a moment, then turned into a sweet smile. If this moment can be eternal, how good would it be? The agreement fell into the hearts of the two, and for the rest of their lives, it was anticipation. The last session of the Zongnin exam was held as scheduled 3 days later. The Konoha trio and the Uchiha trio are equally confident. It's just that as long as it is a game, there will be winners and losers. In the Misty Arena, there are spectators all around. As the home of Mist, it naturally enjoys a great advantage. The sky of cheering and cheering is the greatest inspiration for the players participating in the competition. Kakashi sat on the high platform and watched all this silently. Such things as Zongnin exams are too far away for him. That year, both Taito and Lin were still there. But now, one is in the abyss of darkness, and one is in the cycle of life and death. Kakashi sighed. His memories flooded again. In the first game, Hyuga Anno played against Sanji. Under the guidance of the Kakashi Shadow clone, Anno learned to return to the sky. Kakashi originally thought that he could win this way, but he did not expect that Sanji's physical skills were indeed excellent, and his speed made Anno a little tired to deal with. But Kakashi could see that Sanji's physical skills consumed a lot of chakra, and Anno's tuition did the same. According to the current situation, the two will draw a tie out of 10. Sure enough, half an hour later, the two of them ran out of chakra unsurprisingly, and it became a winless draw. But even so, Sanji's excellent physical skills and Anno's tuition also won the applause. According to the performance of the two, promotion to Zongren should not be a problem. The next match between Yungoshia and Chojuro will be dramatic. Originally, UNVZ had an absolute advantage, but what I didn't expect was that under tremendous pressure, Chojuro broke out on the spot and defeated UNVZ with one blow, which surprised Kakashi a little. It is worthy of being the next 6 generations of water shadows, and the talent is indeed extraordinary. As for the battle between the two female ninjas, it was almost an overwhelming victory. Orochimaru could have a draw against Inuzuka, but when Orochimaru joined the battle, Inuzuka's strength immediately increased so that Orochimaru was knocked out without knowing what was going on. 1 draw, 1 loss and 1 victory. It is a happy ending. Everyone has face, which is a good start for peaceful diplomacy. It's just that Hyuga Anno and UNVZ feel very shameless. Zia, neither of us won. As a result, Xiahua won. It was too shameless, Hyuga Anno said desperately. Although it was said that he had the loudest cheering, Inuzuka really won at this time, which still made Hyuga Anno feel a little unhappy. Yeah, I must be teased by Xiahua when I go back. UNVZ was also helpless. But if you lose, you lose. There is no other way to blame. You can only blame yourself for lack of strength. Their Zongren examination came to an end. Except for Zayu, the other 5 people all obtained Zongren's qualifications. This made Zia and Anuo a little surprised. Originally they thought they had to win to qualify, but they didn't expect to lose. Putting on a green vest, they also took off the title of Xiashino. Chapter 244 Summer Festival. The Zongnin exam officially came to an end. Although there were twists and turns in the middle, it was still complete. Konoha's people did not leave Uchiha village immediately, but stayed for a few more days to discuss matters concerning the alliance. Kakashi used Ninja Eagle to send the news of the discussion back to Konoha, and the 3 generations of Hokage and the elders finally determined the result after an all-night discussion. Naturally, the time consumed during this period will also take a few days. This time Kakashi and Tsurume are also considered to be spent together, and they get along very happily. Of course, apart from the two themselves. No one else knew at all. The identities of the two are the blatantly being together. It is indeed unrealistic. Happy times always pass quickly, and the final result of the discussion must be put on the bright side. In the Water Shadow Building, Ming and Kakashi argued for the best interests of their villages. No one could see that the two were actually lovers. In the end, both parties signed the alliance treaty on the principle of obtaining the greatest benefit. The signing of the treaty means that the day of returning to Konoha is also on the agenda. Although the two were reluctant to give up, they also knew how to measure. Konoha and a group of people left New Iron Village in a mighty manner. Under the of New Iron, they came to Shisui City and boarded the steamer on their way home. On the ship, Kakashi held a red jade stone in his hand, which was a parting gift from Tsumima. Kakashi put it in his arms, feeling the faint residual warmth. "Wait for me." On the high mountains in the distance of Shisui City, Ming looked into the distance alone, holding the red jade stone in his hand as well. The difference is that there is a small black dot mark on the jade. If you don't look carefully, you won't notice it at all. "Kakashi, I'm waiting for you." Ming had a gentle smile on her face, gently pinching the jade stone in her hand, and finally put it in her arms as well. As the sun sets, in the afterglow, the ship gradually goes away, and finally disappears on the endless sea. A few days later, Konoha. 3 generations of Hokage led people to wait at Konoha's gate. Suddenly, an Anb appeared in front of the 3rd generation of Hokage. Hokage-sama, Kakashi Hagai and the team that set off for the mist has entered Konoha's warning area, and it is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. 3 generations of Hokage heard this and smiled. "Okay, you go down." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Before long, a figure appeared in the distance, with silver-white hair, a green vest, and the forehead covering his left eye. And behind him is a team of dozens of people coming. Kakashi looked at the people at Konoha's door, showing a faint smile. It feels good to be home. Kakashi sits lazily on the steps in front of the courtyard at the Flagwood House, motionless. A pair of dead fish eyes looked listlessly at the falling cherry blossoms in front of the courtyard. "Ah, the vacation days are so boring." Kakashi was lying on the wooden floor in front of the door, feeling a little listless. After returning to Konoha, after a few days of busy work, Kakashi ushered in a vacation. It's just that maybe it was too slow before, and after all of a sudden, Kakashi didn't know what to do. Simply lay at home. Just as Kakashi was lying down and about to fall asleep, a figure rushed into Kakashi's yard. "Senior Kakashi, you are too lazy." Kakashi opened his dim sleepy eyes, glanced at the person, and said, "Godzang, what's the matter? Is something wrong?" "I'm on vacation today." "Senior, I am on vacation today too, not here to do a task with you." "That's it." Kakashi sat up, stretched his waist, and said, "What can you do if you come here?" "Senior, there is a summer festival today. Are you planning to lie down like this?" "Summer festival?" Kakashi was a little more sober when he heard the words, and he saw Tanzang wearing a kimono, which was very different from his usual image. "Yes, senior, you are boring alone, so why don't you go to the summer festival with us?" "You guys, Aksen and Haifeng going too?" "Yeah, the two of them are lovers. I am going to be like a light bulb by myself, so I want senior to be a light bulb with me." Kakashi showed those dead fish eyes, and said, "Godzang, it's not good to disturb the young couple." "But, I like it, wait for me. I'll change my clothes." Tanzang smiled helplessly. He knew that Kakashi would have such a bad taste, so he wanted to come over and invite him. Kakashi walked into the room, took off his casual clothes, and put on the kimono he hadn't worn for a long time. "Okay, let's go." Kakashi, who had changed his kimono, took off his forehead, revealing the scar. But it didn't give people a fierce feeling, but a special kind of handsome. What a handsome boy. Following Tenzo, Kakashi quickly saw Aksen and Hi-8 waiting at the entrance of the summer festival. The two also took off their original costumes and put on kimonos. At this moment, they are not ninjas, but ordinary civilians. "Senior, are you here?" "Ah, I heard that you used Tanzang as an electric light bulb. so I came to accompany Danzang. He is really pitiful by himself." Xin and Haifeng glanced at each other, both blushing. "Why, Senior, don't listen to Danzang nonsense," Ziyan said. Hi-8 touched her hair awkwardly, a little embarrassed. "Okay, go in." The summer festival is Konoha's biggest event in summer. It started at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and continued until 3 o'clock in the morning. There are various activities here, such as goldfish fishing, water balloon fishing, ring, pitching and bidding, etc. There are also various snacks, such as fried noodles, octopus balls, taiyaki, marshmallows, apple candy and so on. At night, there is a firework festival, which is extremely romantic. It is precisely because of this romance that summer festivals have become a good time for men and women to confess. Kakashi looked at the couple coming and going, and suddenly missed Terumi. Looking at the Danzang on the side, I couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Just as Kakashi was in a trance, there was a beating in the distance. "You give me out, my mask will not be sold to you." Immediately afterwards, a blonde child was pushed out and fell to the ground. The other two children rushed out of the store and helped them up. It is Naruto, Xiangrin, and Shijigo. Shijigo helped Naruto up and asked softly, "Is it all right, Naruto?" Naruto shook his head, but the loss in his eyes was full. Xianglin was angry when he saw this, and shouted at the boss, "If you don't sell, you won't sell." "What's so great? Why push people? It's really annoying." HMPH. "Don't let me see this nasty kid again." "You guys go away." The boss looked at Naruto in his eyes, full of disgust. Chapter 245 Naruto's Dream. Why do you always treat me like this?" Naruto yelled. His eye sockets were slightly moist, and tears seemed to be overflowing soon, but they swirled in his eye sockets and refused to fall. "Naruto." Xiangrin looked at Naruto distressedly. Although the two are usually noisy, their relationship is very deep. Shijigo patted Naruto on the shoulder for comfort. The owner of the mask shop looked at Naruto and couldn't bear it. But when he remembered that night 8 years ago, his wife and children had died, and his heart was cruel. "Get out." The owner of the mask shop roared hoarsely. "Hateful." Xianglin was angry in her heart, waved her fist and jumped up, wanting to clean up the hateful guy in front of him. Unexpectedly, he was caught just as soon as he volleyed. "Who?" Xianglin turned his head to see that it was the familiar face. "Brother Kakashi." Xianglin's momentum immediately weakened. "What's wrong? Do you even want to fight me?" No. No. Kakashi put Xiangrin on the ground and said to the owner of the mask shop, "Hello, please give me 3 masks." The owner of the mask shop was taken aback, but he also recognized Kakashi. "Yes, Lord Kakashi." The owner of the mask shop took out 3 masks and handed them to Kakashi. Kakashi also gave the money to the owner of the mask shop. The owner of the mask shop quickly refused. No, Lord Kakashi, I can't take your money." "Accept it, it's not easy for you." Kakashi put the money in the hands of the owner of the mask shop, and led the 3 of Xiangrong to leave the place. The owner of the mask shop looked at the paper money in his hand, feeling a little melancholy. Kakashi once investigated the civilians who had lost their relatives because of the Nine-Tailed Rebellion, and knew that the owner of the mask shop in front of him lost his wife and 8-year-old son because of Nine-Tails. The owner of the mask shop opened such a shop because his deceased child loved these strange masks the most. Therefore, Kakashi understands the resentment of the mask shop owner towards Naruto. Kakashi is not good to say anything about his behavior. After all, they are just poor people. Leading the 3 of them out of the mask shop, they came to a clearing. Naruto still keeps his head down, grievances on his face. Xiangrin was a little nervous, and the shock she had just been scolded by Kakashi had not disappeared. "Xiangrin, I told you, don't do anything with people who are not ninjas, especially people from the same village. Have you forgotten?" But, Brother Kakashi, you also said that if the opponent is too much, don't hesitate to punch it." Xiangrin said aggrievedly. Kakashi froze for a moment, Well, this sentence seems to have been said. Touching Xianglin's head, Kakashi continued, well, don't do it so hard next time. If you just hit the punch, it is estimated that the boss will be in the hospital. I see. Xiangrin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Kakashi no longer blamed himself. Big brother Daimyo, this is not to blame Xiang wrong, it's all my fault. It's always annoying. Naruto lowered his head and said. Although Naruto's expression cannot be seen clearly, Kakashi can also imagine Naruto. How sad it is at this time. Gently patted Naruto's head, Kakashi said, Naruto, don't give up. Have you forgotten your dream? Naruto shook his body and rubbed the tears coming out of his eyes. I remember. I want to be a ninja recognized by brother Daimyo, and a ninja recognized by everyone. Ah, this is just a small setback on this road. Do you want to give up? Naruto shook his head abruptly, and said firmly, never. The corner of Kakashi's mouth pulled out a curve, and he smiled. That's right, this is the Uzumaki Naruto I know. Okay, wipe away your tears. Today is a summer festival. Have fun. You guys, Kakashi said, and handed the 3 masks to the 3 of Xiangrong. The 3 happily took it, which was originally what they just wanted to buy. Let's go. Don't stand stupidly here. Okay. As for the current situation of Naruto, Kakashi doesn't want to change, nor is it easy to change. It is precisely because of these hardships that Naruto finally became the strong Naruto of the 7th generation. What Kakashi can do is let him get a few rays of light in the dark that he didn't have. As for how to illuminate the night, Naruto needs to change it himself. On the way to growth, there will always be obstacles that need to be overcome by oneself. At least Naruto has more support than before. Xiangrin, Shigo, and Kakashi. Seeing the 3 little ghosts jumping in front of him, Kakashi was a little relieved. I don't know why, looking at them, Kakashi suddenly felt like a father. Senior Kakashi, where did you go? At this time, Tenzo also discovered Kakashi, who had just disappeared. Ah, sorry, I saw a few acquaintances. Kakashi pointed to Naruto and them. That's. Tenzo was interrupted by Kakashi before he could say it. There are some things that can't be said, Danzang. Forgot for a while, sorry. Senior, do you want to go fishing for goldfish with us? Zayan asked. Let's go with Haifeng. Tanzang and I are not interested in this. Well, that's a shame. Hi 8, let's go. Xin put her arms around Haifeng's arm, and walked to the place where she was fishing for the goldfish. Tanzang said helplessly, Senior Kakashi, I have been abused by the golden aura of love again. I didn't expect, Tanzang, that you still have a heart that wants to fall in love. I think red beans are pretty good. Would you like to think about it? Tanzang was full of anger when he heard the words, and quickly said, Senior, this joke can't be ridiculed. Honda's temperament is not like a woman. No one can stand it. Azuki joined Anbu a few days ago, and he happened to be under Kakashi's command. Several people are also familiar with each other. Honda's carefree character is still very popular with everyone. He just said that he wanted to be a girlfriend, but Tenzo still refused. He still likes gentle girls. The smile on Kakashi's face became a little playful, and then he said, Oh, really? Of course it's true. It's going to die. Danzo. Say it again. A sturdy voice sounded from behind Tanzang, making him a cold sweat immediately. His body looked back stiffly, and sure enough, he saw the face full of anger. Red beans? What greeted the sky was a cold kunai on his neck. Tanzang swallowed, and said with a dry smile, Hongdu, if you have something to say, put Kiwu down first. Oh, I don't know who you are talking about, who is not like a woman and can't stand it. Hongdao's face approached slightly, and even murderous sorrow appeared in his eyes. No, you must have heard it wrong, right, Senior Kakashi, you said something. Kakashi squinted his eyes, smiled into a crescent, and touched his hair, and said, I don't know anything, you two have a good chat. I'm leaving now. Senior Tenzo let out a wailing, but Kakashi was indifferent. Well, It feels good to be cheating. Seeing Kakashi's death, Tanzang looked desperately at the red bean in front of him. Elder sister, can you do it lightly? Chapter 246 Juvenile Joy. After pitting the sky, Kakashi left comfortably. As for what Tanzang will be like by the red bin pit, Kakashi doesn't know. Anyway, it won't die. Naruto and Xiangrin both held several squid skewers in their hands, and their mouths were filled with oil. On the other hand, Shigeo is eating balls, which looks much better. Seeing Kakashi coming over, Naruto quickly handed over a squid skewers and said, "Brother Daimyo, can you eat it? It's delicious." Kakashi waved his hand, but did not accept it. He didn't like such greasy things. Let's go there and have a look. There will be a show. Kakashi pointed to the circus not far away, which was dedicated to Konoha. Xianglin and Naruto's eyes lit up, and they had long wanted to go, but the tickets for the circus were not cheap, and they didn't have that much money. After all, they are not ninjas yet. What they have is only the monthly subsidy that Konoha gives. The money is okay for food, but I want to go to a circus show, but it's too much. Really? Brother Daimyo? Naruto asked excitedly. Touching Naruto's hair, Kakashi smiled and said, "Naturally it is true, let's go." Kakashi had long discovered that Naruto and Xiangrin had been looking enviously at the entrance of the circus, but they had never entered. After thinking about it, Kakashi understood the reason. Ever since, Kakashi took the three of them into the circus happily and watched a circus show. When they came out, it was already full of fireworks. Wow, so beautiful. Xiangrong looked at the starry sky lit by fireworks, folded his hands together, eyes full of longing. It's really great. Naruto also looked at the sky full of fireworks with excitement. Shigeo just smiled. The fireworks burst through the quiet night sky, and the crowd of the summer festival also stopped one after another, admiring the redness of the sky. Master Hinata, be careful. Brother Ningsai, I'm fine. That's good. Let's go there to watch the fireworks. The location is very good. Neji pointed to a clearing in the distance, and Naruto and his party were next to him. Well, Kakashi went to the toilet. Hinata turned around and saw Naruto's figure. Turning red, Hinata hummed softly. Seeing Hinata's agreement, Ningsai took Hinata with him. Hinata, Xianglin saw Hinata first, and they all belonged to the same class, so they knew each other naturally. Classmate Xiangrin, you are here too. Hinata's face blushed, and he looked at Naruto who was aside. Naruto also reacted at this time and said loudly, "It's Hinata, are you also watching the fireworks? This place is amazing. Let's just stand here and watch." Naruto said, holding Hinata's little hand and trying to pull her over. Hinata's face turned red. Unexpectedly, Ninja frowned and stretched out Naruto's hand. Presumptuous. What do you want to do? Oh, it hurts. Who are you? Why hit someone? Naruto cried. Brother Ningsai, don't be like this. Naruto and the others are my friends. They are not malicious. Xianglin also saw Nings at this time, and he felt as if he had seen him somewhere before, and then remembered that when he first came, he had seen this handsome little brother. Is that so? That's really sorry. Nisari has not died, so Neji's personality has not been distorted. Forget it, it's okay. Are you Hinata's brother? Naruto wasn't a caring person, but he was a little curious about Neji's identity. Yes, Brother Ningsai is my cousin, Hinata said. That's it. No wonder. Xianglin rushed out at this time and said, "Hello, my name is Xianglin. I wonder if you still remember me." Ningsi was stunned for a moment, and glanced at Xianglin, as if he did have some impression. Oh, when I think about it, it seems that I have seen it once. At that time, you followed Master Kakashi. Yes, it's me. You think about it. Xianglin was very excited, and Ningsi couldn't help but blush. As a result, the two whitey-eyed children of Hyuga's family blushed together, also because of the little ghosts of the Uzumaki clan. Shigeo felt like he was a little redundant at this time. Fortunately, Kakashi walked out of the toilet at this time. Looking at the two people who suddenly appeared, I was a little surprised. Hinata, Neji, are you here too? Kakashi has visited Hyuga's house, so he is no stranger to the two. Hinata and Ningsai respectfully yelled, Master Kakashi, don't be so polite, right? Hinata, you and Naruto are classmates, right? Yes, Lord Kakashi. So, let's play with the five of you. I have something to do, so let's go first. Kakashi finished speaking and disappeared in place. Naruto complained, Big brother Daimyo, he disappeared so suddenly every time. Forget it, leave them alone. Neji, Hinata, let's go to the last bonfire party together. Yes, take it with you. Mask, Naruto said, putting on the mask Kakashi gave him. The five reached a consensus and rushed to the final location of the summer festival. On the roof in the distance, Kakashi watched the five walking away, smiled faintly, and then lay lazily on the roof. Sure enough, this lazy feeling is suitable for me. The fireworks continue to bloom, and it seems that they will never stop. How can the beauty of just a moment become eternal? Kakashi tilted his head and saw three figures. Futake, Mikoto and Sasuke are a family of three. Today is really a special day. I met so many acquaintances. With a happy smile on Sasuke's face, his attachment to Itachi was temporarily let go. Sasuke is still full of desire for power, but he still has the love of his parents. The purpose of power has also changed, not for revenge, but for salvation. The power of love and the power of hate don't know what will be different in the end. Who knows? Kakashi didn't know anyway. But at least Sasuke has a smile on his face at this time, which is enough. Itachi still chose the road of patience, but compared to the original road, this time it was much easier. At least there is no sin of genocide weighed on him. Kakashi suddenly discovered that after he came into this world, he seemed to have changed a lot of things. But so what? This is not the original world that existed in the virtual world, but the real life. Since it already exists, why bother to change? Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Kakashi suddenly felt a little emotional. The noise in the distance seemed incompatible with Kakashi at this time. Naruto and Xianglin are noisy, Hinata and Neji are smiling, Shijio stays silently. Sasuke is still in the arms of his parents, but he hasn't acted like he did before. Those teenagers are growing up step by step, and Kakashi will also become one of them. Chapter 247 Graduation exam. Time passed in a hurry, and Konoha had reached 60 years in a blink of an eye. March is again the annual graduation day. In this peaceful age, there are basically no applicants for graduation. At least for this session of Naruto, no one applied. The exam, you have the graduation examination to do. Kakashi sat in his courtyard, looking at the three little ghosts in front of him. Brother Kakashi, we will have the graduation exam tomorrow, and we will endure it by then. Xianglin said triumphantly, obviously not worried at all about the so-called graduation exam. In fact, it is true. Although they still don't know what the graduation exam is, according to the practice in previous years, they usually take the three shins and exam. As for the three-body technique, even Naruto has completely mastered it. Therefore, this exam is not difficult for them at all. Although Kakashi doesn't have much time to train them on weekdays, but after 6 years of training, naturally, their results need not be said much. Xianglin and Shijio are absolute top students, even Naruto. In addition to the poor theory test, the rest are also among the best. Brother Daimyo, we are going to endure it. Didn't we say that we should give us a gift when we graduate? Can you give it to us now? Naruto looked at Kakashi curiously, and stretched out his hands to ask for a gift. Wait until you pass, you guy, still want to advance? Kakashi slapped Naruto's palm with a slap, and said with a smile, oh, it hurts. Naruto retracted his palm abruptly, blowing air to the palm of his hand, with an aggrieved expression on his face. Well, the three of you prepare well. Tomorrow's graduation exam is going to work hard. When you pass, I will give you a good celebration. Great. In the Naruto office, Kakashi reports recent work to the third generation of Naruto. That's the way it is, and Bus' recent work has been very smooth. Hee, that's good. Kakashi worked hard for you. Where? This is what I should do. By the way, Naruto should be graduating soon, right? Yeah, it's the graduation exam today, and they should be almost in their turn. Well, Kakashi, are you interested in taking a look with me? Oh, the telescope technique? I thought your old man would only use it for peeping. Kakashi teased. The third generation of Hokage coughed twice in embarrassment. Ahem, Kakashi, I don't understand what you are talking about. Come and watch it together. I saw an image on the crystal ball in front of the three generations. Exactly what happened in the graduation exam. Kakashi leaned forward curiously to watch. Iruka took the form and looked at the examinee in front of him and said, "Hello everyone, this time the subject of the exam is Avatar. Please go to the exam room for the person who hears the name." The first one is Wuxi Xiangrong. 2. Xianglin heard the words and walked into the exam room. There are two examiners. One is Iuka and the other is Mizuki. This kind of ninja test does not have much technical content, so two Zonran teachers are enough. Looking at the red-haired girl in front of her, Iruka smiled and said, "Xiangrin, although I know that your clone technique has been used very skillfully, you still have to go through the process for the exam." Understood, Teacher Iruka. Then let's start. It is good. Xiangling's hands were sealed, and the blue chakra was flowing in his body. The technique of Avatar. Boom. Two figures exactly the same as Xianglin appeared on the side. Iruka nodded in satisfaction, and wrote it down on the form in front of him. Full score, Xianglin. Congratulations. You passed the Xiaren exam. Come over tomorrow at 8 o'clock to attend the graduate briefing. Yeah? That's great. Xianglin took Konoha's forehead from Iruka's hand and left the room happily. Haha, Iruka. The quality of the candidates this time is excellent. Yes, after all, Xianglin was taught by Master Kakashi. Yes, Lord Kakashi. Mizuki showed a gentle smile, but there was a shady bird hidden in his eyes that Iuka hadn't noticed. In the Naruto office, the three generations of Naruto laughed and said, "This Xianglin reminds me of the former Kushina, with the same red hair and the same grumpy character." Ah, indeed, Xiangliuo is somewhat similar to Master Juxinai. Yeah, by the way, Kakashi, what do you think of this Mizuki? Three generations of Hokage suddenly asked. Mizuki? Kakashi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the third generation of Hokage would ask this question. Yes. What do you think of him? I don't know anything about this person, but from his appearance, it doesn't seem to be a kindness. Yes, the other day, Anb discovered the strangeness of Mizuki, and sent someone to investigate, and found that the victim who performed the task with Mizuki before seemed to be his killer. Oh, kill your companions? Yes, Mizuki has ambitions. I'm afraid I will invite Anbu for tea in some time. Well, let Ibis go. He is the best at this kind of thing. Hee, that's true. In the crystal ball, it was Sasuke's turn to take part in the assessment, perfect clone technique, without the slightest problem. The third generation of Naruto suddenly said, "Kakashi, you have been in Anbu for a long time. How about it? Are you interested in being a leader of the team? Do you lead the team?" That's what I meant. Naruto has to go out to do the task when he becomes Shinin. I really feel a little worried. So let me take care of this kid. The third generation of Naruto nodded and said, "I think so too. But the other two members of your team, I will be Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno. Oh, I thought you would let Naruto and Xianglin, Shijio a team. Haha, this is interesting, isn't it? Naruto and Sasuke have always been in a competitive relationship. If they are in a team, they will have different sparks, and there will be emotional entanglements between the three. Maybe the motivation for progress will be even greater. That's enough. That's how it is said. But I don't know why. Does Kakashi think this guy in the third generation is a bit nasty? Love triangle? It's really exciting to think about it. Furthermore, when Sasuke became your student, few you applied to me. After all, no one is more suitable to teach him than you. So that's it. I understand. Sasuke has dual attributes of thunder and fire, and has the potential to write round eyes. It is true that no one is more suitable than Kakashi. As for Xianglin and Shijigo, I intend to let Lugia lead them. I don't know what you think. Kakashi smiled and said, Senior Lugia. I am afraid that Senior Lugia is a bit annoying with Xianglin's frizzy character. This is also good. I have no opinion. That's good. Chapter 248. Same but different beginning. Naruto. The subject of this exam is Avatar. 1 can pass, and 2 are excellent. Don't worry, Mr. Iluka, it's just a clone technique. There is absolutely no problem. After Naruto finished speaking, he immediately sealed the seal, and the huge chakra escaped everywhere, with 2 bangs, and 2 clones appeared beside him. Naruto, who learned the shadow clone at the age of 4, naturally doesn't mean much to him. Originally, Naruto couldn't use the clone technique because of Kyuubi's interference. Now Kyuubi is obediently staying in the seal and naturally won't interfere with Naruto. Congratulations, Naruto, although your theoretical results are in a mess, but if you pass the clone technique, you can also get the qualification for graduation. The amount of care is given to you. You are already a ninja. Thank you, Mr. Iuka. Naruto took the forehead in excitement, and ran out, ready to show off with Xianglin and the others. Iluka smiled and shook his head, and said, this guy is still so frizzy after becoming a ninja. I hope I can restrain myself later. Naruto is the last candidate, which means that the exam is over. At this time, Mizuki suddenly said, Iluka, you should submit the test materials. I suddenly feel a little sick in my stomach, so I go to the toilet. Okay, Miss Mizuki. Pay attention to your body. Thank you. Seeing Mizuki's departure, Iluka felt a little weird, and there seemed to be something wrong with his friend recently. After Mizuki left the classroom, he showed a sneer. Instead of going to the toilet, he went directly to Naruto. Naruto hadn't walked far, when someone called himself, turned back quickly. Ms. Mizuki, is there anything wrong? Mizuki showed a gentle smile, which was something he had practiced for a long time. Naruto, congratulations on becoming a ninja. I want to tell you something. What's the matter? Teacher Mizuki, let's talk quickly. I'm going to seek Xianglin and Shijigo. Mizuki leaned close to Naruto's ear, and said mysteriously, this matter has something to do with why the people in the village hate you. Don't you want to know? Naruto shook his body. Why did people in the village hate him? Naruto was anxious, and hurriedly called, Miss Mizuki, tell me. Mizuki smiled with a tricky smile, and said, yes, but before that, I want to see that you have enough ability to bear the truth. Therefore, I will teach you a task. As long as you complete it, I will tell you. Good. Teacher Mizuki, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task. Seeing you are so confident, I also feel relieved a lot. The task is, Mizuki whispered in Naruto's ear, but didn't know that everything that happened here was presented in the crystal ball of the 3rd generation of Hokage. The 3 generations of Hokage's expression changed, and said, I didn't expect Mizuki to even peer into the sealed book. It's so bold. It seems that he intends to use Naruto to steal the Book of Seal, and then defected to Ninja Village. Kakashi said with squinting eyes. I really don't know where his confidence comes from. I think Naruto can steal the Book of the Seal. Kakashi shook his head, somewhat speechless, as Konoha's important thing. The Book of Seal has at least 3 Anbu guards at the upper level of Shinobu. With a newly graduated Naruto who wants to steal the Book of Seal, it is simply a fantasy. Mizuki is going to tell Naruto that he has Kyuubi in his body. A hint of thought flashed in the eyes of the 3rd generation of Hokage, and then said, Kyuubi's affairs should indeed be told to Naruto. I don't know what will happen next. Reaction. 3 generations of adults. What do you mean ... to push the boat along the river? Yes, it's not appropriate for us to tell Naruto about this. It just happens that Mizuki wants to say it, so let him say it, just to see Naruto's reaction. Well, I believe in Naruto. He will become the best person's Yulai. Well, it's time to untie this knot for Naruto. Kakashi, you will be responsible for this matter. pay attention to it at night. Understand? Naruto, what's wrong with you? Didn't you pass the exam? Why are you still looking sullen? Isn't it because you are worried that you won't be in the same group with Sakura tomorrow? Xiangrin joked. Maybe the invisible power is still so strong. Naruto still has a good impression of Sakura, but it is not as exaggerated as the original. It is more of appreciation than direct liking. Of course, for Hinata, Naruto has not found a nerve. No, I'm thinking about something else. Naruto quickly denied. Well, Shijigo, Naruto, let's go to Kakashi brother, they all passed the exam. We should celebrate with Kakashi teacher. Okay. Looking at the empty house in front of them, the three knew that Kakashi was not at home. Hey, brother, Kakashi won't go on mission again, right? He didn't come back until yesterday. Xiangrin, Kakashi's brother is an important person in the village, so things are going to happen naturally. We need to grow up as soon as possible and become Kakashi's helper. Shijigo said. Zongu is right. Becoming Xiaren is our first step, and then we have to work harder. Okay. The two chatted, but Naruto was uncharacteristically silent. The truth is here. Even Naruto can't help but feel a little heavy in his heart. What is the truth? The truth that has troubled me for 12 years. As night fell, Naruto slipped quietly into the place where Mizuki said the Book of Seal. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly without anyone blocking it. Carrying a large scroll, Naruto quickly fled the scene. At this moment, Kakashi's figure slowly emerged in place. History is always surprisingly similar. Konoha's silent night was replaced by noise, and news of the theft of the sealed book was spread. Iuka's execution news was so anxious that Naruto would never expect to do such a thing. There must be something wrong. How could Naruto know where the Book of Seals is? Iuka's figure quickly went away, looking for Naruto's figure. At this time, Naruto was waiting in the woods for the arrival of Mizuki. Miss Mizuki is so slow, so boring. Naruto was anxious and bored. He picked up the Book of Seals and began to read. The technique of multiple shadow clones is the advanced shadow clone. Interesting. Let me see how to use it. Then I will give Brother Daimyo a surprise. On a tree not far away, Kakashi watched all this silently. Naruto, this kid is really simple and cute. Not long after, Iuka panted and watched Naruto under the tree practicing ninjutsu. Naruto, what are you doing? Teacher Iuka. Why are you here? Where is Miss Mizuki? Naruto said with a puzzled look. Iuka was taken aback. Mizuki? This matter has something to do with Mizuki. Oops. Iuka was not stupid, and soon understood the point of the matter. At this moment, the wind shook loudly behind. Shoo! Several shurikens shot at Iuka. Iuka only had time to avoid the vital point, and the rest was still inserted. Iuka looked back, gritted his teeth and said, Mizuki, it really is you. What do you want to do? Naruto was stunned by the scene in front of him. What's the situation? Iuka, you shouldn't have come here. It's a matter between me and Naruto. Asshole, what do you want to do? Instigated Naruto to steal the sealed book. Of course it is for the forbidden technique on the Book of Seals. As long as I have him, I will be able to find Lord Orochimaru and become a great ninja. Ha ha ha. Mizuki, are you crazy? Do you know what you are talking about? Of course I know, Naruto. Give me the Book of Seals. I will tell you the truth. Why do people in the village hate you so much? Don't you want to know? Iuka hurriedly shouted, Mizuki, shut up. You can't say this. Oh? You won't let me say? I'm going to say. Naruto, listen up. You are the nine-tailed demon fox. You are the nine-tailed demon fox who almost destroyed the village 12 years ago. Iuka's parents are also because of you dead. He doesn't really care about you at all. You also hate you. Ha ha ha, no one really cares about you. You are a disaster. Mizuki has a hideous face, not at all like the gentle teacher of the past. Iuka looked at that face as if she didn't recognize it at all. Shut up, Mizuki. Do you know what you are doing? Naruto on the side was already dullied. Nine-tailed demon fox. Are you a nine-tailed demon fox? No wonder everyone hates themselves. No wonder no one wants to play with them. Naruto was shocked. and his entire outlook on life was subverted. At this moment, a voice came into Naruto's ears. "Naruto, have you forgotten me, Xianglong and Shijio? You have never been alone." Naruto woke up suddenly upon hearing this. "This is the sound, Brother Daimyo." Naruto glanced around in surprise, but he did not see anyone. "Is it my own illusion?" "No, it's not." "That's right, I have Brother Daimyo, Xianglin and Shijio. I'm not alone anymore." At this moment, Mizuki rushed over, holding a huge shuriken in his hand. "Demon Fox, go to hell. The sealed book is mine." While Naruto was still stunned, he didn't expect Mizuki to rush over. At this moment, Iruka stood in front of Naruto, and the huge shuriken was nailed to Iruka's shoulder. Iruka snorted and shot away from the kunai of his right hand. Mizuki quickly backed away, avoiding Kyuwu. "Teacher Iruka." Naruto was shocked, but he didn't expect that Iruka would actually block the blow for himself, and quickly held Iruka. "Iruka, you will save this demon fox. Your parents died because of him, so you will save him," Mizuki said in disbelief. "Haha, Mizuki, Naruto is a student I recognize. He is not a demon fox. He is Naruto Uzumaki who belongs only to Konoha." Naruto's heart shook after hearing this. It turned out that in addition to the three of Brother Daimyo, there were others who recognized themselves like this. Tears fumbled from the corner of Naruto's eyes. "This feeling is really good." Mizuki snorted disdainfully, and said, "Ha, what a useless guy. In that case, I will send you two on the road together. The Book of Seal is mine." After hearing this, Naruto placed Iruka by the tree and slowly stood up. The chill in his eyes was unprecedented. "If you dare to try Mr. Iruka, I must be 100 times. I will fight back 1,000 times. Che, it's just a little devil who just became Xirin, who dares to be so arrogant. Let me teach you what a terrifying existence Zongren is to you." Mizuki waved his iron fist and hit Naruto in the face. Naruto didn't care at all. Shi and middle fingers were brought together, and his hands were crossed, forming Renyin, the technique of multiple shadow clones. Bang bang bang. Overwhelming shadow clones appeared in the forest, surrounding the water and trees. Mizuki immediately stood there. "Okay, is Xirin to be so cruel? Everyone go together." Next, there was the wailing sound of Mizuki. After a minute, there was a waste tree lying on the ground. "Hey, it seems to be a bit too heavy." Naruto rubbed his nose and returned to the sunshine again. Iruka on the side was still shocked. "What a terrible chakra, there are thousands of shadow clones just now." "Mr. Iruka, are you okay?" "It's okay, Naruto, you are amazing." Iruka laughed. "Hey, that is." Naruto looked proud. At this moment Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Both of them were shocked. "Master Kakashi." "Brother Daimyo." Naruto gave a scared cry. Although his nerves were great, he also knew that he seemed to have caused a lot of trouble today. "Iruka, it's really hard for you. The medical class will be here in a while." "Thank you, Lord Kakashi." "It's okay," Kakashi responded with a smile, and then looked at Naruto. The gaze made Naruto a little hairy, and he didn't know what to say. "Naruto, knowing the truth, do you have anything to say?" Kakashi asked. "Brother Daimyo, am I really a demon fox?" Naruto asked hesitantly. "Of course not. The demon fox is in your body, and you are the hero who sealed the demon fox. Some things have not been told to you before, but you are still young, afraid that you can't accept it. But your performance today makes me understand that I underestimated you. There are certain things that should have been told to you long ago." "I see, Brother Daimyo." Kakashi smiled and said, "Even if things are over for today, go back and prepare for tomorrow's graduation briefing." A bright smile appeared on Naruto's face again. Although the methods were different, he finally understood why he was hated. "Does all this matter?" "It's important when you don't know, but after you know it, it seems that it becomes less important." Naruto's dream is still recognized by everyone. That's it. The night breeze was noisy, and all the prologues seemed to have begun to be written again. Is it just that the ending will be the same? Chapter 249 Instructor Naruto's stealing of the sealed book was naturally given a severe lesson by the 3 generations of Hokage, but for Naruto, this kind of preaching had little effect. After all, under the teachings of Iuka's Xinxin, Naruto's mouth escape has been small, and as long as it is nurtured by Jiraiya, it will be possible to achieve mouth escape invincible plug-in. Therefore, the preaching of the 3 generations of Hokage has little effect on Naruto. Seeing Naruto's indifferent appearance, the 3rd generation of Hokage was also a little helpless. In the end, he gave a small warning and let Naruto go back. Kakashi, Naruto will leave it to you. Don't worry, no problem. That's good. The graduate briefing will be held at the ninja school, which is still the campus they are most familiar with. Maybe they don't know, but after leaving this cradle, they will experience countless blood. Sometimes they will miss the time before, but they will never return here. At Uchiha's house, Sasuke changed his clothes and was about to go out. He waited for this day for too long. As long as he left the ninja school, he could grow up faster and chase Itachi's footsteps. Brother, I will catch up with you. Sasuke's eyes flashed with determination. Mom, I'm going out. Ah, Sasuke, be careful on the road. Today is the graduates' briefing, right? Yes. Sasuke responded with a smile. Although he has lost his beloved brother, but his parents are still alive, Sasuke has had a pretty good life over the years. Ayu was drinking tea in the living room and heard the words, Sasuke, I will assign a teacher to instruct you today. I have arranged your teacher for you. He is a good teacher. You must follow him to study, you know. Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, but he knew how strict his father looked at people, so that he could say that he was a good teacher, and he must be a strong one. Sasuke bowed and said, yes, Father, I will work hard. All right, go ahead. Okay. Facing the sun, Sasuke independently embarked on the road to the ninja school. He had walked this road for 6 full years, and he was already familiar with it. It was a pity that the person who accompanied him on this road for the first time never came back. On the other side, Naruto and Kane Shijigo also left the house and set off towards the ninja school. Xiangrin, Shijigo, do you think we will be in a team? I don't know, it shouldn't be so coincidental. Xiangling said. Shijigo nodded, and said, this kind of allocation should be based on the high-level meaning, not necessarily what we want. Well, I don't know who our instructor will be. Will it be Brother Daimyo? Probably not. Brother Kakashi has not been an instructor in these years. They are all in Anbu, and I haven't heard Brother Kakashi say to be an instructor this time. Although Xiangling was looking forward to it, she turned her head. When I thought about it, I thought it was impossible. Well, then I don't have much expectations for this team. Naruto looked listless. Xiangrin and Chongo smiled, and didn't say anything. Soon, the 3 of them came to the ninja school together and walked into the classroom. Sasuke had already sat down in the classroom, near the window, with a cold expression on his face. With the secondary illness of a teenager, I always think that the coolest people are those who don't speak and have a straight face. Obviously, Sasuke felt the same way. However, at this time, he is more imitating Itachi. As soon as the 3 Naruto entered the classroom, they saw a bunch of wild bees and butterflies surrounding Sasuke, showing great hospitality, but Sasuke was completely indifferent. Cut. I really don't know why these girls like Sasuke, Naruto said uncomfortably. Naruto, you don't understand this. Girls like handsome boys. Looking at you, it's obvious that they don't meet this standard, so they won't be liked by girls. Xiangren took the opportunity to attack. Is Sasuke handsome? Why don't I think I'm going to take a closer look? Naruto stepped forward and stood on the table in front of Sasuke. The people on the side stunned. Xianglin covered his face with one hand and said, this guy is playing treasures again. Shijigo also smiled helplessly. Over the years, I have seen a lot of such scenes. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was gazing in front of him, frowned, and said, the tail of the crane. Why? Naruto's crane tail is the ranking when he first entered school, and Sasuke has been calling Naruto ever since. Even Naruto is no longer the tail of a crane. I just want to see how handsome you are. The two eyes met, seeming to release a powerful electric current. At this moment, the classmate in front suddenly got up and accidentally touched Naruto's ass. Ever since the kiss of friends was born, the two of them opened their eyes wide at the same time, and immediately separated after 1 o'clock and 1 second, lying on the side and vomiting. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What just happened? Before Naruto recovered, he felt a lot of murderous aura flooding around him. That was Sasuke's first kiss. Sisters, come on. Listen to my explanation. Ignoring Naruto's wailing, Naruto was devastated to death under a group of terrifying women. Really? Naruto is really messing up, Xianglin complained. Shijigo just smiled and didn't speak. In Naruto's office, Yuji and Shinobu looked at the scene in front of him, and he was a little speechless. Kakashi almost laughed. The inertia of history is not so easy to destroy. Naruto and Sasuke are still in love with a kiss. The third generation of Hokage coughed dryly, and said, Ahem, this is the student of this class. You all prepare to meet them in the past. Yes. The crowd retreated, and Kakashi went to the tea room with Lugiu, Asuma, and Yurong to sit. After all, it is still early, and it is estimated that the graduate briefing will be held for an hour. After the four of them sat down, Lugiu took the lead in opening the chatterbox. It seems that all four of us are instructors for the first time. Several people looked at each other, as if it was indeed the case. It's a coincidence. Kakashi smiled. Senior Lugiu, Karin and Shigogo, please take care of them. They are all excellent, and I believe they will become even better under your hands. I've been with you for so long, being good is sure. Don't worry, I know my responsibility as a teacher. I won't be lazy. With Lugiu's guarantee, Kakashi was naturally relieved a lot. By the way, Kakashi, you brought Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. There seems to be another Haruno-sakura? Asuma asked suddenly. Not bad. It seems that your task is very heavy. Except for Haruno-sakura, who is a quiet and good student, the other two are not fuel-efficient lamps. A nine-tailed July, the most outstanding descendant of the Uchiha clan today, are indeed troublesome. Yeah? But there is no way. It should be my own responsibility. By the way, Asuma, when will you and Hong get married? They have been in love for so many years and plan to do this. Kakashi joked. Asuma and Hong blushed upon hearing this, and both were a little embarrassed. Lugiu and Kakashi both showed meaningful smiles, and it was obvious that they were very funny looking at them. Senior Kakashi, you should consider your own business. You are already 26 years old and don't have a girlfriend. I heard that there are many beautiful women in Anbu who like you, but you don't want to accept it. Yurong immediately started his own counterattack, but with Kakashi's cheeky skin, he naturally wouldn't care. This kind of thing, let's do whatever it takes. Naturally, Kakashi would not say that he had a relationship with Trumim, but now their relationship is inconvenient to expose. It's you, Hong. You were sent to be an instructor right after you were promoted to Shangren. Are you not nervous? I'm sure to be nervous, but I'm just a teacher. There is no big problem. That's good. The members of your team are also the focus of training. Use more snacks, Kakashi said. Of course. Okay, let's go. Don't let the students wait for a long time, Lugiu said. Okay. Chapter 250 Class 7 Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto. The 8th class, Unishino, Inuzu Kaga, and Hinata Hyuga. Class 9, Uzumaki Karin, Libra Shijigo, Uchiha Fire Ice. Class 10, Narashikamaru, Akudo Dingjai, Yamanaka Ueno. There are a total of 12 groups above, which is the situation of graduation this time. Iluka closed the distribution table and looked at the 36 people in front of him with a look of relief. These people were the first batch of students he taught. Today, they are about to embark on the path of a ninja. No, to be precise, it is part of it. because some of it will return to school because the tutor fails the assessment. After the division, everyone's mind is different. Some are happy and some are unhappy. But as a result of the placement, this is what they have to learn to accept. Even the noisiest Naruto did not just mutter a few words this time, and then fell silent. Iruka looked at everyone with satisfaction. He thought that someone would be making noise, but now it seems that everyone has matured a lot. Sometimes, maturity is only a momentary thing. Then everyone is here waiting for the instructor to arrive. Finally, I wish you all good luck, ninja, but full of dangerous professions. Iruka finished speaking and left the classroom. And inside the classroom, it was unexpectedly quiet. Graduation is always a sad word. This tranquility did not last long, and the instructor walked in one by one, taking away one team after another. There are fewer and fewer people in the classroom. In the end, only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were left. Why our instructor still didn't come, and he was late on the first day. It's really annoying. Naruto, stop screaming, it's so noisy. Although Sakura said so, she felt a little irritable because the instructor is 1 hour late. Sasuke also looked a little ugly, but when he thought of what his father said this morning, this was a capable teacher, he slowly calmed down his emotions. Outside the classroom, Kakashi had already arrived, just watching the reaction of the three. Naruto's reaction had long been expected, but Sasuke's appearance was a bit unexpected. It seems that Sasuke, who has not done his best to exterminate the hatred, is still a relatively normal boy. As for Sakura, hey, he is still a now. It seems that Sakura has not reached the point of obsession. Is it because of my intervention that caused the change? Not bad. Naruto suddenly had an idea and picked up a blackboard eraser to put it on the door frame. Sakura quickly said, Naruto, what are you doing? You will be scolded by the instructor. It's okay. This is a punishment for latecomers. Naruto gave a mischievous smile, and just opened the door a crack, and found a familiar face. Daimyo. Brother? Naruto was taken aback, and the blackboard eraser in his hand fell to the ground. Naruto, are you planning to welcome me this way? Kakashi showed a smile that was not a smile. Naruto's back was cold, and he secretly said, it's over, it's a big deal. No, brother Daimyo, I want to wipe the blackboard. Look, how dirty this blackboard is. Naruto said, quickly picked up the blackboard eraser on the ground and wiped the blackboard frantically. Kakashi looked at Naruto amusedly. This guy is really a trick. Looking at Sakura and Sasuke, Sakura sat on the seat with a well-behaved appearance. If she hadn't just seen her roaring, she would really think it was like this. And Sasuke still has a cool appearance, but he keeps his eyes on himself. Interesting. Naruto also reacted at this time, threw down the blackboard eraser, and said, Brother Daimyo, are you our instructor? Kakashi touched his hair and said lazily, it should be, if you are in class 7. Naruto was overjoyed and said, it's really great. Sakura and Sasuke were both taken aback. They didn't expect Naruto to be so familiar with this teacher. Are they relatives of Naruto? No, isn't Naruto an orphan? Although the two were puzzled, they didn't ask much. Well, it's too small here. Let's go to the rooftop and talk about it. Kakashi spoke, and the three naturally had no opinion. So a few people staged a see you on the rooftop. Kakashi put his hands in his trouser pockets, leaned on the railing of the roof, and said, come on, introduce yourself, including dreams, what you like, what you hate, etc. Kozakura asked curiously, teacher, don't you introduce yourself first? I forgot if you don't tell me. My name is Hagai Kakashi, what I like and what I don't like. I don't want to tell you about my dreams in the future. Interests are also diverse. There are black lines on the faces of Kozakura and Sasuke. Well, they are very powerful. They don't know anything except their names. Next, Naruto, you can talk first. Okay. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen and instant noodles. I don't like the 3 minutes waiting for instant noodles. My dream is to make everyone recognize me, especially the recognition of Brother Daimyo. Naruto, I said, it's forbidden to eat instant noodles, right? Did you secretly eat it again? Kakashi hit Naruto's head with a punch. Naruto cried out and hugged his head. Okay, next one, Sakura. Seeing Naruto's tragic end, Sakura suddenly felt that this teacher was a bit cruel. I.e. Sakura, what I like is better to say that the person I like is. My hobby is. My dream in the future is. When Sakura said this, she kept looking at Sasuke, but Sasuke didn't see Sakura at all. Sakura sighed and said, there is nothing disgusting. Naruto didn't pester Sakura like the original, so naturally he wouldn't be disliked by Sakura. Kakashi was helpless when he heard the words. Sure enough, Sakura, who has not experienced the matter, is a slut, which is really unsightly. Sasuke held his chin with his hands on his chin and said in a cold voice, my name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like to be with my parents and hate the feeling of parting. My dream is to bring that man back. Sasuke's tone was very serious, and both Naruto and Sakura were stunned. Kakashi secretly said that it was true, this guy was still thinking about Itachi. One brother control really is a very tear-resistant combination. Okay, I also have a general understanding of you. That's it. Today's meeting ends here. At 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, the 7th exercise field will conduct survival training. If you fail to pass, you will be eliminated directly back to the ninja school. What? Eliminated? Haven't we already graduated? Sakura looked incredulous. That exam is just to select people who can participate in this assessment. It is not a formal graduation exam, so prepare well. After Kakashi finished speaking, a momentary disappeared. What's the situation? Naruto, are you familiar with that teacher? Sakura asked. Yes, I have known Brother Daimyo since I was 4 years old, and am very familiar. Then, that is what he said true? It should be true. Brother Daimyo didn't lie to me. It's not really a test. It's too dangerous. Let's discuss how to do it. Well, we should discuss it, but we don't know the content of the assessment at all. How can we discuss it? Naruto scratched his head. It seems to be too. At this time, Sasuke said, let's watch it tomorrow. No matter what kind of test it is, we will give time to think about it. What's more, since the team is divided, it is of ulterior motives. Let's act by chance tomorrow. Naruto and Sakura agree with Sasuke's approach. Without the hatred of genocide, Sasuke would also have no paranoid character. Compared with his original appearance, he was much easier to get along with. The three of them retreated and went back home. Uchiha's house. I am back. Sasuke, how is today? Is the teacher satisfied? I don't know. It's just an acquaintance, but it seems to be a guy who loves being late. That's it. Although Kakashi looks listless, he can get things done, but it's very powerful. Mom, do you know him too? Of course, Kakashi is the disciple of the 4th generation of Naruto, and even the deputy minister of Anb. Perhaps only Naruto-sama can match him in Konoha. Sasuke was surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect Kakashi, who looked unreliable, to be so powerful. By the way, this name is so familiar. Wasn't my brother doing things under this person's hands? And so is Shisui. Then, following him, you can definitely gain power to surpass your brother. When Sasuke thought of this, his eyes were full of excitement. Tomorrow's exam, you have to pass everything. When Naruto returned home, he also happened to see Xianglin and Shijigo. Hey, Xianglin, Shijigo, you are back too. Who is your teacher? It's Naruto. It's an uncle named Narulakuji. How about you? Hey, you must never think of who my teacher is. I'll tell you, it's Brother Daimyo. Naruto said excitedly. What? It turns out that Kakashi brother really became an instructor. He went to your team? Hey, envy it. Yes, Brother Daimyo explained that there are any survival exercises in the future. Do you have them too? Yes, but it shouldn't be difficult. Our level is definitely not a problem, don't worry. Xianglin quickly recovered his emotions and said, that's it. No, I still have to prepare and give Brother Daimyo a surprise tomorrow. Naruto went back to his room without knowing what he was thinking about. Jungo, Naruto is really lucky. It's Kakashi brother who is actually a teacher, Xiangrin said with envy. Yes, but ours is not bad. This Lujiu teacher, I heard from Kakashi's brother, is the squad leader of the Shinobu class, a very wise Shinobu. Well, it seems that we have to work hard tomorrow, but we can't lose the face of teacher Kakashi. Shijio nodded heavily and replied, yeah. The night was as cold as water. Kakashi was lying on the bed, holding two bells in his hands, and when he moved gently, the bells rang. I have finally waited until this day. Will there be any surprises? I am really looking forward to it.